Our protagonist is a third-rate spy who has worked for a demonic cult hated by the entire Murim for 10 years. But he died in agony while on a mission and couldn't help but feel resentful as he reflected on his unfortunate life. For some miraculous reason, a nobody like him, without martial arts skills, a shattered dantian, and infected with a deadly poison, was given the chance to regress and return to 10 years ago. He thought his life would turn over a new leaf, escaping his previous misfortune, but life wasn't a dream. In this life he was even more miserable than before. How will our protagonist change his unfortunate fate and become a top Murim master using only his silver tongue and espionage skills? Let's follow the review from Happy Stories. In the cold darkness of the night atop Tianmen Mountain in Xinjiang, dozens of people were surrounding the mountain with flickering torches. Inside a smelly secret chamber illuminated by the faint light of a cave, a young man was rummaging through a pile of dusty ancient books. Finally finding what he wanted, he rejoiced in his heart. I've been suffering on this Tianmen Mountain in Xinjiang for half a month, but finally, I've got my hands on it. The young man stared at a few yellowed pieces of paper that looked like they could crumble at any touch. They were covered in strange characters, but they were definitely the real deal. These crumpled pieces of paper contained the contents of a legendary secret manual, said to have been left by the Sword Saint himself around 600 years ago. The Sword Saint's secret manual. The young man lowered his head in contemplation as he pulled out a small bamboo tube, the size of a finger, from his chest. I want to keep this for myself, but it's useless with my shattered dantian. The young man carefully folded the paper containing the sword techniques and placed it inside the pill. Other martial artists would try to steal it if they knew I had it. I decided I had to hide it before others came. The young man wasn't sure if he could swallow this, but he opened his mouth wide and forcefully shoved the bamboo tube in. The young man swallowed the tube dryly with determination. The musty smell and the choking sensation in his throat almost made him vomit, but he could only endure and sigh. Ugh, I should have brought some water. Just as the young man swallowed the bamboo tube, two figures entered the cave, and a cold voice echoed, "You're here." The leader of the Golden Dragon sect, a member of the Yongsu Martial Arts Alliance, questioned with a stoic expression, "Blood Cult Insider, have you found the Sword Saint's secret manual?" The young man, not foolish enough to hand over the manual immediately, put forth a condition. "You're here, sir, I've found it, but I've hidden it in a safe place. I'll give it to you if you keep your promise." The old man behind Yongsu, one of the 4 elders of the Wahayang Martial Arts Alliance, pondered and asked the young man, "A promise? I heard about it on my way here. You want to remove the blood bug from your chest, right?" After a moment of contemplation, Wahayang smiled and said, "Haha, there is indeed such a promise. Right now, as if planned in advance, Yongsu drew his sword from his belt, the blade flashing with a menacing blue light. As Yongsu suddenly drew his sword, the young man jumped back in surprise. However, the sword was still swung sideways with a dramatic gesture, and Yongsu calmly declared, "But there's no reason for us to do that." Yongsu let out a sinister smile, his cold eyes full of disdain as he looked at the young man. "Even if we remove the blood bug, you'll have nowhere to return to, am I not right?" The young man's heart pounded in shock at Yongsu's action, but his subsequent words truly stunned him. Along with Yongsu's mocking laughter, the young man's painful past came flooding back. Wenhui of the Shining Star clan. Wenhui was expelled from the sect after his dantian was destroyed by a qi explosion. Then, 10 years ago, he was kidnapped by the blood cult and a blood bug was planted in his chest. From that moment on, Wenhui was forced to become a puppet of the blood cult, so even if he gained freedom by removing the blood bug, he would have no place to return to. After reminding Wenhui of his painful past, Yongsu pointed his sword at him and sneered, "Am I not right?" Wenhui was astonished that Yongsu knew about his background, but the face of a veteran spy remained incredibly calm. "What are you trying to say?" Yongsu held his sword to Wenhui's neck and commanded, "Hand over the Sword Saint's secret manual." Right after, he let out a cunning smile, feigning nobility. "If you give it to us, we'll consider removing the blood bug." Yongsu's words clearly aimed to force Wenhui to submit to him. However, Wenhui had lived with fear, threats, and temptations like this for years. He wouldn't obediently listen so easily. He calmly opened his mouth. "The manual. It's hidden in a place only I know." Wenhui's firm statement stunned the two greedy men for a moment. Wenhui tried to persuade them, "You know my situation. I'm not demanding any privileges like being accepted into mainstream sects. I simply want to escape the blood cult and live like a normal person, so remove the blood bug first. If you do that, I'll gladly give you the manual." Wenhui dared to set a condition because he knew others had been searching the cliff face and would soon discover the cave containing the treasure. Faced with these words, Yongsu started to hesitate, but the seasoned Wahayang remained unfazed. He even let out a laugh, confusing Wenhui. Wei chuckled with a smug and mocking tone. Seems like you've really thought a lot about this. Before Won-Wei could say anything else, Yong-Su's sword pierced through his chest. It was at that moment that he realized these people never had any intention of saving him. All his persuasion was meaningless, blood poured from his mouth, and he was pushed back by the blade. Yong-Su smirked with a sinister smile. Obviously, a low-level insider like you would try to play some tricks. I guess you just hit it on your person, right? Yong-Su's blade twisted deep into Won-Wei's chest, causing him to cough up blood in pain. A bitter feeling of disappointment filled his mind. These bastards, they intended to kill me from the beginning. After twisting the blade slightly, Yong-Su pulled it out of Won-Wei's chest, and the force sent him falling backward. Won-Wei fell helplessly like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Yong-Su swung his sword, splattering Won-Wei's blood. Don't hate us, Won-Wei. Yong-Su grinned, pointing at Won-Wei's face mockingly. The moment you became an insider, your death was predetermined. He was so confident because if a spy died, no one would care. They might even be praised for dealing with the spy without causing trouble. As Won-Wei fell, he couldn't suppress the desperate curse rising in his heart. Damn it, why do I have to live such an unfair life? Won-Wei's body started to lose strength, and his mind grew hazy due to blood loss, but Yong-Su had no intention of stopping. He swung his sword again, the cold blade flashing. As Won-Wei fell backward, Yong-Su took the opportunity to slash across his abdomen. Won-Wei's clothes and skin were ripped open, and his internal organs were quickly severed. At that moment, one could hear the sound of something being crushed inside Won-Wei's abdomen. It was a crisp and hard sound. Unlike the sound of internal organs being cut, the bamboo tube containing the secret manual that he had swallowed was broken in two. Due to that distinctive sound, Yong-Su quickly realized the existence of the bamboo tube in Won-Wei's body. He exclaimed sharply, "Damn it, the manual is inside him." But before Yong-Su could retrieve the bamboo tube from Won-Wei's body, something strange happened. He jumped back in shock and fear. What's this? A surge of powerful energy erupted from Won-Wei's abdomen, and a blue flame burst forth from within, instantly engulfing his body. The sight left both Yong-Su and Wei bewildered. What's happening? Why is his body emitting blue flames? Won-Wei's entire body was engulfed in flames, but strangely, he didn't feel any pain, no heat. These flames, they aren't real, are they? Yong-Su continued to curse as Won-Wei gradually lost his hearing. As his thoughts faded, he started to regret everything but also decided to let go. What's the point anyway, if there's such a thing as an afterlife? I hope it won't be as miserable as it is now. Finally, Won-Wei passed out, and his memories shattered like pieces of glass. Then, something damp suddenly enveloped Won-Wei's body. It seemed like someone had poured water to put out the flames. The sensation startled him awake. Won-Wei's body jolted instinctively, and he tried to flail and shake the water off. Cold, it's so cold. He was now in a cozy room, a stark contrast to the damp, cold cave from before. Two men with identical appearances were mocking him. Ha ha ha, look at you. As he sat up, Won-Wei immediately put his hand on his stomach and looked at his intact hand with a feeling of disbelief. My body, I wasn't stabbed, and there are no burns. The sound of laughter continued to echo in his ears, accompanied by a sarcastic voice. Hey, Won-Wei, you pathetic donkey. Won-Wei instantly startled and looked up, recognizing the familiar voice. When Won-Wei looked up, he saw two boys dressed in flamboyant silk robes, both around 15 years old, looking down at him and grinning. You finally woke up. We, the Hunan twin blades, won the drinking bet again. Right, Hunan twin blades. Won-Wei immediately recognized these two who called themselves the Hunan twin blades as Juabek and Song Woo-hyun. However, Won-Wei last heard that nickname 10 years ago. These two later became the infamous black and white twin gods of the blood cult. This made Won-Wei confused. Why do they look so young? I remember we were all pretty close when we were younger, but didn't I just die from being burned? The moment Won-Wei accidentally glanced at the mirror placed next to the bed, he was instantly stunned and shouted, Juabek, seeing Won-Wei's agitated reaction, became curious. Hey, why are you so surprised? Won-Wei doubtfully touched his face while looking in the mirror. A silly question instinctively came out. This is me when I was young. Am I dreaming? Seeing Won-Wei ask such a random and silly question, Juabek stepped forward and kicked him in the back. Hey, you little brat, are you still not sober? As Won-Wei rolled off the bed, Juabek leaned close to his face, menacingly threatening him. Snap out of it and pay your gambling debt, you bastard. Won-Wei, unexpectedly kicked, rolled around and cried out in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it. However, in the next second, the pain completely disappeared as Won-Wei suddenly remembered that he couldn't feel pain like this in a dream. Getting kicked seemed to have truly sobered Won-Wei up. He sat up with a determined swing. Immediately after, Wonwi grabbed Jwabek's collar and yelled the question in his face. What day is it today? Jwabek was startled and flustered by Wonwi's strange behavior. What are you saying? Wonwi repeated the question with urgency. What day is it today? I'm not asking you anything difficult, Jwabek grumbled, removing Wonwi's hand from his collar. Let go, then I'll tell you. Song Woo-hyun, seeing them arguing over such a silly matter, intervened. The 9th day of the 9th month, the year of the dog. Wonwi's loud voice finally softened. The year of the dog. He pondered for a moment. If it's the 9th day of the 9th month, the year of the dog, that's exactly 10 years before I died. Seeing Wonwi asking such silly questions, Song Woo-hyun put on a condescending expression. So what year do you think it is? Did you drink so much that you've gone stupid? Overwhelmed by the realization that he was back in the past, Wonwi even hugged Jwabek's head tightly, making the twins jump in surprise. Wonwi held Jwabek's head tightly with a radiant smile. It's great to see you again, Jwabek. It's really great. Jwabek couldn't understand Wonwi's crazy behavior, so he became even more grumpy. Hey, it's cold, let me go. Wonwi felt so good, as if he could fly with joy, but then he suddenly remembered something important. Wait, exactly 10 years. Wonwi was shocked, realizing that if it was 10 years ago, it was also the fateful day that led to his painful life as a spy. It was late at night, and there seemed to be no other guests around, so the waiter guarding the inn door was comfortably leaning back outside. Suddenly, a few dark figures approached. The waiter half opened his eyes in his drowsiness. It's late, yet there are still so many guests coming. Hey, everyone, come out and greet the guests. However, as the waiter outside finished his words, a sharp blade swept across his neck, severing his head in one clean stroke. The waiter inside the inn, hearing the call, drowsily came out, still yawning in a daze. I'm coming. Then he opened his eyes and was instantly shocked and horrified by the blood-soaked corpse and a rolling head on the ground. Shrieks erupted, marking the beginning of a deadly night. As soon as he remembered the most significant event in his life, Wonwi instantly jumped up and rummaged through the messy pile of belongings at the head of the bed. Damn it, where is it? I should have cleaned up this place earlier. Jwabek saw Wonwi rummaging through his belongings without paying. He grumbled sarcastically. You're not going to tell me you don't have any money, are you? Wonwi urgently advised the twins. If you don't want to die, leave this place as quickly as possible. Jwabek, hearing Wonwi's harsh tone, became even more irritated and started cracking his knuckles, threatening him. What have you been acting all this time? I guess I have to teach you a lesson. Wonwi didn't have time to deal with the twins right now. He continued to rummage until he saw an old, short sword. I found it. My mother's only relic, the Sodam sword. Wonwi quickly grabbed the short sword with a sense of relief. I deeply regretted losing it in my previous life. Even if running away is the top priority, I have to take it with me. The moment Wonwi touched the short sword, a sudden, high-pitched screeching sound echoed in his ear. He quickly covered his ears, but it was useless. His heart pounded in his chest at the strange sound, like a roar. The piercing sound ended very quickly. Wonwi was still dazed, blankly opening his eyes and staring at the short sword. What was that? I thought I was going deaf. At that moment, shouts echoed from the street, making Wonwi believe that the previous sound was just a coincidence. Help, save me. However, the twins seemed not to have heard the piercing sound from before and were only vaguely curious when they heard the cries for help. Jwabek worriedly turned to Song Woo-hyun and asked, Did you hear that? Does it seem like it's coming from outside? Song Woo-hyun hesitated and replied, Yes, I think so. Wonwi was confused as he listened to the twins' conversation, unable to understand why only he heard the screeching sound from before. The sound was too loud if it had come from outside. Very quickly, Wonwi put the short sword into his chest and dismissed his concerns. Now is not the time to worry about that. That sound means everything has begun. Meanwhile, Jwabek and Song Woo-hyun looked out at the street through the window, with curiosity and anxiety. Who are those guys? What do we do now, brother? Wonwi, even though he already knew who the people causing a commotion downstairs were, still squeezed between the twins to confirm his guess. Move aside, let me see. As Wonwi peeked outside through the narrow gap in the door, the shouts became louder, and he quickly confirmed his suspicion. Wonwi, although enraged by the actions of the people on the street below, didn't dare speak out loud. He was both terrified and furious, muttering curses under his breath. Those damn blood cultists. Looking at the masked figures in brown and black uniforms slaughtering and binding innocent people, Wonwi was certain that this was the dreadful 9th day of the 9th month, the year of the dog, the day he was kidnapped by the blood cult. Jwabek and Song Woo-hyun, still curious, opened the door wider and looked down. Are they bandits? Wonwi shook his head in reply. No, they're disciples of the blood cult. Seeing the blood cultists right below the inn they were staying at, Wonwi quickly turned and urged the twins, "There's no time left, they'll be here soon, if you want to live, run." Jwabik hesitated, looking at Wonwi with doubt. "They're really the blood cult. I thought they disappeared a long time ago after being defeated by the Martial Arts Alliance." Wonwi had no time to explain, so he could only grumble in response, "Then why don't you go down and ask them yourself?" "I'm leaving, do whatever you want." The twins' faces froze. Although they didn't want to believe it, the screams from outside told them that something terrible was happening. Seeing Wonwi's seriousness, Jwabik also started to worry and looked at Song Woohyun. "We should run too, right?" Song Woohyun hesitated for a moment then nodded in agreement. "Right." Wonwi walked straight out of the room without hesitation. It wasn't that he was callous towards his friends, but it was not the time for him to care about the twins. After all, even if they were captured, they would survive and become masters after being kidnapped. So Wonwi told himself that the twins would be fine. The important thing now was that he himself stayed alive. At that moment, Wonwi suddenly remembered that there was another person who usually stayed with the three of them, a loyal teenager who served Wonwi even after he was expelled from his family. The moment he remembered, Wonwi felt a pang of self-reproach for almost leaving his loyal servant behind. "Ah Song, damn it, Wonwi, you're so stupid." Ah Song was also the only one who stood up for Wonwi back in the Shining Star clan. Remembering the past, Wonwi immediately rushed towards Ah Song's room on the first floor. Wonwi burst into Ah Song's room, thinking, "I can't abandon someone like a brother." At that moment, Ah Song was still unaware of the shouts and commotion outside, sleeping soundly. Wonwi flung open the door to Ah Song's room and shouted, "Ah Song, wake up." Ah Song jolted awake with a panicked mumble, "Ugh, I didn't fall asleep, I swear." Seeing that it was Wonwi who had burst in, Ah Song breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's you, sir." "Young master, you scared me to death." Wonwi didn't give Ah Song time to wake up fully. He grabbed his hand and pulled him up. "Wake up, Ah Song, we need to leave here right now." Ah Song didn't even have time to put on his shoes before he was scrambling to follow Wonwi with a bewildered expression. What's going on?" "Young master, run first, I'll explain everything to you later." Wonwi ran ahead, guiding Ah Song, and gave his servant a quick summary of the danger. "The blood cult is attacking us. They'll be entering this inn soon." Ah Song had also heard about the blood cult, so he was about to ask the same question as the twins earlier, the blood cult. But the blood cult, however, before any question could come out, Wonwi stopped him. "Shut up, just remember what I said." As they ran into the lobby and saw the chaotic scene with everyone else running around, Ah Song no longer doubted the blood cult, but he changed the subject of his inquiry. Yes, but the exit is over there." Wonwi continued to pull Ah Song against the flow of people and said, "We can't go that way." He had been through this once before, so he understood the situation completely. He quickly explained briefly to Ah Song, "The whole town is surrounded, we'll be captured if we run outside." Ah Song suddenly came up with a suggestion. "Really? Then how about we go back to the inn and hide in the wardrobe?" Wonwi immediately shook his head. "That's too obvious." As he ran, he uttered confident assertions based on his experience. "They're not here for money, they're here to capture people like us." It wasn't that nobody had thought like Ah Song before, but the blood cult would search every nook and cranny where people could hide, and they wouldn't be able to escape capture. From wardrobes to large vats, any place big enough to hold a person would be searched. If they hid there, sooner or later they would be found. Seeing Wonwi's reasonable explanation, Ah Song became even more worried. "So we're destined to be caught and killed." Wonwi slipped against the flow of people rushing towards the door and reassured Ah Song, "Don't say silly things like that." After dodging through a chaotic crowd, Wonwi headed straight for the back gate. "We need to hide in a place they'll never expect." Wonwi rushed to the backyard, where there was a bathroom and a stable, filled with various pungent scents, a place people would never think to hide in, even if they considered it. At that moment, the backyard was silent, a complete contrast to the situation in front. There were no screams and no people to be seen, only the faint moonlight spreading. Ah Song looked around at the smelly bathroom and stable with a sense of bewilderment. Is it here? This is the place you were talking about, young master." Wonwi nodded in confirmation. "Yes, this is it." Wonwi led Ah Song to the bathroom door and opened it. They won't think anyone would hide here. Deep down, he knew that no one liked touching dirty things, but he was afraid that saying it would make Ah Song hesitate. However, even though Wonwi hid his true thoughts, Ah Song hesitated. He stared at the latrine with a look of disgust, as if he were looking at hell. The smell of feces rose from below, causing Ah Song to complain uncontrollably. Who would hide inside a latrine? I can't. Have you ever been inside a latrine, young master?" A 10-year spy like Wonwi had been in similar situations, but he didn't have time to persuade Ah Song. He simply shouted, "Now is not the time to argue." Wonwi hastily shoved Ah Song inside the latrine with an urgent tone. I've given you the only safe place, so be grateful. Ah Song reluctantly stepped in and argued back. I'll hide somewhere else, so, if you think it's so great, you can go in instead of me. Wonwi, out of patience, shoved Ah Song down into the latrine. Because the sight was so horrifying, he quickly shut the door. Ah Song cried out in distress. Wait, don't push me, ugh. But after falling into the inevitable situation, he finally fell silent. Wonwi carefully closed the bathroom door and looked around the backyard. Even the blood cult wouldn't check here. I originally planned to hide here, but I have no other choice. Wonwi also wanted to hide with Ah Song, but the hole was too narrow for both of them. He immediately walked around the backyard. I need to find a hiding place before the blood cult arrives. As he looked around, Wonwi saw the stable. A horse inside was neighing loudly. It must have sensed something was wrong, but Wonwi was incredibly relieved. Oh ho, I guess I'm going to live. Wonwi removed the rope tied to the horse and let it run away. If there were no horses, the blood cult would have no reason to search the stable. In front of the stable, there was a large trough big enough for one person to lie in, filled with a high pile of dry hay. It was the only place left for Wonwi to hide. Wonwi lay down in the pile of hay and covered himself discreetly. This place isn't bad for hiding. They'll probably go looking for the horses that ran away, not the food. Despite that, Wonwi still felt anxious. Third- and second-rate warriors would be difficult to detect, but first-rate warriors often have excellent hearing. They could find me based on listening to my breath. He reached into his chest and pulled out the short sword. It's best to have my weapon ready. The moment Wonwi touched the short sword, a grumbling voice echoed, Ugh, so dirty, you damn brat. Don't drag me around with your sticky hands. Wonwi doubted his ears for a moment. What sound is that? Wonwi looked down in astonishment. The short sword was actually talking, or rather, its words echoed in his mind, not his ears. The grumbling continued. What do you think? I'm telling you to wash your hands. Do you look down on me because I'm just a short sword? Wonwi thought he was hallucinating, so he stared at the short sword with a doubtful expression. What the hell, is this short sword possessed? At that moment, the short sword seemed to hear Wonwi's thoughts and responded, What, possessed? The short sword roared with more anger than before. The hell with that. I'm the Sodam sword, your mother's relic that you just shoved in your bag. Suddenly, Sodam stopped yelling. It was also shocked. Wait, did you just answer me? A human can hear a sword's voice. While Wonwi was still bewildered, not understanding what was going on, a little girl, no bigger than a human hand, suddenly appeared before him. The girl floated in front of Wonwi like a spirit and curiously leaned in close to his face. If you can hear me, then you must be able to see my manifestation, right? Wonwi's head went numb from this situation. He was shocked and confused, experiencing this bizarre situation like meeting a ghost for the first time. What is this? Am I hallucinating? Wonwi couldn't accept the truth, so he tried to convince himself to ignore Sodam. This must be fake. I don't see it. I don't hear it. This deliberate act of ignoring further enraged Sodam. She grumbled and frowned. Hey, you little rat. Sodam brought her face close to Wonwi's and asserted firmly. I know you can see and hear me. We, swords and daggers, can read people's thoughts when we communicate. At this point, Wonwi could no longer avoid Sodam's gaze. Ugh, I really can see and hear it. At that moment, Wonwi heard footsteps in the backyard. He tried to breathe as quietly as possible. Since he could hear the other person's footsteps, they couldn't be very skilled. Wonwi wanted to focus on regulating his breath, so he asked Sodam, Wait, be quiet. Sodam curiously asked him, What, is it because of that guy? Sodam continued to chatter. It's okay, you're the only one who can hear me. You're the first person I've spoken to. Wonwi was about to die from worry, but Sodam's voice kept buzzing in his ears, distracting him. He grumbled in annoyance. Okay, I get it, so shut up. I can't think straight. Meanwhile, a blood cultist unexpectedly appeared, searching for signs of people in this desolate backyard. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground and noticed footprints from those who had run away. The blood cultist member sat down, carefully examining the footprints still imprinted on the damp ground, tracing the direction of the feet. Very quickly, he determined the location where the footprints led. It was the dilapidated stable, with a messy pile of hay scattered around the feeding trough. Based on Wonwi's reasoning, the blood cultist would probably think that whoever ran here had ridden away on a horse because there were no horses left, but he still felt anxious as he heard the footsteps getting closer. He gripped the short sword in his hand. The footsteps came closer to the front of the horse trough. Soon, Wonwi, inside the trough, could hear the sound of dry hay falling as it was trampled on outside. Sodam, inside the hay pile, wouldn't stay quiet. She put on a curious expression and asked Wonwi, I'm curious about this. Will you stab him if you're discovered? While Wonhui was trying to focus on listening and gauging the enemy's movements, Sodam kept talking incessantly, ignoring whether you have the strength to do it or not. I'm curious if you have the guts to do it. Listen to how fast your heart is beating. Are you scared? Sodam said, leaning in close to Wonhui and staring at him intently. Meanwhile, Wonhui's heart pounded even harder as he remembered the painful past and his agonizing death. Soon, Wonhui could hear the sound of the hay being disturbed and a large hand pushing aside the hay covering his body. The moment the blood cultist's hand reached deeper and was about to touch Wonhui, a terrifying feeling, a mixture of anger and anxiety, reminded him of the death he had just experienced less than 2 hours ago. His heart beat even faster. Wonhui abruptly opened his eyes and jumped up from the hay before the blood cultist could touch him. The blood cultist was startled when he saw Wonhui, so he immediately jumped back, but it was too late. Wonhui had anticipated his action and drew his dagger, stabbing it through his throat. The blood cultist died instantly without a scream. This was a classic surprise attack, something Wonhui had done many times when he was a spy. The blood cultist's eyes bulged out with bright red blood vessels, and he fell backward. Wonhui grabbed the blood cultist's collar as he was about to fall to reduce the noise as much as possible. Only now did he answer Sodam's earlier question. I'm scared. No, I'm excited. Wonhui's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, his determination burning. Just wait and see, because this time I'll do everything to survive. While Wonhui was disposing of the body, Sodam appeared again, floating beside him with an amazed expression. Oh my, you're not bad. She looked at the blood cultist's body buried in the hay and continued to praise Wonhui. I thought you were just a drunkard who spent all day with the twins. I guess I have to reevaluate you. Sodam, with a curious mind, kept asking Wonhui questions about this and that. Where did you learn this? Her constant chatter annoyed Wonhui. You're so annoying, be quiet. Sodam scolded, pouted and turned away. TSK. I just want to try talking to you. Wonhui was furious but could only sigh in exasperation. After a few seconds of calming down, Wonhui told himself to just ignore her. Sodam, reading his mind, grumbled even more angrily. This bastard, I heard that. Sodam finally fell silent to allow Wonhui to think, but he couldn't relax. Instead, his anxiety increased. The situation was getting much worse. As Wonhui carefully stuffed the blood cultist's body into the hay trough, his heart was filled with anxiety. He couldn't rest easy because the blood cult warriors were known to carry out missions in groups of 3. Based on Wonhui's speculation, if this guy had gone that far, it was highly likely that the others were still in the inn. His teammate would soon arrive when he didn't return. Wonhui continued to hurriedly bury the blood cultist's body in the hay. Even though he had hidden the body, it was only a matter of time before he was found. If he was caught at this moment, they wouldn't try to make him a puppet, they'd kill him right on the spot. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He urged himself, I have to finish hiding him and get out of here quickly. Suddenly, Sodam, who had been silent all this time, startled and looked towards the back gate. Right after, Sodam turned to Wonhui and called out, Hey, Wonhui. Wonhui, who was frantically cleaning up the evidence, was annoyed by the interruption. What is it now? Can't you let me do this alone? Sodam pointed towards the back gate. I would like to, but there's a blood cultist behind you. I think you should know that. Wonhui was horrified and quickly turned back to look at Sodam. What are you saying? Wonhui saw another man in brown and black clothes walk out of the inn's back gate. He spoke with an indifferent tone as he saw Wonhui turn around to look at him. Am I bothering you? It's okay. Don't mind me and keep going. Wonhui was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the teammate of the guy who had just been killed to appear so quickly, and he couldn't even hear his footsteps, so this person must have been more skilled than the previous one. The blood cultist leaned against the door with a leisurely demeanor. I was admiring your work. You stopped. Wonhui stared bewilderedly at the blood cultist who had just appeared. He swallowed nervously. How long has he been there? No, more importantly, that belt. This blood cultist was wearing a brown belt, which meant he was at a higher level than the previous one. Unlike third-rate warriors who could only use basic martial arts techniques, this guy could use internal energy. Wonhui, astonished, opened his eyes wide, confirming his rank. A brown belt, he's a mid-level warrior. Wonhui knew that with a body fully trained in everything, this blood cultist wouldn't be easily taken down by a simple surprise attack like the previous one. Nevertheless, Wonhui still forced himself to assume a fighting stance. Damn it, I should have acted faster. If he's really a mid-level warrior, I have no chance of winning. Sodam, sitting on Wonhui's shoulder, cheered excitedly. Oh, are you going to fight? Should I help? Show him the power of the short sword. However, Wonhui remained annoyed and dismissed Sodam's words. I told you, can you stop distracting me? Sodam, rejected again, pouted and grumbled. Goodness, you really insist on making things difficult. Meanwhile, the blood cultist approached Wonhui with a relaxed demeanor. Seems like you haven't learned any martial arts, but you're quite confident, aren't you? Even though it was a surprise attack, it was pretty impressive that you were able to kill one of our lower-level warriors. The blood cultist stroked his chin, evaluating Wonhui from head to toe. Seems like you're, well, average. His lips curled up in a smug gesture as he announced, I'll make you an offer. If you surrender now, I'll let you live. Faced with the arrogant blood cultist, Wonhui secretly planned in his head, okay, I'm going to provoke him. He then replied with a confident smile, you won't kill me. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have assessed my abilities. While the blood cultist was stunned and confused, Wonhui added with a challenging tone, so you want to capture me, but you're afraid of ending up like your comrades, right? The blood cultist felt insulted and frowned, his eyebrows raising. What did you say? Sodam didn't understand Wonhui's intention, so she was forced to speak up. Are you crazy? Why are you provoking him? Wonhui was resolute in his plan. I have my reasons. However, the blood cultist's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He had seen through Wonhui's intention. This little brat is pretending to be a braggart, so I won't be wary of him. The blood cultist wasn't fooled. He laughed heartily, praising Wonhui. Ha ha ha, you've got guts. When the laughter subsided, the blood cultist's tone became cold. You're quite cunning too. It would be a waste to kill you. Wonhui, seeing his plan fail, could only sigh. Tisk, he's more cautious than I thought. The blood cultist smiled and drew his sword as if playing a game. His words and actions, dripping with sarcasm and intent to kill, were all directed towards Wonhui. It seems like you want to avoid fighting as much as possible, right? Then let me see if you're as capable as your mouth and brain. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood cultist swung his sword, sweeping across in a bright arc. The blade glowed menacingly as it slashed past Wonhui's face. Even though his body was weak at the moment, he was still able to keep up with his opponent's movements. Although Wonhui was only a third-rate spy with a shattered dantian, he was still agile enough to bow his head and dodge the blade. The blood cultist only managed to cut a few strands of his unruly hair. While dodging the blade, Wonhui unexpectedly thrust the short sword in his left hand towards the blood cultist and shouted, aiming to distract him, I can still see that move. However, Wonhui's movement was slow, and the sword was short, so he couldn't reach the blood cultist at all. The blood cultist simply leaned back slightly, dodged the stab, and grabbed the hand holding the short sword. The blood cultist squeezed Wonhui's wrist and lifted it high with a disdainful look. Too slow. Immediately after, Wonhui's hand holding the short sword was lifted high, and his entire body was suspended in the air. The blood cultist held Wonhui's wrist and swung it high, making his entire body sway like a puppet. He put on an arrogant expression and said, your eyes are pretty good, but your hand is too slow. Immediately afterward, the blood cultist squeezed Wonhui's wrist so tightly that his hand lost strength and he had to drop the short sword. Still, your counterattack was pretty sharp. The blood cultist once again offered, I'll overlook the fact that you killed that lower-level warrior, so just quietly and obediently follow me. Meanwhile, the short sword that had been dropped was caught by Wonhui's right hand behind his back. As soon as he got the short sword in his right hand, Wonhui immediately swung his arm, launching a direct attack towards the blood cultist's head and shouted, I won't do that. While spinning through the air, preparing to land, Wonhui glanced smugly to check the blood cultist's condition. Alright, this move will work. However, the blood cultist wasn't as badly injured as expected, and he became even angrier. You bastard. Wonhui was shocked. No way, I stabbed him from that distance, and he could still dodge. The blood cultist glared back at Wonhui, with a long but shallow cut running from his left eyelid to his cheek. He growled angrily, you bastard. Right after that, he didn't want to waste any more words on Wonhui, so he kicked him straight in the stomach. Wonhui couldn't dodge or block. He took the blood cultist's kick full force, and his whole body flew away instantly. Wonhui rolled over and over on the ground before dragging his body for a long distance. Finally, he stopped after the fall. The short sword fell out and stuck in the ground. His whole body trembled as he collapsed on all fours. Wonhui sighed. Was I too optimistic? I thought he couldn't dodge a stab that close. However, he wasn't easily giving up. Wonhui, with unwavering strength, struggled to stand and wiped the long streak of blood running down his mouth. Wonhui pulled the short sword out of the ground and encouraged himself. Now I have no choice but to fight him directly. Sodam, connected with Wonhui again, suggested to him, Wonhui, I'll help you. I told you, you can't win against him without me. Wonhui remained indifferent and asked her, what can you do anyway? Sodam, rejected again, didn't force Wonhui. Alright, you're stubborn to the core, so, what are you going to do now? Wonhui replied with a sigh, although I can't stab deep, I've made it difficult for him to use his left eye, so I'm going to aim for that side. The blood cultist was still dazed from the cut across his eyelid. Even though the eye wasn't blind, his vision was significantly reduced, causing him to become frustrated. Damn it, I tried to arrange everything as peacefully as possible. But you really want to die that badly, the blood cultist said as he drew his sword again. He glared coldly at Wonhui, exhaling a deadly aura. I was going to just punish you a little and take you back to the sect, but I changed my mind. I have to kill you. The blood cultist charged towards Wonhui, like a wild beast, with a ferocious roar. I'll tear you to shreds. The moment the blood cultist's blade traced bright red streaks across the darkness, Wonhui immediately recognized the sword technique he was using. The blood cultist unleashed a flurry of wild slashes towards Wonhui. He was using the blood cult's basic swordsmanship, the blood slaughter sword, with fast and smooth attack techniques. However, the blood cultist's sword strikes weren't aimed directly at Wonhui, they just grazed him from one side to the other. Even though Wonhui cowered and tried to dodge, he was hit by most of them, too fast. I can't see his movements. Not only was he panicking because he couldn't dodge the attacks, but Wonhui was even more horrified when he realized that the sword strokes were deliberately circling around him. Damn it, this bastard, he's intentionally avoiding fatal blows. He's going to play with me until I die. Sure enough, as Wonhui predicted, the blood cultist, although close enough to end him with a single stroke, continued to sweep his sword around, inflicting minor wounds. He snapped at Wonhui with a sarcastic tone. Do you realize what mistake you've made? The blood cultist kept pressing Wonhui and dramatically swung his sword, declaring, it's too late to regret, your life ends here. The moment the blood cultist's sword thrust forward, Wonhui didn't just see one blade but dozens of different swords surrounding him from all directions, causing him to feel dizzy. Wonhui, confused, tried to back away while calculating his plan. He's still using a feint against someone like me. What should I do? Close my eyes and just stab, hoping it hits. At that moment, Sodam whispered in Wonhui's ear, reminding him, stab straight from the front. Wonhui vaguely followed the voice echoing in his head. He raised the short sword to block in front of his chest but unexpectedly managed to block the blood cultist's real stab. The blood cultist widened his eyes in astonishment at Wonhui's action. What the hell? Although he had blocked the stab to his chest, Wonhui was still pushed backward by the force of the attack, but he quickly jumped back into a defensive stance. Even Wonhui was surprised by what he had just done. What? I blocked that attack. Sodam suddenly appeared again, with a smug expression. Good, you actually blocked that attack. If I hadn't helped, you'd be dead. Wonhui was stunned for a moment and then asked Sodam again, so that was your voice, you saw his attack? Sodam proudly lifted her chin confidently. Of course, I saw it. That worm's third-rate swings are easy to see. Sodam, having the opportunity to boast about her talent, chuckled with pride and patted Wonhui's head, asking teasingly, so, what are you going to do now? Should I keep quiet? Faced with a life-or-death situation, Wonhui reluctantly smiled, trying to make peace with Sodam. I apologize for ignoring you twice. Can you help me? Sodam smiled pleasantly and stretched. All right, I guess I have to help you. After all, I can't let a wild creature who can hear me die after 47 years. Wonhui was practically stunned by Sodam's words. Creature, wild. After stretching his body and preparing mentally for battle, Sodam, full of energy, clung to Wonhui's shoulder. All right, what's your plan if I can see his attacks? Wonhui also tightened his grip on the short sword and stood up. I'm thinking, but my current condition makes it difficult to do anything. While the blood cultist was still surprised by Wonhui's block, Wonhui tried to discuss a strategy with Sodam. He's been counterattacked once, so he won't get close to the range of my short sword anymore. Speaking of which, both Wonhui and Sodam smiled slyly. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they simultaneously came up with an idea. He'll try his best to stay away. However, if you make him lose his patience, an opportunity will come. Wonhui, having come up with a plan, felt even more confident. He stared intently at the blood cultist, who was still dazed. The blood cultist was still pondering, puzzled. This little brat blocked my last thrust. How did he do that? However, the more the blood cultist thought about it, the more confused he became. Could he have understood my swordsmanship? No, he must have just been lucky. A weakling like him couldn't have possibly seen that move. The blood cultist quickly regained his confidence and charged towards Wonhui once more, with a resounding yell. This time, I'll definitely kill you. Sodam smiled excitedly and instructed Wonhui. Okay, let's begin. First, just block his attacks and stall for time. Wonhui silently nodded in agreement. Understood, I'm ready. Just tell me about his sword moves. Right after that, the blood cultist closed in on Wonhui, within an arm's reach, and swung his sword, unleashing several slashes. The slashes were as fast as the wind, but they couldn't pose any difficulty for Wonhui. Sodam timely reminded him of the positions of the real and fake attacks. Left shoulder, that's a distraction. Right side. The blood cultist, seeing Wonhui dodging and blocking his attacks with ease and grace, started to feel bewildered. No way, how is he blocking all of them? At that moment, the blood from the blood cultist's eyelids started to flow down, soaking his eyeball. Ugh, damn it, blood. One side of his vision quickly blurred. Sodam immediately seized the opportunity and instructed Wonhui, if you enter his blind spot, he'll lose his patience. Wonhui nimbly jumped to the left of the blood cultist, and he was indeed too slow to react. Seeing that Wonhui had moved to the perfect counterattack position, Sodam continued to instruct, the counterattack in his blind spot needs to be precise and even faster. She also didn't forget to remind Wonhui, he will definitely slash sideways to stop you from counterattacking. Wait a bit before going in. Right then, the blood cultist realized that Wonhui was stealthily preparing to attack from the left side. He turned to face him. TSK, you sneaky little rat. As Sodam predicted, the blood cultist, having turned sideways to face Wonhui, immediately swung his sword horizontally. Wonhui, anticipating the danger, quickly lowered his center of gravity to dodge. When the blood cultist's blade missed in his arm, following the swing, retracted, blocking his vision, Wonhui immediately jumped straight up and extended towards him. Sodam shouted, signaling Wonhui, now. At the same time, Wonhui stretched his body high and swung the short sword towards the blood cultist. The blood cultist was startled when he realized that Wonhui's stab was aimed at his chest. No, that's impossible, he exclaimed. However, the blood cultist suddenly smirked, revealing a smug and sarcastic smile. You thought I would be scared when you attacked me unexpectedly, didn't you? He asked. Immediately, he kicked out, his sturdy leg striking Wonhui's bicep before the short sword could reach him. Wonhui tried to block the kick instinctively, raising his right arm to intercept it, but his effort was in vain. Even though Wonhui tried to stop the kick, the force generated from the collision was enough to send him flying back 10 meters. Luckily, he managed to drag his feet across the ground to maintain his balance. When Wonhui stopped, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his right arm as his body trembled with pain. Seeing Wonhui groaning in pain and constantly holding his drooping arm, the blood cultist became even more smug and sarcastic. Is your arm broken, you idiot? He mocked. The blood cultist strutted forward, launching another attack with an arrogant and contemptuous tone. That was a good use of a blind spot, but you're still just a third-rate martial artist. The blood cultist leaped into the air, swinging his sword in a dramatic pose aimed at Wonhui's head. You little brat, die, he shouted. In that moment, Wonhui's seemingly broken right hand suddenly started moving again. He silently clenched his fist, his will to fight surging. While the blood cultist arrogantly descended, Wonhui silently smirked, his eyes gleaming with a bright light. Now was his chance. As the sharp blade of the blood cultist's sword came down, Wonhui gracefully launched himself into the air with a beautiful spin. While rotating, he quickly switched hands holding the short sword. The blood cultist thought he had the victory in his grasp, but he missed, and he cried out in astonishment, What? Immediately, he stammered in disbelief. No, that's impossible. But before he could finish his sentence, Wonhui's blade sliced across his throat. The cut across his throat prevented the blood cultist from screaming, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Although the blade of the short sword was dull, the close distance and the forceful blow were enough to end his life. The blood cultist's blood splattered all over Wonhui, and the stunning counterattack left him both surprised and exhilarated. I won, I hit him directly, he shouted. When the blood cultist lay dead, Wonhui calmed down and moved away from his body. Sodam asked with concern, Are you okay? Can you stand up? Wonhui breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Yes, I'm fine. Sodam cheered, praising Wonhui. You were acting well, I thought your arm was really broken. Wonhui nodded in agreement. If he had been more careful, my move wouldn't have worked. Sodam was still excited, jumping around Wonhui. Your last attack was cool too, kicking out and spinning while slicing across his throat. Wonhui replied while cautiously glancing at the prone body. I could do that because you helped me, thanks, little short sword. Suddenly, Sodam became embarrassed and stammered, well, I am a short sword, but, Wonhui tilted his head in confusion, why are you suddenly shy? Sodam pouted, turning away to hide her slightly flushed face. I'm not shy, I'm just a little surprised. If you're so grateful, why don't you quickly wipe the blood off the blade? Wonhui didn't understand why Sodam was sulking, so he asked directly, Are you angry? Sodam stuck out her tongue and denied it. No, I'm not angry, and quickly cleaned those rust marks on the sword. You really take poor care of your mother's heirloom. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot about the three-man blood cultist team. At that moment, Sodam suddenly shouted a warning to Wonhui. Wonhui, duck, but as soon as Won-wee turned his head, he saw a fist close to his face. Won-wee was unable to dodge the punch. His consciousness quickly faded as the blow landed on his face. In that instant, he felt helpless. He had fought hard to avoid being captured by these people, but it seemed he was destined to be caught. The attacker's fist contained internal energy, and it came so silently that it was impossible to anticipate. Naturally, Won-wee couldn't do anything to avoid the injury. Won-wee was hit and fell to the ground, a long streak of blood spraying from his mouth. For a moment, he felt he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't even move. Won-wee's attacker was a man taller than the previous two, and his rank was higher. He wore the blue belt of a high-ranking blood cultist warrior. When Won-wee lay motionless on the ground, the high-ranking blood cultist started observing him with a dubious look. Unbelievable, I rushed here because the other two didn't come back, but what is this? The high-ranking blood cultist kicked Won-wee's body, expressing his contempt. They failed against a weakling like this, he scoffed. Meanwhile, Won-wee lay flat in the pool of blood flowing from his mouth and injured head. It was unknown how much time had passed. The sound of voices in the air gradually reached Won-wee's mind. Won-wee from Yang Town, Luoyang City, is he a member of the Chao Di men? As he heard the murmurs around him, Won-wee vaguely opened his eyes. A familiar scene from 10 years ago unfolded before him. He had finally been captured after passing out, and a blood cultist member was reporting information about him to his leader. He is a well-known playboy in Hunan. 10 years ago, Won-wee knelt down in tears and listened as the blood cultists discussed him. The donkey of Luoyang City. He was treated as an outsider by his own family after his dantian was shattered due to a burst of energy. One blood cultist suggested a course of action. He's from a sect of the orthodox path. Should we recruit and train him as an informant? The high-ranking blood cultist pondered for a moment and then cast a cold gaze at Won-wee. No, there's no point in keeping a wretch without a dantian. The high-ranking blood cultist looked at Won-wee with disdain and disgust. He'll die anyway. He barely passed the basic training. Besides, look at his condition. The blood cultist sarcastically sneered, looking at the puddle between Won-wee's legs. Despite coming from a prestigious sect, he peed his pants from fear. What use could we have for an idiot like him? He's not even worthy of being a discarded item for us. Kill him. The high-ranking blood cultist's order caused Won-wee's tears to flow even more profusely. In that desperate moment, Won-wee hastily begged pathetically, "My lord, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, including being an informant." The Won-wee of 10 years ago had clasped his hands and begged the blood cultists for mercy, crying and kowtowing. Remembering himself at that time, Won-wee still felt ashamed, but his situation now was not much different from then. He could only sigh inwardly. I tried to break free from fate, but here I am again. However, the Won-wee of now was no longer the cowardly teenager he once was. He quickly regained his composure, encouraging himself to struggle. No, perhaps it's not the same, because my hands are tied behind my back now. Hey, Sodam, how long have I been unconscious? Won-wee tried to summon Sodam, but there was no sound in his head. He looked around frantically, searching for her. Sodam, why aren't you answering me? Then Won-wee realized that the high-ranking blood cultist had confiscated the short sword. That's why I can't talk to it. I guess I can only talk to it if I'm holding it. Things were indeed different this time compared to 10 years ago. The high-ranking blood cultist had changed his opinion of Won-wee. It's quite remarkable, a playboy without a dantian. Yet you managed to defeat 2 of my subordinates with just this short sword. After all, you're still the son of a martial arts clan, even though you lost your dantian. The high-ranking blood cultist stroked Won-wee's short sword with a hint of interest. Won-wee's eyes immediately lit up with hope upon hearing the high-ranking blood cultist's comment. His perception of Won-wee was drastically different from the previous life. The blood cultists are all pragmatists, so at this rate, they'll definitely recruit me. Won-wee's smile lasted less than 3 seconds before fading away in disappointment. Wait, wake up, Won-wee, you're still being captured. However, as he looked around at the blood cultists, Won-wee tried to encourage himself. No, think positive. I need to survive first before I can think about escaping. Won-wee's hope, which had just been ignited like a firefly in the night, was extinguished by the high-ranking blood cultist's declaration, "We'll deal with him right here." As Won-wee sank back into despair, the high-ranking blood cultist's subordinate tried to persuade him, "But leader, he's at least average. If we train him properly," the high-ranking blood cultist immediately interrupted. "He'd be useful as an informant, but there are countless others who could serve as informants compared to this playboy without a dantian." Won-wee ultimately heard the same conclusion as 10 years ago. What reason do we have to keep a discarded item? Kill him. The subordinate immediately unsheathed his sword and marched towards Won-wee. "As you command, my lord." Seeing the sharp blade approaching, Won-wee bitterly exclaimed to himself, "Damn it, the only thing that's changed is his opinion of me. but he still reached the same conclusion. Won-Wee eventually had to bow his head before the high-ranking blood cultist. I guess I have no other choice, I'll just beg like I did in my previous life. Immediately, he spoke clearly, please spare me, my lord, I will do anything. The high-ranking blood cultist burst into sarcastic laughter. Look at you, you've been observing with a strong face this whole time, and now you're begging. Stop your devious thoughts and pay the price for killing my men. His subordinate, without hesitation, swung his sword high, causing Won-Wee to panic and curse to himself. Damn it, this is even worse than the previous life. In that life-or-death moment, Won-Wee frantically looked around for a solution. Is this really the end? Won-Wee tried to look around at the menacing figures and urged his brain to work at full capacity. Think, Won-Wee, I need to buy myself some time. However, the more Won-Wee searched for a solution, the more helpless he felt. I can't die earlier than in my previous life after being given a second chance. Seeing Won-Wee's panicked and desperate look, the high-ranking blood cultist laughed merrily. The high-ranking blood cultist sneered at Won-Wee. Watching you search for a way out in vain is quite entertaining. Why don't you kneel down and beg like a dog? At that moment, Won-Wee was looking towards the high-ranking blood cultist, but he wasn't paying attention to the mockery. He was slightly surprised, staring intently at a sword. The high-ranking blood cultist continued to laugh gleefully. Perhaps, just perhaps, I'll keep you as my dog. Meanwhile, Won-Wee was focused on the sword held by the person behind the high-ranking blood cultist. I think I've seen that sword before. After a few seconds of careful contemplation, Won-Wee suddenly remembered the figure of a powerful person within the blood cultists. A white jade sword hilt, that's him. Suddenly, Won-Wee slammed his head down hard and shouted loudly, as if possessed, towards the high-ranking blood cultist. Blood demon eternal peace, blood cultists forever, I am unworthy to appear before the fourth bloody star. The blood cultists surrounding Won-Wee looked at each other in confusion. What is he saying? The fourth bloody star is here. The high-ranking blood cultist saw his subordinates clamoring and asking each other questions, and he angrily turned to reprimand them. What are you all making such a commotion about? There's no way someone like the fourth bloody star would come here. At that moment, the high-ranking blood cultist realized there was a powerful aura flowing behind him. The tremendous energy and the identifying features on the sword made him panic to the point of stuttering. The high-ranking blood cultist immediately knelt down and bowed to the man wearing a red belt standing behind him. Greetings to the fourth bloody star. Based on information he had gathered from his previous life, Won-Wee knew that the blood cultists had 11 executive leaders, 4 Dang Jia, heads of houses, and 7 bloody stars. Although in his previous life, Won-Wee had never met any of them because his rank was too low and he didn't have any special abilities to attract their attention. However, Won-Wee had heard many rumors that the bloody stars would sometimes disguise themselves as low-ranking disciples and investigate branches during external missions. Initially, Won-Wee wasn't sure if it was true, but seeing those people bow respectfully to the fourth bloody star, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. So the rumors were true. The fourth bloody star, Django, stepped in front of Won-Wee and ordered him, raise your head. In the dim moonlight, a vibrant purple glow of internal energy emanated from Django's surroundings. He spoke coldly to Won-Wee. It's quite remarkable, I've never been detected while infiltrating. Django's sharp eyes stared intently at Won-Wee with a probing gaze. How did you recognize me, even though you are not a member of the blood cultists? Won-Wee respectfully looked up at him and answered truthfully, it was your sword. Django was surprised and asked, the sword? Won-Wee quickly explained in detail, the jade sword hilt and the leather wrapping around the handle. I heard it was made as a memorial to your deceased warhorse, a pure white steed. Django, upon hearing this, no longer had a cold expression. He burst into laughter, enjoying the situation. Oh ho! However, Django's doubt didn't easily end there. He leaned in close and looked directly into Won-Wee's eyes, continuing his questioning. You have sharp eyes, but now, explain it to me. How is it that you, someone not affiliated with the blood cultists, know that? Django's smile seemed normal, but his eyes held suspicion. Won-Wee quickly noticed the suspicion in his gaze. He doubts me. Well, it would be strange if he didn't in this situation. Although he was being doubted, Won-Wee didn't show any sign of wavering. In his previous life, he had hidden within the Orthodox sect for 7 years as a blood cultist informant. He had been in this situation hundreds of times, so the thing he was most confident in was lying. Won-Wee used his lying skills to deceive Django with wide eyes. The truth is that the blood of a blood cultist disciple flows in my veins. The blood cultists, even the high-ranking blood cultist, were startled and shocked to hear Won-Wee's claim. What? He's admitting that there's a descendant of the blood cultists within the Chao Di men, but how is that possible? Django's smile disappeared completely after hearing Won-Wee's declaration. This time, He clearly showed his skepticism, staring intently at him with cold eyes. Understanding the blood cultist's doubt, Wonwi began to fabricate a story smoothly. My maternal grandfather participated in the Great War between good and evil as a lowly subordinate of the Blood Wolf leader. After being severely injured in the battle, he wandered around searching for a place to rest with his only relative, my mother. And that's how my maternal grandfather chose to live in Luoyang City. Searching for a home while fleeing a war was very difficult for him, and his internal injuries became more severe. My mother had to find a way to pay for his medicine by becoming a servant for the Chao Di men. Then, my mother met my father by chance, and I was born. The story, a blend of truth and fabrication, was told smoothly by Wonwi without any hesitation or stumbling. However, that wasn't enough to convince Django and satisfy his curiosity. He narrowed his eyes at Wonwi and said in a low voice, "So your maternal grandfather was a member of the Blood Wolf leader." Wonwi nervously awaited Django's decision on his fate, but to his surprise, after a moment of thought, Django showed interest and made a request. "That's interesting, continue." Wonwi could only sigh to himself. TSK, still not satisfied, he knew it would be difficult to deceive Django with just that, but he still had a secret weapon. He quickly continued to fabricate his story smoothly. "When I was young, I went through grueling training under my maternal grandfather. Whenever I complained about not being able to keep up with the harsh training, he would mention the Blood Wolf leader No Joman and his son, No Sung Gu. He told me that the son of leader No had completed all the Blood Wolf leader's training when he was only my age." As Wonwi mentioned this part, the blood cultists around him began to whisper amongst themselves, "No Joman and No Sung Gu. How does this kid know the name of the previous Blood Wolf leader?" At that time, the blood cultists weren't even present in this land, so it's very strange to hear the names of their leaders and their children mentioned. Then Wonwi put on the sorrowful demeanor of a grandchild remembering his grandfather. "My maternal grandfather used to say that the blood cultists would come for us one day, even when he was dying 5 years ago." His last words were unforgettable memories of the blood cultists. The bewildered eyes and half-believing expressions of the blood cultists around him were evident, but it was hard to tell what Django was thinking, because he had a stoic face and was simply staring at Wonwi in silence. Although he showed no emotion, it made Wonwi even more anxious. After a while, Django seemed to sympathize with Wonwi's situation and said in a low voice, "I understand. This explains why you were able to kill 2 of the blood cultists with that broken Dantian." As Django was about to say something else, the high-ranking blood cultist suddenly burst into laughter, interrupting him. "Ha, don't make me laugh." The high-ranking blood cultist pointed at Wonwi and yelled, "Oh, Bloody Star sir, please don't listen to that brat. Your subordinate doesn't know where he heard that, but the Blood Wolf leader." Django was annoyed by the interruption. He opened his mouth and called the high-ranking blood cultist's name in a firm voice, causing him to freeze in silence. "Leader O." Before Leader O could understand the reason for Django's anger, Django turned his head and glanced at Leader O with a deadly gaze, unleashing his killing intent. "Did I say you had the right to interrupt me?" Django's voice cracked, creating sharp and echoing sounds that made Leader O panic. "I guess becoming the leader of the Ghost Tiger Army has given you the nerve to contradict a Bloody Star, right?" Leader O immediately knelt down, looking meek and terrified. Please forgive your subordinate, sir." Wonwi witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel nervous. He swallowed nervously, a leader cowering in fear just because of a glance and a few words. So this is the pressure of a Bloody Star. After reprimanding the disrespectful Leader O, Django turned back to Wonwi and continued their conversation calmly and politely. "Sorry for the commotion." Django looked directly into Wonwi's eyes and questioned him. "Back to the main point, there are a few things I find perplexing. Killing our disciples could be considered legitimate self-defense. But why didn't you reveal your identity to Leader O and beg him for mercy at that moment?" Django's unexpected but extremely clever question made Wonwi freeze for a moment. Wonwi looked embarrassed and lowered his head. That's because I was too scared that I would be punished for killing 2 blood cultists. Please forgive me, sir." In reality, Wonwi was confused and had to resort to a panicked excuse. He didn't expect Django to be so sharp. Even though he had mixed truth and falsehood when telling his story, Django wasn't easily fooled by the lies and even immediately pointed out the flaw. Wonwi felt like he was contradicting himself, but he couldn't think of a more logical explanation at that moment. Just then, Django's hand, which had been resting on his sword hilt, suddenly dropped. Django unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter, and it seemed like he had let go of his doubt towards Wonwi. After a burst of boisterous laughter, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It seems my joke was a bit too much. I actually understand your reason." Then, Django became friendly again, continuing to laugh and say, "Because your maternal grandfather was a disciple of the blood cultists, we are essentially brothers, right? A discreet sigh escaped Wonwui's lips. He had been so tense that he was sweating cold. Phew, I was scared because he suddenly started twisting my words. Django, appearing pleased, made an offer to Wonwui. We almost lost a missing descendant of the sect. I want to take you in as a disciple of the blood cultists and have you carry on your grandfather's legacy. What do you think? Wonwui reluctantly bowed his head, accepting the proposal, which was practically a command. It's my honor, sir, the fourth bloody star. My grandfather would certainly be very happy. Wonwui's eyes became dull after accepting Django's offer. He tried to stop himself from despairing. Well, I've survived by some miracle, but what is the meaning of reincarnation? After all, instead of being kidnapped, I've willingly entered the blood cultists with my own 2 feet. Although he didn't know if he could change the events of the future as long as he survived, Wonwui still comforted himself by thinking that he had to live for now, and he was quickly untied at Django's command. After being untied, Wonwui quickly bowed his head in respect to Django. Greetings to the Bloody Star, blood cultists forever. Django coldly left with a casual statement, welcome back to the blood cultists. However, for Wonwui, these words were like a knife stabbing his heart. Wonwui lamented his ironic fate once again. I've survived, but ultimately, I've joined the blood cultists again. If I had known this would happen anyway, I wouldn't have resisted. Seeing Wonwui bowing respectfully for a long time and refusing to stand up, Django suddenly stopped. Ah, right. He turned back to look at Wonwui with amused eyes. Fate has destined for us to find a descendant of the blood cultists, so I will grant you a wish. Although he had met Django for the first time, Wonwui had heard that he was a rather erratic person. His treatment of others changed depending on his mood. This made Wonwui wonder, what is this? Why is the Bloody Star going to grant me a wish? He must be testing me. Not knowing Django's true intentions or mood, Wonwui decided to ask for something reasonable. He made a sincere request. If that's the case, I would like to have back the short sword, an heirloom of my mother. Django was slightly surprised by Wonwui's simple wish, an heirloom. Immediately, Django noticed the short sword that Leader O was holding tightly in his hand and commanded, give it to me. Leader O, being disrespectful, continued to oppose Django's command, but this is the sword he used to kill 2 subordinates. Django didn't hesitate, immediately reaching out his hand towards Leader O. Don't make me say it again, Leader O. With no resistance left, Leader O handed the short sword to Django. Yes, sir. Django took the short sword, examined the dull blade that had many rust marks, and smiled. It's a bit old, but a good short sword. Then, Django suddenly pushed the tip of the short sword between his index and middle fingers, clamping it tightly. With a snap, the tip of the short sword broke. It was rusty all over, so breaking it with just his fingers wasn't too shocking. Django calmly declared, you must pay the price for causing bloodshed within the sect. Django placed the short sword on his fingertip and rolled it up, giving a reminder and warning to Wonwui. I hope the next time you swing this sword, you'll be more careful. Then, with just a flick of his wrist, Django sent the short sword flying through the air, plunging into the ground in front of Wonwui at a distance of 20 meters. The incredible force made Wonwui's skin crawl. The short sword remained vibrating for a while, still stuck in the ground. Wonwui looked up at Django's smile and swallowed. He just flicked his wrist, and the sword is still vibrating. His internal energy is terrifying. He must be warning me. As Django gracefully left, Wonwui finally dared to sit down and put his hand on the short sword. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he doesn't suspect me anymore. I guess I've saved my life. A low-ranking blood cultist approached Wonwui and urged him, hey, get up. How long are you going to sit there? Wonwui immediately stood up and said politely, yes, please let your subordinate pick up his sword first. Wonwui quickly pulled the short sword out of the ground and called Sodam. Good thing I got my sword back. Here, Sodam, are you okay? A scream answered Wonwui immediately. Sodam was crying and complaining. My hair, do I look okay? How are you going to fix it? That's when Wonwui realized that when the blade was broken, Sodam's hair had also been cut short. He quickly reassured her, calm down, Sodam, I'll take you to a blacksmith when I have the chance. Sodam, with a resentful expression, pointed towards Django and cursed, if I could move on my own, I'd shave that bastard's head. Wonwui nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'd be happy to see him like that too. After venting her anger, Sodam became curious and asked Wonwui, oh, are you really a blood cultist? How come I didn't know that? Wonwui clicked his tongue inwardly. Well, it's not entirely a lie, but it's not entirely true either. Sodam opened her eyes wide in bewilderment. What do you mean? Wonwui pondered for a moment and then told Sodam, I think it's fine to tell you the whole truth. Sodam looked at Wonwui with anxious eyes. What are you trying to say? Why are you suddenly so serious? Wonwi answered straightforwardly, "Would you believe me if I told you that I came from the future, 10 years from now?" Sodam immediately showed a skeptical expression and even looked at Wonwi with disdain, as if he were crazy. "This kid's gone off the deep end, hasn't he?" While Wonwi obediently joined the ranks of low-ranking blood cultists and prepared to leave, Django silently walked over to Leader O. Django still had doubts about Wonwi, so he gave specific orders to Leader O, send someone to Luoyang City and investigate the boy's maternal family. Leader O, being astute and still suspicious of Wonwi, immediately asked Django directly, "Are you thinking the same thing?" Django glanced towards Wonwi with a cold and suspicious gaze. "Yes, it doesn't really matter if he's telling the truth or not, but the way he attentively observed my every move and tried to guess my thoughts resembled the behavior of seasoned spies," Django said, recalling the times when Wonwi had glanced at his hand movements as if trying to read his mind. Django didn't hesitate to remind Leader O, "Whatever it is, he knows too much about our sect, we must be wary of him." Leader O had anticipated this and immediately acknowledged Django's order. "Yes, sir." During the process of being escorted to the prisoner carriage, Wonwi told Sodam a summarized version of his life story, leaving her dumbfounded. Let me summarize what I understand." Sodam imagined Wonwi's situation and pondered in silence. "You were a spy for the blood cultists for 10 years, and then you were killed, but when you woke up, you were here, is that right?" Sodam was curious and excited, continuously flying up and down. "You not only went back in time 10 years before your death," Wonwi nodded and continued, "but then I could talk to you." Sodam finally believed Wonwi's story and gave him a dismissive look. "No wonder you're not as stupid as the Wonwi I used to know, but come to think of it, you're really a blood cultist, aren't you?" Wonwi gave Sodam a bitter smile and glanced at her. "Stupid? You thought I was stupid?" Sodam ignored Wonwi's sarcastic question and sighed with sympathy for him. "Never mind, but you really are unlucky. After going through so much, you went back 10 years, but you're still kidnapped by the blood cultists." Sodam clicked her tongue and complained to Wonwi, "Everything would have been smooth sailing if you had just left Ah Song behind, right?" Wonwi furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. "I couldn't do that." Wonwi pondered his happy memories with Ah Song and sincerely confided in Sodam, "The only one who ever treated me like a real person was him." Then, the image of a painful memory suddenly flooded Wonwi's mind. "Furthermore, in my previous life, Ah Song." Wonwi remembered that 10 years ago, Ah Song had died protecting him. It was a debt that had weighed heavily on his heart throughout his time in the blood cultists. Remembering the past made Wonwi even more determined in his decision, and now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can pay back that debt today." After a moment of contemplation, Wonwi took a deep breath, regained his composure, and encouraged himself. "It's all in the past. Now I just need to worry about surviving." However, Sodam didn't seem to agree with his decision. Sodam clicked her tongue, shook her head, and sighed. "You'll just be cast aside again after being used, like 10 years ago." Wonwi raised his eyebrow questioningly, looking at her. Cast aside." Sodam rested her hands on her hips with a determined look. "Hey, Wonwi, information is power, and you have the best weapon. As a spy, you should know this better than anyone." Sodam sincerely advised and reminded Wonwi, "You already know all the bad things that will happen, which means you can prevent them, or you can turn them into good things." In that moment, looking into Sodam's determined eyes and listening to her advice, Wonwi's confused mind suddenly woke up from its haze. Wonwi's eyes widened, shining brightly, as if his mind had been enlightened. She's right, why am I only trying to survive when I have information from 10 years in the future?" Wonwi, receiving guidance from Sodam, became much more enthusiastic. He even said out loud, "You're right, this is a good opportunity. I should make the most of it." Sodam also excitedly encouraged him. "That's right, you can't keep living like a loser forever." Immediately, Sodam lowered her voice and reminded Wonwi, "Don't talk so loudly, you idiot. Other people will think you're crazy for mumbling to yourself." Wonwi was startled and quickly retracted his words and his thoughts. "Oh, yeah, I was too excited and forgot." Wonwi chuckled inwardly, imagining the future. "That's right, what opportunities do I lack? Perhaps I can even learn martial arts." Sodam was astonished when she heard this. "Learn martial arts? How can you learn if your dantian is destroyed?" Wonwi pondered for a moment and replied, "No, that's not necessarily true." Wonwi hinted vaguely to Sodam, "Even if that's true, it's a matter for the future, so let's put it aside for now." Sodam, who was curious and excited about the prospect of training, was deflated by Wonwi's ambiguous response. "Oh, come on, this is boring." Seeing that Wonwi wasn't going to explain the matter of martial arts training to her, Sodam couldn't hold back her enthusiasm and began to speak. "You know what, if She hesitated for a moment and then put on a cute expression. If you find a way to regain your internal energy, would you like me to teach you martial arts? Wonwi furrowed his brow and looked at Sodam questioningly. Teach me martial arts, you? Sodam confidently replied, yeah, me. That's the short sword technique that my previous master used, but I'm probably the only one in the world who knows it now. Wonwi was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly chuckled, waving his hand to dismiss Sodam's idea. You want me to learn martial arts from a sword? Okay, that's not going to happen. Sodam felt disrespected and retorted sharply, you've never heard the saying, even the gatekeeper of the academy knows poetry after 3 years. I bet I know more than you. Then, Sodam declared to Wonwi, listen, I'll recite the incantation of that martial arts technique to you right now. Seeing Sodam's determination to teach, Wonwi reluctantly agreed, all right, I'm listening. As he listened to Sodam's incantation, a strange feeling came over him. As Wonwi looked down at the source of the strange feeling, he suddenly saw a blue flame radiating from his right hand. This wasn't the first time, but he was still shocked because it happened abruptly without any warning. Wonwi shook his hand to try to extinguish the flames, but it was useless. Even stranger, the flames weren't hot at all. What is this? What is this blue flame? In a blink of an eye, the space around Wonwi changed. He was floating in the middle of the universe, even his appearance changed, and he was even naked. Wonwi frantically looked around, but he only saw a dark space with glittering streaks of light, like stars scattered around him. He screamed unconsciously, where am I? What is happening? Then, suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, the constellation Ursa Major will open for those who possess the sword heart. Wonwi listened dazedly to the echoing sound, but he was certain this wasn't Sodam's voice. At that moment, a bright blue light emanated from the star in front of Wonwi, causing him to freeze for a moment. The light from the star became increasingly blinding, causing Wonwi to raise his right hand to shield his eyes. What in the world is this? The dazzling light quickly filled Wonwi's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the space of the carriage, and the blue flames that had erupted from his right hand began to subside. Wonwi opened his eyes wide in astonishment, looking at his hand, which was still enveloped in the blue flames. I'm back. What was that? No, more importantly. Right then, Sodam shouted in a sharp and reproachful tone, hey, where's your head? I'm struggling to recite the incantation. Wonwi was startled and held his right hand out towards Sodam. Hey, can you see this, Sodam? Sodam looked at Wonwi's hand in confusion, but she couldn't see any blue flames. What are you talking about? Wonwi urged her, look closer, there are dots on the back of my hand that look like the Big Dipper 7 stars. Sodam strained her eyes, but she still couldn't see anything. She became even more angry. Big Dipper what? All I see is your useless hand. You're bored of hearing the incantation of the short swords technique, aren't you? Sodam, sulking, disappeared with a huff. Forget it, whatever, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't look for me until we get there. Wonwi was still puzzled, looking down at his hand. Am I the only one who can see it? Seeing that Sodam was really angry, Wonwi lowered his voice and spoke softly to her. I'm sorry, Sodam, but will you be okay alone? It will take at least half a month to get there. Sodam, hearing about being alone for half a month, changed her attitude. Wait, I just want to say that I'm tired. Wonwi managed to suppress a laugh and reassured her. Okay. After putting away the short sword, Wonwi leaned back on the straw in the carriage and looked at his right hand, which was still emitting the blue flames. What was that? It looks like the blue flames when I regressed. As Wonwi looked at the back of his hand, the flames were gradually fading and being absorbed. There were 7 dots on the back of his hand, arranged in a similar way to the Big Dipper constellation. The first dot corresponded to the first star of the Big Dipper 7 stars and was glowing. Wonwi had no clue, so he could only speculate that it might be related to the secret records of the Sword Saint. Half a month had passed since Wonwi had been trapped in the prisoner carriage, and finally, the caravan arrived at its designated gathering point. Wonwi woke up and immediately looked at his right hand to check. It's not there anymore. What do I have to do to make it appear? At that moment, the clattering sound outside and the sudden halt of the carriage's shaking signaled Wonwi that they had arrived. The carriage door swung open, a bright light flooding in. Everyone inside jolted awake, squinting their eyes against the glare. The light illuminating the carriage was obscured by the shadow of a figure. The blood cultist subordinate surveyed the people in the carriage and shouted, "Get up, you lazy bums! Are you going to stay sprawled out there?" The bound boys and girls began to step out, prompted by the blood cultist's forceful words, but he was still unsatisfied and continued to yell, urging them, "Get out faster, and anyone who tries anything will be killed immediately." Wonwi was the last to step down from the carriage, and he was immediately blinded by the bright light. As he stepped out of the carriage, Wonwi could see a space enclosed by towering mountains outside. The The moment he saw the place, he felt a chill run down his spine as memories of truly terrifying times came flooding back. The shouts continued relentlessly, "Move faster, gather in front." Sodam, annoyed by the blood cultists shouting, stuck her head out to complain, yawning, "So noisy, where is this?" Wonwi silently glanced at her. "It's the Six Blood Valley." Wonwi briefly explained to Sodam, "This is one of the blood cultists' bases, and it's also where they train the children kidnapped from all over the place into blood cultist warriors." Sodam couldn't hold back her indignation and exclaimed, "Train, what the heck? So all these kids are kidnapped?" Wonwi understood Sodam's thoughts but couldn't do anything about it in this situation. He looked towards the bearded man standing on the podium and continued, "That's one of the trainers here at the Six Blood Valley, the ruthless commander Gu Sangwon." At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Wonwi, attracting his attention. "Hey, the donkey from Luoyang City." Wonwi just glanced back, but before he could see the person's face, he was shoved hard from behind. The twins, who had just been reunited, teased Wonwi, "You act like you know everything that's going to happen, but you're still captured." Wonwi didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and he exclaimed, "Jwabek, Wu Hyun." Wonwi awkwardly smiled at the twins. "I didn't see you guys, so I thought you had escaped." He thought to himself, "So your destiny will be as the black and white twin demons." Jwabek, oblivious, continued to laugh heartily. "Good thing we ran into someone we know." Suddenly, Jwabek noticed Wonwi's hands were free. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, how come you're not tied up?" Wonwi hesitantly scratched his head with a confused look. "Well, it's a long story," but Jwabek was still curious and pressed him, "What? Tell me." At that moment, Leader O appeared with a loud yell. Everyone stopped talking and paid attention. Leader O pointed to the podium where Gu Sangwon was standing and commanded, "Do you see the podium behind me? I'm going to count to 5, run." Jwabek found the request absurd and complained, "At least untie us before telling us to run. Who can run in this state?" However, Wonwi had already dashed into the crowd without a word of complaint. Jwabek looked at him in bewilderment. "Hey, donkey." Jwabek questioned Wonwi with suspicion, "What are you doing? You're really going to run?" Wonwi hurriedly turned back and reminded him, "Do as I do if you don't want to die." The twins remained frozen like statues. "What did you just say?" Wonwi no longer had time to explain. He ran headfirst through the stairs. Jwabek yelled after him, "Hey, Wonwi, what do you mean?" Wonwi continued to run, not even daring to look back. Jwabek was so frustrated that he stomped his foot and yelled, "Seriously, at least give me an explanation." Meanwhile, Leader O was signaling for his subordinates to deal harshly with those who were slow to move. The twins, after a moment of hesitation, quickly made a decision. "Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but let's run." "Yeah, that's right." The others were completely bewildered, unaware that behind them, sharp blades were being drawn from their sheaths. In the next second, someone fell to the ground, blood splattering from the back of his neck. Everyone screamed in terror at the horrifying scene unfolding right next to them. The low-ranking blood cultist subordinates were swinging their swords with relish, slaughtering those who hesitated to run towards the podium. In a flash, the entire area was engulfed in screams, and the smell of blood soaked the ground. Others were panicked but also began to run towards the wooden platform. The twins were lucky enough to start running before the massacre, so they weren't targeted by the blood cultists. "Brother, behind you, what the heck?" While running for his life behind Wonwi, Jwabek said to his brother, stunned, "Once again, everything is happening exactly as that guy Wonwi said." As they neared the wooden platform, Wonwi immediately knelt down. The twins, gasping for breath, stood behind him and whispered to each other, "Damn it, Wu Hyun, do the same as Wonwi. I don't know what's going on, but if we just imitate him, we'll be fine." "Okay, I'll imitate him." Immediately, the twins knelt down, respectfully bowing their heads like Wonwi, and those who had luckily escaped the blades quickly followed suit. The scene astonished the high-ranking blood cultist commanders. "I've never seen this before." Gu Sangwon scratched his chin in contemplation. "I can't believe a child knows what to do without being told." The woman beside him said, "I believe that's the child Leader O mentioned, sir." Gu Sangwon nodded, looking down at Wonwi. "Yes, he claims to be a descendant of the sect." Sodam finally appeared, with an admiring expression. "Wow, you know what to do without waiting for orders. You're acting like a real blood cultist, aren't you?" Wonwi clicked his tongue and replied, "I had to do this at least to avoid suspicion after claiming to be a descendant of the sect." Wonwi glanced back at the people kneeling behind him with a worried look. "Furthermore, if I hadn't done this, they would have beaten me and made an example of me to the others." Sodam sighed wearily and dejectedly. Sounds tiring." Once the survivors had gathered on the steps, Gu Sangwon began to yell with a powerful voice, "Everyone, pay attention. When everyone was silent, Gu Sangwon declared proudly, "Be happy because you have been chosen. The will of the great blood demon will lead you to the glorious blood cultists." As soon as the name blood cultists was mentioned, the prisoners became noisy and forgot the warning to be silent. They shouted in panic, blood cultists, this is the blood cultists." Even if you weren't someone in Jianghu, you wouldn't have been unaware of the name and the cruelty of the blood cultists. Then, the group of prisoners fell silent when a boy, the one who reacted most strongly, shouted, "Don't spout nonsense, how can killing and kidnapping be considered choosing someone?" Sodam turned to face the young man who had just dared to speak and curiously asked Wonwee, "He's right, but will he be okay saying that?" Wonwee didn't need to look back to know the outcome. Of course, he'll be made an example of. Sodam asked again in bewilderment, "You said made an example of, what do you mean?" Wonwee nonchalantly replied, "That's right, you probably didn't see it because we ran earlier." At that moment, a blood cultist subordinate silently approached the courageous young man, but the boy, oblivious, continued to shout loudly, "Once the Muram Alliance finds out, you will." Immediately, the sharp blade of the blood cultist subordinate sliced through the head of the courageous young man, as if splitting a watermelon. Wonwee said to Sodam with a sigh, "The weak can die at any time in the blood cultists." Sodam couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, that's brutal. They went through all this trouble to bring them here and then just kill them like that." Wonwee didn't want to look at the scene, so he kept his face forward. "They force us to be loyal to them through fear. It's actually quite effective." As expected, the blood cultist subordinate, who had just split the boy's head in two, coldly warned the others, "Keep chattering if you want to end up like him." The remaining people fell silent, bowing their heads and trembling in fear. Sodam shivered and exclaimed, "That's terrifying. How did you survive in your previous life?" Wonwee sighed softly and replied, "There's nothing to be proud of, but I managed to survive by obeying them like a dog." After calming the crowd, Gu Sangwon continued his speech. "Now, we will begin the first challenge." At the same time, blood cultists came forward, carrying wooden boxes, which filled Wonwee with apprehension. Gu Sangwon laughed gleefully, scanning the trembling crowd. "All right, let's begin with you, the one in the first row. Do you know what's in this box?" Gu Sangwon had already noticed Wonwee and specifically chose to call him first. Of course, Wonwee didn't want this privilege, but he had to hide his disgust with a calm expression. "Sir, it's the blood insect." Gu Sangwon burst into laughter, praising him. "Oh ho, excellent." Then, he asked Wonwee, "So explain to these people what the blood insect is." Wonwee swallowed down the urge to vomit as he thought about the thing that had tormented him for 10 years. He tried to calmly explain, "The blood insect is a kind of poisonous parasite implanted in the chest of disciples or soldiers to ensure their loyalty to their master. Every 24 hours, they have to drink a medicine. If they don't, the blood insect will rampage inside their chest." Jwabek, after listening to Wonwee's explanations, started to feel suspicious. "So, Wonwee, how do you know all this?" At that moment, Gu Sangwon uttered a compliment, which answered Jwabek's question. "You're right, truly worthy of being a descendant of the blood cultists." Jwabek immediately became angry and criticized Wonwee. "Descendant, you bastard, so you're a blood cultist spy." Sodam seized the opportunity to mock Wonwee. "Oh, you're right, in the past, he was truly a blood cultist spy, and he'll become a blood cultist disciple once again." Wonwee replied with a bitter tone, "Stop teasing me, it's annoying, honestly, I don't know how to deal with this mess." Gu Sangwon poked a box full of wriggling blood insects with his bare hand and grinned mischievously. "All right, I'll give you a chance." He pulled out a still wriggling blood insect and grinned, facing Wonwee, "A chance to show your loyalty to the blood cultists. I'll let you be a hero by getting the blood insect implanted before the others." Wonwee lowered his head, feeling bitter. "There's no way out. If I don't do it, I'll be killed, but I didn't expect them to pay so much attention to me." Wonwee had no other choice. He decided that he had to live, even if it meant swallowing the blood insect, so he acted grateful, clasping his hands in front of Gu Sangwon. "Thank you for allowing me to receive the blood insect first." Wonwee didn't hesitate to step towards Gu Sangwon and take the blood insect. "Can I have some water to make it easier to swallow?" Meanwhile, Leader O stood to the side, observing Wonwee with scrutinizing eyes. Commander Gu Sangwon seems to like that bastard, although there's still no proof that he is a member of the blood cultists." Soon after, a sinister smile spread across Leader O's face. "Well, the truth will soon be revealed. Everything has been carefully planned. Just wait, Wonwee." Meanwhile, Wonwee had swallowed the blood insect whole. The feeling of the slimy, wriggling creature in his mouth before it slid down his throat was truly disgusting, making him want to throw up. After swallowing the blood insect, Wonwee respectfully bowed to Gu Sangwon. "Blood demon and blood cultists forever, thank you for giving me this opportunity." Gu Sangwon laughed gleefully as he looked at him. truly a descendant of the blood cultists. Then, Gu Sangwon turned his gaze towards the remaining prisoners and commanded, "You've all seen this, right? Now, each of you choose and swallow the blood insect as you please." Sodam not only felt disgusted by the wriggling insect but also felt worried for Wonhui. "How did you live with that disgusting bug for 10 years? Wonhui's face quickly turned pale, and the burning sensation in his chest made him uncomfortable. Finally, I have to endure this feeling again after half a month." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Wonhui's chest. The pain was so intense that he instinctively clutched his chest. Sodam exclaimed in panic, "Are you all right, Wonhui?" Wonhui tightened his grip on his chest. "My chest hurts so much, it's burning like fire, it feels like I'm being burned from the inside out." Sodam, confused and worried, asked Wonhui, "What happened to your chest?" Wonhui's chest pain intensified. "I don't know, this pain is different from before, but it's definitely where the blood insect is." The blood insect would never rampage without a reason. As Wonhui wondered why, his gaze caught sight of Leader O staring intently at him. Seeing Leader O's arrogant and smug expression, Wonhui quickly made a judgment, that captain, he must have done something. By that time, the pain had become unbearable, causing Wonhui to collapse. Gu Sangwon, on the podium, immediately noticed his unusual behavior. "What's happening?" As Wonhui fell to the ground, writhing in pain, Leader O calmly walked over, his attitude arrogant. "It seems the blood insect in your chest is rampaging." Leader O smirked with delight, the self-proclaimed descendant of the blood cultists struggling like this in this sacred ritual. He. Wonhui, though filled with anger, was in so much pain that his face turned pale, and he could do nothing but silently curse. "You bastard, what did you do to the blood insect in my body?" After rolling on the ground in agony, seeing Captain O's smug reaction further confirmed Wonhui's suspicions. He glared at him with narrowed eyes, certain he had done something to the bloodworm, the insidious bastard. Gu Sangwon saw Captain O checking Wonhui's condition and asked, "What's wrong, Captain O? Is the kid all right?" Captain O replied nonchalantly, "Yes, he's fine, sir." Captain O feigned innocence and guessed, "It seems like he provoked the bloodworm when he swallowed it." Wonhui continued to writhe on the ground, annoyance boiling inside him. "As if I would make such a stupid mistake, this isn't the first bloodworm I've swallowed." After letting Wonhui suffer for a while, Captain O finally sat down beside him calmly and turned to him. "I'll use my inner energy to put the bloodworm to sleep." As the pain subsided, Wonhui looked up at him in surprise. "Excuse me, but why is the captain doing this personally?" Captain O feigned reluctance and replied, "Do you think I'm doing this because I want to? The others are waiting for you, hurry up and come back." Seeing Captain O's attitude, Wonhui quickly changed his mind. So it's not Captain O, then. The pain is moving down to my stomach, like." Just as Captain O was about to place his hand on Wonhui's back to transfer his inner energy, Wonhui stopped him abruptly. Wait, I'm fine, please step back." Captain O, thinking Wonhui was being difficult, snapped, "What are you saying? Just look straight ahead, you'll get internal injuries if you're hit in the wrong place." Captain O, ready to gather his energy in his hand, reminded Wonhui, "Tense your lower abdomen." Wonhui reluctantly turned his back, but unease filled his heart. No, this feeling, this pain." As Wonhui tensed his abdomen as instructed, his face quickly turned pale. "It must be that thing. I bet. I need to stop him." He bit his lip to stifle his reaction and whispered, "Please step back, Captain." Captain O was taking a deep breath, ready to strike Wonhui's back, but right then, a gust of air accompanied by a vivid sound erupted from Wonhui's rear. The air rushed out like a wave towards Captain O. His action of gathering energy immediately halted. Just 2 seconds after the vivid sound, a strong, pungent smell filled the air, leaving Captain O completely stunned. He looked at Wonhui with vacant eyes. After the fart escaped, Wonhui's pain vanished. His stomach felt much better, but the humiliation was indescribable. His ears turned bright red, and he didn't dare turn back to face the people behind him. I told the captain, didn't I?" Wonhui's embarrassment continued for the next hour because Sodam kept laughing until she almost fainted. Ha, you're killing me. I can't believe you farted." Wonhui glared at Sodam with bitter resignation. "Are you going to keep teasing me forever?" However, Sodam still held her stomach and laughed hysterically. "This place is so boring, thanks for the laugh." Wonhui was so embarrassed that he began to get annoyed. Okay, I get it, stop, I'm feeling really bad about this." Sodam giggled and continued teasing. "What's so bad? Because of that fart? Ha. Wonhui sighed, placing his hand on his chest, seriously feeling the presence of the bloodworm. "No, not that, it's about the bloodworm." Wonhui carefully felt the changes in his body and tried to explain to Sodam, "The pain is completely gone, the tightness in my chest is gone, and I feel much better." While the group of prisoners were heading to another area near the cliff, Jwabek stepped forward and asked Wonhui sarcastically, "Hey, Blood slave, where are we going now? Wonwi was annoyed by the mocking tone. Blood slave, I don't know everything, you idiot. Sodam also felt uncomfortable and glared at Jwabek. Did he forget that he also swallowed a bloodworm to survive? Seeing Wonwi's indifferent expression, Jwabek finally erupted with the anger he had been holding in. You're going to do this with your hometown friend, so you can stand out alone. You're a real bastard. Wonwi couldn't help but be amazed at Jwabek's foolishness. What are you talking about? What would I get by standing out in the blood sect? As the two of them glared at each other with tense eyes, Captain O's voice rang out, "Attention everyone." Captain O stood in front of a cliff and began his speech as the crowd obediently listened. We're going to start evaluating and categorizing you. Don't be noisy or act on your own, and make sure you listen carefully. Sodam sighed in frustration when she saw Captain O. It's him again. On the other hand, Wonwi was surprised and worried. Someone else handled this in my previous life. Did something happen differently this time? Captain O didn't beat around the bush, pointing to the cave behind him. Very simple. Can you see the caves behind me? As Captain O explained further, there will be someone from the blood sect waiting inside each cave. Your skills will be evaluated by a member of the blood sect through a one-on-one fight. Once the evaluation is complete, you will receive a high, medium, or low card depending on the outcome. You need to try your best to get a high ranking, as it will give you great benefits. After briefly explaining the challenge, Captain O changed the subject. Our sect is entirely based on strength. Now look here. Right after that, Captain O pointed to his waist belt. See the belt I'm wearing? This blue belt is for a high-ranking warrior in the blood sect. He filled with energy and encouraged the prisoners. High-ranking warriors recognized for their strength and achievements will have their bloodworms removed. Work hard to be recognized, and you will be greatly rewarded. Hearing these words, the prisoners' faces brightened. They're going to remove the bloodworms. I just need to become a high-ranking warrior. Of course, you can't run a sect solely on fear of punishment. You need to offer some hope to make them true members. Wonwi, seeing through the situation, no longer had any hope for this reward. Everyone was filled with hope after his words, but they didn't realize that they were slowly becoming members of the blood sect naturally. After sowing seeds of false hope and causing the prisoners to stir, Captain O took out a whistle and warned in a low voice, I told you not to be noisy. Wonwi quickly realized the meaning of the whistle in Captain O's hand. He couldn't help but feel a jolt of anxiety. Right then, Captain O blew the whistle, producing a loud, continuous series of sounds. The prisoners just stared at him, unaware of the danger approaching. Just before Captain O blew the first whistle, Wonwi quickly covered his ears and ducked down with a whimper of fear. Jwabek, beside him, couldn't help but be curious about his actions. What's wrong? When the second whistle blew, Wonwi cowered even further. Jwabek was even more confused. Why are you covering your ears? The whistle is loud, but do you need to overdo it? Should I copy you? When the third whistle reached Jwabek's ears, a feeling of discomfort began to stir in his chest, preventing him from asking any further questions. Not just Jwabek, but all the prisoners felt pain in their chests. They screamed in despair and writhed as the whistle continued. Seeing Wonwi crouch down trembling and the chaos among the prisoners, Sodam panicked and asked, Wonwi, are you alright? Why are everyone suddenly acting like this? Wonwi still held his ears tightly and lay flat on the ground, but didn't seem to be in pain. He could even explain the situation to Sodam. It's because of the whistle. The bloodworm in my chest writhes whenever I hear the sound. At this moment, Wonwi realized that he wasn't affected by the whistle like the others who were writhing to the point of unconsciousness. Strange, he's blowing the whistle, but why don't I feel anything? When the prisoners became obedient due to the sudden pain, Captain O calmly stopped blowing the whistle. He looked down at the prisoners with a cold, contemptuous gaze. I told you about high-ranking warriors just because it's protocol, but how many of you think you'll achieve that? At most, only 2 or 3 of you, and the rest will have to live with the bloodworm for the rest of your lives. The strong twins were also forced to crawl on the ground in pain. Jwabek became even more agitated upon hearing Captain O's harsh words. Damn it, I'm not going to live with this thing for the rest of my life. Captain O put away the whistle and continued to yell at the prisoners. How long are you going to lie there? Get up now. Captain O looked around at the prisoners and grinned smugly. Alright, it seems like you've become disciplined. Meanwhile, Wonwi was still pondering. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think the bloodworm is in my chest anymore. Sodam thought for a moment and suggested, maybe because you covered your ears. Wonwi immediately denied her assumption. Even if I covered my ears, it wouldn't completely stop the bloodworm from wriggling. Wonwi sighed inwardly. If only my dantian hadn't been ruined, I could have used inner energy to check. Suddenly, Jwabek, showing a strong front, said to Wonwi, Alright, I've made up my mind. Since we've swallowed the bloodworm, there's no turning back, right? Jwabek grew more and more passionate as he declared to Wonwi, no matter what you do, I'm still a better fighter than someone without a dantian like you. I'll quickly rise to the rank of high-ranking warrior, have the bloodworm removed, and take my revenge. Seeing Jwabaek's unusual way of speaking, Wonwi suddenly felt a sense of unease. What's this idiot planning now? Captain O stood on the cliff, staring intently at the prisoners with cold eyes. Now, when I call out a person, at that moment, Jwabaek suddenly raised his hand, forcing Captain O to take notice. What? Jwabaek stood up confidently, eager to volunteer. Captain, I want to be the first to participate in this challenge. Sodam, who was hovering around Wonwi, whispered in his ear, is he still upset because you didn't answer his question earlier? Wonwi raised an eyebrow and looked towards Jwabaek with annoyance. Is that all it's about? Captain O didn't immediately accept or reject his offer, but calmly called out, new recruit, step forward. Jwabaek, thinking he had gotten his way, ran up eagerly without hesitation. Yes, Captain. As he ran closer to Captain O, Jwabaek proudly turned his head and glanced at Wonwi. Look, Wonwi, I don't need your help. I'll show you that I'm better than you. He didn't realize that something was flying towards him. Right as Jwabaek turned his head to face forward, a fist flew towards him and slammed into his cheek. With the speed he was running, it was inevitable that he would take the full impact. Jwabaek was punched back 10 meters and fell on his back, but his fall continued a bit further in a tumbling motion. Captain O, with a menacing glare, looked at Jwabaek. Are you deaf? Didn't I tell you not to act on your own? Stay in line and only move when ordered. Respond when your superior commands you. Wonwi looked at Jwabaek lying face down on the ground, unable to help but feel sorry for him. What an idiot. The rest of the prisoners, seeing a shining example in front of them, obediently responded to Captain O. Yes, Captain. The echoes of their shouts repeated 3 times. Yes, Captain. Wonwi could only meekly bow his head and wait for the next command. Suddenly, Captain O stepped in front of Wonwi and called out his name. Wonwi of the Shining Star clan, you will be the first to participate in the ranking challenge. Wonwi was stunned for a moment and asked back in confusion, you're asking me? Inside, he tried to stifle a weary sigh. I knew he had something up his sleeve. He wants to make things difficult for me. Captain O laughed mockingly at Wonwi. What's wrong, heir of the blood sect? Do you have a problem with that? Wonwi quickly bowed his head respectfully and replied, of course not. I'm just grateful for your consideration. Inside, he felt discontent but could only sigh with resignation. It seems like this life won't be easy. Wonwi reluctantly walked into the cave first, with anxiety rising within him. Captain O, on the other hand, stood outside triumphantly and ordered the remaining prisoners, the rest of you, form a line, we'll go in order. He occasionally glanced at Wonwi's fading figure inside the cave. Wonwi stepped cautiously into the cave with vigilance. I can't believe I'm going through this challenge again. It feels exactly the same as last time. Captain Hegium was the one who tested me in my previous life. Sodam curiously glanced at Wonwi. But you don't even have a dantian. What card did you get last time? Wonwi clicked his tongue and admitted, of course it was a low one. He explained to Sodam with a hint of frustration, low rankers are just pawns and get assigned random tasks. Upon hearing this, Sodam felt sorry for Wonwi. Oh my, you've had a tough life. As they were lost in their conversation, a large man suddenly emerged from the shadows. You're Wonwi from Luoyang, right? Wonwi was stunned upon seeing the man. If I'm not mistaken, this voice definitely belongs to. So Captain O set this up. He looks younger than when I saw him in my previous life, but I'm sure it's him. Sodam looked curiously at the man standing in the shadows and asked Wonwi, him, do you know who that is? Wonwi confidently replied, yes, I know him very well. A bitter smile appeared on Wonwi's lips. He was my direct superior in my previous life. Sodam was surprised and widened her eyes. Your superior in your previous life. Sodam thought that Wonwi was genuinely happy to see his old friend and asked with a bright smile, what team were you in last time? You said you were a runner. Unexpectedly, Wonwi's expression quickly changed to one of panic. The Blood Wolf Squad. Sodam understood why Wonwi was panicking upon hearing that. The Blood Wolf Squad. So, he's the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad. Wonwi nervously swallowed. Yes, that's the name I told the 4th of the Bloody Star the other day. Wonwi couldn't help but feel tense as he told Sodam the name of the one-eyed man standing before him, Sung Gu, the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad. At this moment, Sung Gu approached Wonwi with scrutinizing eyes. Why don't you answer? Sung Gu questioned Wonwi again, raising his voice. I asked you if you're so wooey from Luoyang. Wonwi didn't answer not because he was afraid, but because he was secretly calculating in his mind. Captain O, your plan is clever, but unfortunately, I was even able to deceive the Bloody Star, someone I've never met before. Wonwi quickly regained his confidence, knowing that deceiving someone he'd known from his previous life would be easy. He acted calmly and politely. Yes, I'm Wonwi of the Shining Star clan, from Luoyang. Captain Bloodwolf, I've heard my external master tell many stories about you. Sung-gu drew his sword without hesitation, with a direct accusation, you're lying, and terribly. Both Sodam and Wonhui were startled by Sung-gu's move to draw his sword. He continued with a sarcastic tone, you said your external master is a warrior in the Bloodwolf squad. There are no warriors in the Bloodwolf squad who could be your external master, tell me who you really are. Right after that, Sung-gu swung his sword dramatically, causing Wonhui to involuntarily step back instinctively. Wonhui hadn't anticipated that Sung-gu, in his younger years, would be so much more impulsive and hot-headed. He was forced to step back to maintain a safe distance. However, that few-meter distance meant nothing to Sung-gu. He charged forward like an arrow and grabbed Wonhui by the neck in the blink of an eye. Wonhui struggled, but there was no way to escape. Sung-gu glared at Wonhui with burning rage. You want to die, don't you? How dare you say your external master serves under my father? He growled as he tightened his grip on Wonhui's neck. I've trained at the Blood Wolf Corps since I started to think. I remember all the soldiers under my father. Sodam, seeing the perilous situation, urged Wonhui, you've been exposed right away. Can you handle him? Quickly pull me out. However, Wonhui resolutely refused. If I pull you out now, things will only get worse. Right now, I can only try to reason with him. Wonhui knew that even if he drew his short sword, he couldn't handle Sung-gu. He was a high-ranking warrior, an expert. Even with the help of the short sword, his body couldn't keep up with Sung-gu's movements. Suddenly, Sodam yelled, Wonhui, below. As Wonhui looked down as Sodam warned him, Sung-gu's left hand tightened around his sword hilt and swung it back towards Wonhui. Thankfully, in that moment, Wonhui managed to draw his short sword in time and block Sung-gu's blade. The two metals collided with such force that they vibrated violently, producing a long, piercing sound. Though he managed to block the blade, the force of the impact still forced Wonhui to strain against it. Ugh, I feel like my back is going to break. How can a human move so fast? Before Wonhui could regain his composure, Sung-gu continued his attack. He flipped over, pressing his hand against the ground, and launched a powerful kick towards Wonhui's stomach. This time, he couldn't block the attack and was kicked back a considerable distance. Ugh, if I can't solve this through conversation, then, damn it, my body can't take much more of this. Even while flying through the air after Sung-gu's kick, Wonhui was still trying to figure out a solution. However, his thoughts were interrupted as his aching back collided with the cave wall. The impact was so strong that it cracked the surrounding rocks. Blood spurted from Wonhui's mouth, and for a moment, his consciousness faded to the point where he nearly passed out. At that moment, Sodam managed to call out to his senses, Wonhui, Wonhui, snap out of it. Wonhui managed to get back up, his body trembling with pain. Damn it, his violent personality is exactly the same as last time. Sodam flew around him in a panic. Wonhui, are you alright? Wonhui, still reeling and dazed, looked at Sung-gu. I'm fine, Sodam. That kick didn't have much inner energy in it. If he really kicked me with full power, I would have died right then. His mind was no longer clear, so he didn't notice the blood pouring from the back of his head. Seeing Sung-gu charge towards Wonhui again, ready to attack, Sodam quickly reminded him, if you're alright, snap out of it. That old man is coming at you again. Wonhui was so injured that he couldn't even stand properly. He was dizzy and closed his eyes. Ugh. I suddenly feel so dizzy, I can't focus. Seeing Wonhui stumbling and about to fall, Sodam became even more worried. What's wrong with you? Sodam only then noticed the long streak of blood on the cave wall where Wonhui had just collided. Damn it, I think you're injured in the back of your head. Wonhui's mind was hazy, his hands were limp, and his eyes wouldn't open. Sodam was forced to become his eyes. Move quickly as I tell you, a horizontal slash towards your neck from the right. The moment the bright gleam of Sung-gu's blade was near Wonhui's neck, Sodam immediately shouted, now, block it. Although Wonhui's eyes were shut tight and his mind was hazy, he was able to raise his short sword to shoulder level in time, blocking Sung-gu's attack thanks to Sodam's guidance. He didn't get hit by Sung-gu's blade, but the force of the impact was enough to send Wonhui's already unsteady body crashing to the ground. The short sword in his hand flew out and plunged into the earth. Seeing Wonhui block his attack, Sung-gu was surprised and stopped. He stared at Wonhui, who was struggling to get up, even more puzzled about his capabilities. When Wonhui managed to sit up and the fog in his mind cleared, he realized his short sword was a distance away. Damn it, I almost lost my head. Thank you, Sodam. Damn it, she was sent flying. Before Wonhui could reach for his short sword, he heard Sung-gu's footsteps echoing through the cave, but this time, the footsteps weren't as hurried as before. Sung-gu slowly walked towards Wonhui and kicked him down. He then calmly placed his foot on his chest and pressed down forcefully. Wonhui, in his current state, was naturally unable to resist. Seeing that Wonwee was more stubborn than he thought and had some abilities, Sung-gu became intrigued and began to question him. "Answer me, who told you about me?" Even though he was under Sung-gu's foot with a sword to his throat, Wonwee laughed happily. "What luck, he's going to interrogate me, my chance has come." He seized the opportunity and immediately spoke about the most important thing. "Captain, aren't you looking for your sister?" Sung-gu's gaze remained cold, but a flicker of light appeared in his eyes. "My sister, seems like you've done your research. But you've missed a crucial detail. My only sister is dead," Sung-gu said, stomping down on Wonwee's chest to warn him about his lie. However, Wonwee firmly insisted on his statement and provided more information. "No, Sewa is still alive. On the day your father was killed, she was kidnapped." Sung-gu's foot went limp upon hearing this. His face stiffened, and his cold eyes began to waver. "What absurd nonsense is this?" Wonwee, now holding the information, took complete control of the situation. He quickly steered Sung-gu's doubt. "What about the body then? Why was only No Sewa's body burned?" Wonwee continued with a firm voice and unwavering gaze as he looked at Sung-gu. "That body was fake. Your sister is still alive. If you want to hear more, let's make a deal." Sung-gu stared intently at Wonwee and lifted his foot off his chest, but he didn't withdraw the sword at his throat. Initially, he had judged Wonwee as an enemy, but now his killing intent was gradually subsiding. After looking straight into Wonwee's eyes for a long time and seeing no sign of a lie, Sung-gu finally spoke. "To think that you even know her name. Seems like you're not bragging." As he finished speaking, Sung-gu drew his heavy sword. He immediately plunged the sword into the ground, inches from Wonwee's face, making him jump but also allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Wonwee escaped death by a hair's breadth and quickly got up. Sung-gu had become calm and withdrew his hand from the sword. "All right, I'll consider myself led by you. I'll hear what you have to say. I'll decide whether to make a deal or not after I hear you out. Where's Sewa now?" Sung-gu frowned and looked at Wonwee, eagerly asking the question that was on his mind most. Wonwee, knowing Sung-gu's personality, didn't hesitate to reveal what he knew instead of bargaining about the conditions first. "She's at the Full Moon Flower Trading Guild." Sung-gu was completely stunned upon hearing this. The Full Moon Flower Trading Guild. Wonwee nodded firmly in confirmation. "That place is under the control of the First of the Bloody Star." Sung-gu was almost speechless at that moment. He hesitantly asked, "Don't tell me the mastermind behind my father's assassination is?" Wonwee continued with a steady gaze and unwavering determination. "Yes, just as you think. It was all to fuel your hatred and gain control of the Blood Wolf Corps. The First of the Bloody Star, Jangryong. It was all his plan." The more Wonwee spoke, the more Sung-gu felt doubt about what he had known before. Sung-gu was becoming disoriented by these terrible secrets he never imagined. "Impossible, it's absurd. My father's wounds were reported as." At the moment when Sung-gu's doubts were at their peak, Wonwee directly posed a fatal question. "Did you see it with your own eyes, Captain?" Wonwee gave a bitter smile, a mixture of pity and sarcasm for Sung-gu's misplaced trust. "The collection and examination of your father's body, it was all handled by the Full Moonflower Trading Guild and the Wise Commander, correct?" Sung-gu was silenced by Wonwee's very reasonable questions. Seeing his thoughtful expression, Wonwee immediately made a decision. He's wavering enough, time for the finishing blow. Right after that, Wonwee provided Sung-gu with the most vital information. "Young Miss is currently at the Gumhee branch of the Full Moon Trading Guild in Jujang. There are many eyes there, so please send someone you trust to investigate." Sung-gu's eyes revealed doubt, but also a sliver of trust in what Wonwee had provided. But more importantly, he wanted to grasp onto any hope, however small, of finding his sister. The chaotic mix of emotions made him blurt out his initial question again. Who are you, exactly?" Wonwee didn't hesitate to interrupt Sung-gu and gave a sly smile. "Is that enough information for you to make a deal with me?" However, Wonwee didn't just want Sung-gu to keep quiet about his true identity. This was too big an opportunity to waste on something so small. So, he made a request. "Please help me when I need your strength in the future." Sung-gu suddenly reached out towards Wonwee, making him jump slightly. "If the story you just told is fake, no matter where you are, I will find you myself and cut your throat." He thought that Sung-gu was going to choke him as a warning again, but his hand stopped mid-air. Wonwee immediately understood and grasped that hand with a relieved smile. "I've swallowed the bloodworm too. Is that still necessary? I hope you find your sister soon, Captain." As Wonwee took Sung-gu's hand, he pulled him up and looked at him with a determined expression. "I still don't fully trust you, Wonwee, but if what you said is true, whether there's a deal or not, I will consider you a benefactor for the rest of my life," Sung-gu said, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the cave, illuminated with hope. Wonwee smiled respectfully and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Sung-gu. "You truly are upright, as the rumors say. thank you. He couldn't help but feel excited. This was also the reason he had trusted and followed Leader No in his previous life. As he clasped his hands together with sincere respect, Wonwee suddenly noticed a foreign object in his hand that he hadn't noticed before. Wonwee looked at the small object in his hand in amazement. It was something Sung-gu had secretly placed in his hand when he pulled him up. It was a small wooden card with the word middle written on it. Wonwee couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a middle rank token. Sung-gu walked towards his sword and spoke frankly to Wonwee. I didn't give it to you for the deal, you deserve it for blocking 2 of my attacks. As he pulled his heavy sword from the ground, Sung-gu asked Wonwee with a hint of curiosity, so, you heard about my character from your external master? Wonwee didn't hide anything and asked him back, if I said yes, would you believe me? Sung-gu sheathed his sword and casually turned towards the darkness in the cave. Well, I'll play along with that act then. Wonwee looked at Sung-gu in confusion. What are you talking about? Sung-gu immediately interrupted him with an exclamation. I don't know if you're smart or stupid. Sung-gu clicked his tongue, expressing doubt about Wonwee's intelligence. I never mentioned the name of your external master, but you assumed you were cornered and started rambling about that information yourself. Wonwee felt like he had been hit by a hammer. Thinking back, he realized that Sung-gu was right. He could only force a smile at his own mistake. Seems like I've been tricked by you. As Wonwee picked up his short sword and stepped out of the cave, Sung-gu watched him with a serious expression and muttered, I don't know what you're planning, but I'll trust you this time, Wonwee. Wonwee had just picked up his short sword when Sodam suddenly appeared with a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. I thought something bad was going to happen to you after I was sent flying. Wonwee was happy and filled with confidence with each step he took. Yeah, I got really lucky. Meanwhile, Sung-gu didn't take his eyes off Wonwee and silently assessed him. He's a rather mature kid. He could keep his composure in that situation. It feels like he's lived more than 10 years longer than his appearance suggests. In that movement earlier, let's say the first block was just luck. But the second block is truly difficult to understand. Both of his eyes were shut tight. However, his actions were too slow if he could sense my energy. How to explain it? It's impossible, but I have a feeling that someone is secretly helping him. In the dimly lit environment of the cave, Sung-gu glimpsed tiny lights, like fireflies, flying beside Wonwee, but they were fleeting, so he couldn't be sure what they were. Although he had many questions, Sung-gu quickly dismissed his random speculations about Wonwee. That's a crazy thought. I mean, have I even met him before? It's strange. I don't know why, but I don't dislike him. Meanwhile, outside the cave, many others had finished their tests. Captain O was still eagerly awaiting Wonwee's results while also organizing the prisoners. Hurry up, reorganize yourselves based on the rank of your tokens. Captain O announced in a commanding voice, those with middle rank tokens, follow me. At that moment, Wonwee emerged from the cave with the confident demeanor of a victor. Looking at the token in Wonwee's hand, Jwabek exclaimed in shock, no way, it's impossible, you, that scoundrel from Luoyang, how could you? Wonwee swayed the token with a beaming smile, mocking Jwabek, making him even angrier and causing him to shout obscenities. How did you get a middle rank? Don't be messing with me, you donkey. After that, Wonwee was among the middle rankers that Captain O led away. They arrived near the center of the mountain, where there was a dedicated training area for middle rank recruits. On the way, Jwabek continued to grumble in Wonwee's ear about his dissatisfaction with the results of the test. I don't understand. I've been thinking about it, but I still don't understand. How could something so ridiculous happen? Jwabek grumbled incessantly. How did you get a middle rank just like me when you don't have a Dantian? Are you getting special treatment because you're part of the blood sect? Jwabek became more and more upset as he spoke. He gritted his teeth and challenged Wonwee. Just wait, I'm sure I'll win the next test. Sodam saw this and whispered to Wonwee, that Jwabek is so competitive. Wonwee calmly responded on the surface, but in his heart, he was annoyed. He's such a nuisance. Both of them are overreacting just because they can't get the better of me. Sodam looked around blankly, and when she saw Captain O's back, she suddenly understood Wonwee's meaning. Both of them, oh, I get it. Thinking back, that Captain O is like that too. Sodam pursed her lips and shook her head, showing sympathy for Wonwee. Wonwee, it seems like the fact that you came out unscathed after facing Sung-gu has hurt Captain O's ego. He keeps glancing at you. Wonwee clicked his tongue inwardly. Well, it's because the leader of the Blood Wolf Corps vouched for me. He has no way to bully me anymore, so it's understandable that he's upset. Sodam laughed loudly and triumphantly. Ha ha ha, he deserves it, you stinky fart. Although Captain O was the one who was insulted, Wonwee was the one who felt embarrassed. He pleaded with Sodam, please don't mention that again. After laughing hysterically about Wonwee's humiliation, Sodam continued to ask, but hey, Wonwee, what are you going to do next? Wonwee placed his hand on his stomach and thought for a moment. First, I want to find an opportunity to heal my Dantian. Sodam was astonished. Heal your Dantian? You said that before, but how are you going to do that? Is it that easy to heal a Dantian? Wonwi replied with a sly smile. I have my ways. Seeing Sodam's curious gaze fixed on him, Wonwi finally revealed his plan. Have you ever heard of the name Ultimate Divine Doctor? Sodam tilted her head in confusion. Ultimate Divine Doctor, what's that? Wonwi briefly explained about the Ultimate Divine Doctor. He's a physician known for being able to cure all illnesses. Jianghu says that as long as you pay the right price, he will treat you. He then revealed his plan to Sodam. Based on what I've heard in my previous life, he once cured a broken Dantian case. According to Wonwi's memory, the Ultimate Divine Doctor would be passing through this place, the Six Blood Valley, in 10 months. Sodam nodded in agreement with Wonwi's idea. So, at that time, you just need to pay the equivalent price and get treatment. But then, she suddenly remembered an important issue. Didn't you leave all your money at the inn? You don't have anything except me now. After thinking for a while, Sodam suddenly got angry and hit Wonwi on the head. You ungrateful jerk, you're going to sell me to pay for treatment, aren't you? I'm your mother's relic. Wonwi quickly dodged Sodam's senseless anger. No, that's not it. What are you talking about? Jwabek, walking behind them, saw Wonwi waving his hands as if chasing away flies. He wondered, what's that Wonwi doing? Should I copy him? Meanwhile, Wonwi tried to explain his plan to Sodam. I'll find a type of herb to repay you. Sodam finally stopped. Herbs? Wonwi grinned gleefully. Yes, in 10 months, the Ultimate Divine Doctor will need help finding a special herb, and because I've regressed, I know where it is. Sodam was embarrassed for misunderstanding him and laughed it off. Oh, is that so? It seems like our smart Wonwi has planned ahead. Wonwi clicked his tongue and told Sodam, since we're already in the tiger's den, I should try to advance within this blood sect. His statement made Sodam burst out laughing. Your family belongs to the righteous sect, and now you're trying to grow up in the evil sect. Wonwi shrugged. In the end, we're all just human. A corrupt person will always be corrupt, whether it's the righteous sect or the evil sect. When he led the middle-rank recruits to the training area, Captain O seemed a little shocked as he looked ahead and immediately ordered the new recruits. Wait, stop. Captain O stepped onto the training ground and was horrified to see everyone lying unconscious on the floor, blood splattered everywhere. What happened? Who did this? Right after that, Captain O and the new recruits saw a man not far away. He had a huge, stout build. He was wearing a tiger's skin around him and was grabbing a soldier by the neck and lifting him high. The man's entire face was covered with a thick, bushy beard, making him look even more like a savage. He stared at the person being lifted off the ground and mumbled a judgment. These guys are all useless trash. Captain O immediately approached the man. You, over there, who are you? The man with the fierce face turned around upon hearing the call, but he seemed completely calm and fearless. The man's goatee trembled with his sinister chuckle. Kakik, the new recruits have arrived. The goateed man immediately tossed the soldier in his hand, making Captain O jump back in surprise and quickly take a fighting stance. Captain O knelt down in a fighting stance, ready to draw his sword. He shouted an order to the new recruits, everyone, back away behind me. At the same time, the goateed man charged towards Captain O with incredible speed. Like a bull, he was able to get close to Captain O in a few effortless steps and easily grab the wrist holding his sword. Captain O hadn't had time to react when the fierce face of the goateed man was right up close. You're in my way, get out of my path. Right after that, a powerful punch was unleashed. Captain O's head was sent flying backwards in a flash. With a pained shout, Captain O flew quite a distance. The blow sent him flipping over on the ground before he crashed down into a heap. The sword in his hand flew out of reach. The sight left the new recruits stunned. Wonwi swallowed nervously as he looked towards the goateed man. Captain O, defeated with just one blow. Wonwi couldn't hide his shocked expression and cold sweat as he glanced at the ground where Captain O was lying. This is insane. He couldn't help but feel a shiver as he looked at Captain O, who was still convulsing. A master like Captain O, reduced to this state, even the commander couldn't do this to him. Wonwi tried to search his memory from his previous life, but he couldn't find any clues. I don't think I've ever heard of a master of this caliber in the Six Blood Valley in the past. Wonwi involuntarily shuddered as he looked at the goateed man with his bulging muscles. He's too strong. Who the hell is he? Jwabek, despite always being arrogant about his own strength, felt fear at this moment and blurted out a question. Did he kill Captain O? Wonwi wanted to answer, but he didn't dare speak. He's not dead. You idiot, get back. At the same time, the goateed man turned towards the new recruits and spread his arms. Everyone was unsure what to do now, but the man suddenly clapped his hands together. The power behind that clap unexpectedly created a powerful gust of wind and an abnormally loud sound that spread outward. Wonhui, standing relatively close to the goateed man, was immediately thrown off balance by the gust. All he did was clap his hands, and this air pressure is already so intense. Not only that, the clapping made Wonhui's ears ache and he couldn't hear anything else around him. The impact of the sound on his eardrums was so strong that Wonhui had to cover his ears because he couldn't bear it. He shouted, trying to relieve the pain and pressure building up in his head. As Wonhui struggled with pain and confusion, the other recruits collapsed around him. Everyone except him and the twins had fainted. It was clear that they couldn't withstand that terrible sound. Ending the soft clapping, the goateed man looked down at the unconscious individuals with a contemptuous expression. Humph, yelling loudly is all the skill you have. You're all just trash. Seeing Wonhui rolling in pain, Sodam hurriedly asked, Wonhui, are you okay? Can you hear me? First, it was the bloodworm, and now it's the clapping. Wonhui gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as his head buzzed. My eardrums feel like they're about to burst. I can't hear anything around me anymore. When the pain subsided a little, Wonhui removed his hands from his ears and saw blood flowing from his ear canals. I'm so dizzy. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Suddenly, something strange happened. Wonhui felt a warm energy in his chest, starting to rise gradually. What's this heat in my chest? Sodam frowned, looking at Wonhui with concern. Your chest is hot. You said the same thing when you absorbed the bloodworm. Wonhui shook his head. It doesn't feel the same as before. The buzzing in my ears has stopped, and my wound has healed. As Wonhui was trying to figure out what it was, he heard a familiar voice. Damn it, come on then. Looking towards the source of the shout, Wonhui saw Jwabik standing in front, shielding his injured brother. He declared to the goateed man, if you have the guts, kill me, but if you want to touch my brother, you'll have to step over my corpse. Wonhui was surprised but also worried about the foolish twins. Jwabik, Wu Hyun, did these two try to endure it? It would have been better if they had just fainted. Instead of getting angry, the goateed man laughed sinisterly with a fierce expression. Kakik, passed. Jwabik, facing the man's somewhat insane smile and incomprehensible statement, frowned in confusion. I passed. Right after that, the goateed man slapped Jwabik on the head. With just one tap from him, his body let out a cracking sound and collapsed. Wu Hyun was now able to get up, but he was completely helpless as he watched Jwabik fall in front of him. He frantically shook his brother, but the goateed man had already set his sights on him. Seeing that the man was about to finish off the twins, Sodam panicked and urged Wonhui, Wonhui, can you move? Wonhui immediately turned his head, ready to run away silently. I don't know what will happen if I stay here any longer. Unfortunately for Wonhui, the goateed man, after easily defeating the twins, turned his eyes towards Wonhui with a gleeful smile. Oh, there's still one left. Sodam panicked and shouted at Wonhui in a reprimanding tone, you're blind as a bat, hurry up and run. Wonhui finally took off running, but his feet had only taken one step when the goateed man leaped forward and closed in behind him. Wonhui sensed the man's overwhelming aura, but he could do nothing but run forward. Meanwhile, the man raised his leg high above his head with a gleeful smile. A thump was the last sound Wonhui heard before he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and his consciousness began to fade. An unknown amount of time later, Captain O vaguely heard echoing calls that roused him from his stupor. Captain O, wake up, Captain O. Captain O struggled to sit up, his head spinning. Ah, Commander Gu Sangwon. Gu Sangwon sat down in front of him with a frown. Finally, you're awake. You weren't here at the appointed time, so I came here myself. Gu Sangwon glanced around the training area. Most of the new recruits were seriously injured. What happened? Captain O rubbed his jaw, which was nearly shattered, with a troubled expression. I'm sorry. A savage suddenly appeared. Gu Sangwon asked again, with suspicion. A savage? You mean someone from outside caused this? Captain O continued to rub his jaw, his eyes filled with regret. Yes, though it's a bit embarrassing. I have to admit that he's strong enough to knock me out in one blow. He looked. Captain O pondered for a moment before describing the goateed man. He had a large body, long, tangled hair. He was wearing a tiger's skin instead of clothes. Upon hearing this, Gu Sangwon suddenly reacted with a jolt. Gu Sangwon, unable to conceal his astonishment, pressed Captain O. You said he was a giant wearing a tiger skin. Captain O nodded rapidly. Yes, that's right. Seeing Gu Sangwon's thoughtful expression, Captain O quickly realized something was amiss. He cautiously asked, Commander, is something wrong? Gu Sangwon pondered for a while before hesitantly stating his assumption. It seems like the one who attacked you and kidnapped those kids is that person. Captain O frowned in confusion, still not understanding. The person you're talking about, do you mean? Gu Sangwon pursed his lips and asked Captain O, do you know the Supreme Elder Action, one of the four masters? Captain O's skin crawled when he heard that title. You just said Action, the demon of heaven. Gu Sangwon sighed and looked towards the towering cliffs surrounding the valley. Yes, Captain O, you probably don't know this because you were sent on a mission, but recently he's been operating near the Six Blood Valley area. Gu Sangwon said with a tone of near certainty about his judgment, one of the most powerful figures in the blood sect, a master, and also the one with the most peculiar personality, Action, the supreme barbarian. Meanwhile, Wonwi woke up with a chilling sensation on his skin and a terrible headache. Then, he faintly heard a raspy laugh. Kakik, unbelievable. The feeling of threat caused Wonwi to instinctively search for his short sword in his chest pocket, but the short sword was in Action's hand, and he chuckled as he played with it between his fingers, looking for this. Wonwi was startled and confused, raising his head immediately. Action was still playing with the short sword. It was strange for a new recruit to possess a short sword, especially one that was so old and rusty. Right in front of Wonwi was the giant barbarian, leaning against a long couch as big as a bed. He grinned, his face still as fierce as before, a man with no inner energy. His dantian shattered, and yet he could withstand that move, and he's the first to wake up. Seems like things are getting more interesting, Action sneered, his expression malicious, making Wonwi even more terrified. Meanwhile, Gu Sangwon and Captain O were climbing a steep mountain peak. They were running on the sheer cliff face of the mountain as if it were level ground. Even while running uphill, they were able to talk. Captain O said with a worried expression, "I'm sorry, Commander, this is all because of my carelessness." Gu Sangwon shook his head to comfort him. The Supreme Elder is not someone you can mess with. Captain O, still concerned, continued to ask Gu Sangwon, "Don't tell me he killed them. They were middle-rank recruits, very difficult to select." Captain O became increasingly worried. "I'm not sure about Wonwi, but those twins, they could have reached the highest level." Gu Sangwon pursed his lips and shook his head. "I don't know what will happen to them either." From what he had heard from his predecessor, Gu Sangwon only knew that Action was a strange and eccentric man, his actions changing according to his mood. Though he knew that the crazy old man often came to the valley, Gu Sangwon never imagined that he would cause trouble with the recruits. Now, Gu Sangwon could only lead Captain O urgently towards Action's residence, carefully instructing him, "We're almost at his residence. Captain O, watch your words when you speak to the Supreme Elder." Arriving at the mountaintop, they found a cave emanating a terrifying aura from within. Gu Sangwon sighed and whispered to Captain O, "After all, out of the four masters, he's still the most eccentric and difficult to deal with." Standing before the cave, Gu Sangwon's face grew even more tense. He knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a greeting. "All hail the blood demon, may the blood sect rule the world. Supreme Elder, I am Commander Gu Sangwon, in charge of the recruits in the Six Blood Valley." Seeing that Captain O was still standing like a statue, Gu Sangwon reminded him, "Show your respect quickly." Captain O hurriedly knelt down. "Yes, Commander." The two of them waited for a moment, but there was no response from inside the cave. Captain O, impatient, whispered to Gu Sangwon, "Commander, should we go in and take a look?" Gu Sangwon clicked his tongue and replied, "Just wait, there's no benefit in provoking him." At that moment, something moved from inside the cave, making Gu Sangwon jump. An object shot out of the cave with incredible speed, and Gu Sangwon hastily blocked it with his sword, but even though he blocked it, his body was still pushed back a few steps. Gu Sangwon had managed to focus his energy on the soles of his feet to maintain balance and avoid falling off the cliff. However, he was still shocked to see a fruit seed stuck on his sword blade. "What? A seed?" A deep voice came out from the cave along with the sound of crunching. "I guess you are a pretty good leader, Cuckoo." Gu Sangwon humbly bowed his head and replied, "You are exaggerating. I'm just a bug compared to you." Supreme Elder, Action arrogantly said, "Humph, that's obvious." Action sat leisurely, swinging his legs and said out loud, "Humph, so you're here because of these kids?" Gu Sangwon respectfully replied, "Yes, Supreme Elder, they will be trained to become warriors of our sect." Although he had been very careful to mention Wonwi and the twins, Gu Sangwon was still overwhelmed by Action's madness. "Are you afraid I'll hurt them?" Action asked. Gu Sangwon hurriedly denied, "No, not at all." Action laughed gleefully as he looked down at the twins who were still snoring after being knocked unconscious. "Cuckoo, these kids are pretty good here. I'm thinking of teaching them a few moves while they're here with me, so you don't need to worry about them," Action said, his voice getting more excited and determined. Hearing that, Gu Sangwon outside the cave couldn't hide his surprise. Elder He will teach them personally, but he's never taken on disciples before. Although he didn't fully understand Action's intention, Gu Sangwon could only reluctantly reply, "I understand, Supreme Elder, I misunderstood your intention. Congratulations on taking on disciples." Suddenly, Action's voice turned serious. "Don't get it wrong," he said. Gu Sangwon was even more confused and opened his eyes wide. "What do you mean?" Action nonchalantly scratched his ear with an indifferent tone. I'm just using them for entertainment while I'm here. You think I'd take on disciples? Gu Sangwon didn't dare ask any further and immediately bowed his head. Forgive me, Supreme Elder. However, Captain O's attitude seemed resentful and unwilling to submit to Action's decision. What the hell is he saying? He's not taking them as disciples. Not only that, he was secretly envious. Although he didn't say he would officially take them as disciples, he would still teach them. Being taught by such a powerful martial artist is a life-changing experience, and he's one of the 4 Supreme Elders. Captain O still held a grudge against Wonhui and told himself, Wonhui, I won't let you have that chance. He then suddenly spoke up. I have something to say to you, Supreme Elder. Captain O bluntly mentioned Wonhui, one of those young soldiers. Wonhui, his dantian has been destroyed. Gu Sangwon was taken aback by his impulsive act. Captain O, what are you doing? Captain O ignored Gu Sangwon's reminder and continued, that brat isn't worthy of your instruction. At that moment, another object flew out of the cave. Just like before, it aimed at the target's chest, but this time, the target was Captain O, not Gu Sangwon. Captain O took Action's half-eaten peach to the chest and, unable to react as quickly as Gu Sangwon had, he was thrown off the cliff. Action laughed with satisfaction as he got rid of the talkative and inconsiderate Captain O. I'm the one who wants to teach him. Who gave you the right to give your opinion? Immediately, Action's eyes turned cold and his voice hardened. I don't want to hear you two babbling anymore. Get out, now. Gu Sangwon was still sweating from the recent events and could only bow his head and obey Action's orders. Understood, we'll leave now. Gu Sangwon reluctantly jumped off the mountaintop with a sense of regret. There's nothing I can do now. It's a shame to lose the twin pair with their potential. We could also take advantage of Wonhui, who's from the Yang family, and send him as a spy within the Miram Alliance, but we have to accept it. After the 2 troublesome men had disappeared from the cave entrance, Action clicked his tongue and shook his head in annoyance. They're really noisy. Wonhui listened to the entire conversation from earlier, along with his memories from his past life, and quickly concluded, I understand now. The one who taught the black and white twin devils in my past life is one of the 4 Supreme Elders. Action. But why did he bring me here? Wonhui wondered, unable to understand what the rude and eccentric guy in front of him was thinking, but he didn't dare ask. While Action was scratching himself, a long, rumbling chain of sounds from his stomach caught through Wonhui's thoughts. Action clicked his tongue and grumbled, talking a little bit makes me hungry already. Right after that, he glanced towards Wonhui, who was sitting quietly in a corner, and ordered, You, bring me food here within 4 hours. Wonhui couldn't believe his ears and blurted out, What? He felt even more confused. What nonsense is this? He brought me here just to do food errands. Action casually picked up the blunt tip of his sword to pick his teeth and warned Wonhui, I'm telling you, don't even think about running away. If you run and I catch you, be prepared for the worst, Action said with a menacing grin, sending chills down Wonhui's spine. Even after receiving the warning, Wonhui was secretly plotting. He thinks that because he said not to run, I won't run. I'll just go along with him for now, wait for a good opportunity, and run. Seeing Action approaching with the short sword he was using as a toothpick, Wonhui, with a heavy heart, boldly pleaded, Yes, sir, but I don't know any martial arts. It's also difficult to find food if I don't have a weapon. And the short sword you're holding, that's also a memento from my mother. Wonhui tried to say tactfully, subtly asking for Action to return the weapon without making him angry. Unexpectedly, Action, before even hearing the full sentence, angrily threw the short sword down, the hilt hitting Wonhui's forehead with a dull thud. Action chuckled at Wonhui's roundabout words. Cuckoo, you're so troublesome, take it. I don't need that crappy short sword anyway. He quickly tucked the short sword into his clothes and respectfully bowed his head before Action. Thank you, Sodam, freed from his captivity, shouted in complaint while wiping Action's saliva off his head. Ah, that half-naked savage used me to touch his dirty stuff. He even used me to pick his teeth. It's so disgusting. Even though he felt sorry for Sodam, Wonhui dared not complain. Action then looked down at the twins who were still fast asleep, oblivious to the world. Without a word, he punched and kicked the twins' faces, his fists and feet moving flawlessly, as if he were practicing on 2 breathing punching bags. Action kept hitting them so hard that the twins had to jump up and cover their heads, but he still had no intention of stopping. How long are these twins going to sleep? Wonhui saw this and swallowed nervously. If this continues, they're going to die. However, once again, Wonhui dared not say a word. When Action was tired of hitting and kicking, the twins, just woken up, were bruised and unconscious again, so he picked them up by the neck with one hand. Action dragged the twins out of the cave entrance, but before leaving, he turned back to remind Wonhui, almost forgot. I want to eat meat. Cuckoo, remember to bring it back, he said. then gave Wonhui a gleeful smile. Immediately after, Action jumped and disappeared in a cloud of smoke and dust. Wonhui couldn't even see his movement. Wonhui ran out of the cave in confusion, looking for Action. What, where did he go? However, what surprised him even more was the strong wind blowing upwards from below. Why is the wind so strong? When Wonhui calmed down and looked down towards the source of the wind, he was shocked to realize how terrifying the place he was standing on was. Wonhui, following the momentum of his previous run, was right next to the cliff edge, only 2 steps away from falling. The magnificent view below made him scream in terror, "Where am I?" More importantly, Wonhui remembered the task Action gave him and his expression quickly twisted. "He wants me to bring back food within 4 hours. It's already been 4 hours just climbing down." Wonhui sighed bitterly. "Where am I going to get meat in this place?" Meanwhile, Sodam was staring with surprise at the cliff a distance away. After a moment of astonishment, Sodam immediately called out to Wonhui. "Wonhui, look!" Wonhui, in a state of confusion, quickly followed Sodam's pointing finger. What? Although what she was pointing at wasn't the location of food, the sight was even more worth watching. Action was carrying the twins in one hand and jumping nimbly across the precarious cliffs. He didn't even have to run across the cliffs, he just simply jumped from one mountain peak to another. Sodam, seeing such an incredible sight for the first time, exclaimed. He jumped so far, while Wonhui was speechless, not knowing what to say about that crazy man. After Action disappeared from sight, Sodam turned to Wonhui with a worried look. "How are you going to escape from someone like him?" Wonhui dejectedly let out a sigh. "I've lost all motivation." However, very quickly after that, Wonhui lifted his own spirits. "Calm down, Wonhui. If you give up now, you'll be that old man's slave forever." Finally, he regained his spirit, determined to survive first before escaping. He started climbing down the cliff. "All right, if that's the case, I'll do what I can." Wonhui clung to the protruding rocks on the cliff face and slowly climbed down cautiously. "Damn, it's so steep. How can you possibly run on this terrain?" Facing the cliff that could take his life at any moment, Wonhui had no mind to think about escaping. He tried to remind himself, "Wait, I need to focus on climbing down first." However, at that moment, the small rock that Wonhui was holding onto broke off the cliff face. Wonhui fell immediately and could only try to thrash around, searching for something to hold on to. Luckily for him, there was a tree protruding halfway down the cliff, and its branches became a lifeline for Wonhui at the last moment. Even in such a dangerous situation, Sodam was still able to laugh and tease Wonhui. "Wow, you survived that fall." Wonhui quickly pulled himself up onto the tree, his heart pounding with tension. "I almost fell to my death. If I had internal energy, damn it, why is my life so miserable? This is my second life." Sodam continued to smile and tease Wonhui. "But at least you got down a little faster, right?" Wonhui, irritated, glared at her. "You devil, I'll break you, you talk too much." After a heavy sigh, Wonhui clicked his tongue and asked Sodam, "How far down have I climbed?" Sodam replied hesitantly, "You really want me to tell you?" Wonhui immediately regretted his question. No, forget it. At that moment, he had only fallen 1/5 of the way down. After 4 hours, Action returned to the cliff and laughed at Wonhui, who was still hanging halfway up the mountain. "For hours have passed. I can't believe you're still hanging around here." Action asked Wonhui half-jokingly, "You didn't listen to my warning, did you? You're ready for death, aren't you?" Wonhui, completely helpless, put on a pathetic look as he looked at Action. "I missed you so much," he said, but in reality, his hand was already numb. If Action hadn't come back, he probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Action, hearing Wonhui's creepy words, grumbled, "What the hell?" Many days passed, and Wonhui's situation improved somewhat from his first struggle. He could at least walk down to the ground below the mountain. However, there wasn't much meat in this area, only small animals. Even if there were larger animals like bears, tigers, or leopards, Wonhui wouldn't dare to target them. In the end, he could only try to find small animals that were easier to hunt, like rabbits, and he also managed to carve a bow out of his old, blunt sword. After many days of practicing hunting, Wonhui's skills improved. He quickly brought down his target. Sodam followed Wonhui every day and cheered him on. "Good job, you hit the bullseye." Sodam smiled brightly, encouraging Wonhui. "It looks like you're much better now." Wonhui smiled brightly, as if he had nothing to worry about. "I've been living like this for 2 months. I have to get better, at least." Wonhui walked towards his prey with confidence, thinking back, on the first day. "I was beaten to a pulp because I spent 4 hours climbing down the cliff," he said. Sodam nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. I thought you were dead for sure." After thinking for a moment, Sodam clicked her tongue and reminded Wonhui, you have to know when to give up, too. You were also beaten to a pulp a few more times after that because you tried to run away. Wonhui chuckled in response, that was a long time ago. Sodam looked down at the rabbit and encouraged Wonhui again, I guess you're good to go today. Wonhui nodded, letting out a relieved sigh, yes, if I can hunt one or two more. At that moment, something large and bulky jumped down behind Wonhui. Of course, it was Action. Even though 2 months had passed, seeing Action's figure still made Wonhui stutter in fear. Sir, you're here early today. I was just about to climb back up. Action laughed gleefully as he approached Wonhui with a menacing expression. Cuckoo, all right, so you've hunted some food, haven't you? My stomach is growling. Wonhui quickly and respectfully presented the 2 rabbits he had struggled to hunt. Yes, sir, tonight's dinner will be roasted rabbit. Action laughed carelessly as he took the 2 small animals. Cuckoo, let's see, 1, 2, only 2. Immediately, Action's tone and expression changed, becoming dark as if a storm had come out of a clear sky. For people, and only 2 rabbits, it looks like I have to cut down on the number of mouths to feed. Wonhui looked up at Action with a bewildered and innocent expression, but Action didn't say anything and directly launched a fist towards him. A few thudding punches echoed throughout the forest. Wonhui quickly lost consciousness as he saw stars appearing in the middle of the day. When Wonhui woke up from the pain of his injuries, he saw the upside-down mountain peaks, but they didn't seem scary anymore. I'm in this situation again today. I'm not surprised anymore. The blood rushed to Wonhui's head as he hung upside down from a tree branch, but he didn't even bother to cry out in pain. He was filled with disappointment. I'm so sick of this. I don't know what he's thinking anymore. There has to be a reason for all this, right? Wonhui remembered the past 2 months. He had lived like a slave. He climbed up and down this dangerous cliff for hours, a place that could kill him with a single slip. Then Wonhui had to run all over the forest to find food. However, no matter how hard Wonhui tried, he couldn't please Action. He punched him even when he brought food back, and he punched him even more when he didn't bring anything back. If he fainted from being beaten, Wonhui would be hung upside down from the tree again, the same tree on the cliff that had saved his life on the first day. Even in this situation, Sodam was still laughing and teasing Wonhui. Didn't you make a big fuss when you were first hung here? You were vomiting and everything. Wonhui sighed, folded himself over, and tried to untie himself. Blood is rushing to my head again. Now, I'm used to getting beaten and hung like this. While Wonhui was struggling to untie the rope around his legs, a familiar voice called out, Hey, Wonhui. Juabek appeared by the cliff with a disgruntled expression. You still can't bring back decent food. Wu Hyun and I were beaten because of you. Sodam saw Juabek bruised and laughed loudly. Juabek's face has also been beaten to pieces over the past few months, hasn't it? Wonhui chuckled and thought, no matter how much he gets beaten, he still looks ugly. He then calmly told him, don't blame me, you'd still get beaten without me. Juabek, unable to argue further, changed the subject. The elder is looking for you. Go in now. Wonhui asked in surprise. Why so early? Sodam felt uneasy and told Wonhui, he called you 2 hours earlier than usual, didn't he? Wonhui replied dejectedly, that's right. I wonder what he's going to do this time. As soon as Wonhui stepped into the cave, Action gave a request different from any other day. Take off your shirt. Wonhui tilted his head in confusion. Sir, my shirt. Action replied in a cold voice. Yes. Wonhui, not daring to ask any further, quickly took off his shirt as Action requested. Why all of a sudden? I can't think of any reason. However, as soon as Sodam saw Wonhui's toned body, she seemed to understand something. Action stared intently at Wonhui but didn't say a word. After staring for a while, Action finally seemed satisfied and said, about 2 months, right, you're pretty ready. Wonhui became even more confused when he heard Action's remark, ready, what is he talking about? Sodam suddenly whispered in Wonhui's ear, hey, your body looks much better now thanks to all the mountain climbing, hunting, and being hung upside down every day. After a moment of thought, Action suddenly ordered Juabek, starting tomorrow, you will be hunting for food. Juabek immediately objected with indignation, me, that's Wonhui's job. Before Juabek could finish his complaint, Action kicked him in the face, warning him about his foolish act of resistance. A single kick from Action sent Juabek flying to the other side of the cave, smashing his face against the wall. Action grumbled in annoyance, if I tell you to do something, do it as I say, stop whining, you. Then Action stood up and looked towards Wu Hyun, who was obediently sitting tending the fire. I'm going out for a bit. Make sure you roast it thoroughly. Wu Hyun, dutifully following orders, replied, yes. Sodam looked at Wu Hyun's bald head with a sympathetic gaze. That Wu Hyun, he's getting balder and balder, it's so pathetic. Wonhui put his shirt back on and looked towards Wu Hyun with indifference. I don't care about that, and neither does he care about his own head. Suddenly, Action walked over and grabbed Wonwu's shoulder, making him jump. But something even more terrifying happened right after that. Action grabbed Wonwu and jumped out of the cave, then nimbly leaped across the mountain peaks. Wonwu screamed in terror and tried to suppress the urge to vomit. Elder, can't we just walk? Action continued to carry Wonwu, completely ignoring his discomfort. You talk too much. Wonwu, unable to contain his frustration, shouted in complaint, I'm struggling like this because you won't use the stairs. At that moment, Action threw Wonwu down into a lake below a raging waterfall. Beneath the waterfall, the fish were swimming happily, enjoying a beautiful day. Suddenly, Wonwu fell with a splash, like a rock thrown into the calm lake, causing the fish to scatter in all directions. Wonwu tried to surface and shouted, letting out all his frustration, why do you keep treating me like this? However, Action wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed gleefully and replied, Cuckoo, we're going to meet the one who will become your master. It's disrespectful to meet him while you're so dirty, isn't it? Wonwu finally stopped yelling and struggling. He looked at Action in bewilderment. Master, what? At that moment, Sodam whispered derogatory words in Wonwu's ear. It seems like he didn't realize that he's the dirtier one. Wonwu, motivated by the two words master, happily joined in Sodam's mockery. Yeah, I know. Wonwu hadn't even had a chance to take off his shirt and scrub himself when Action called him back. You've bathed enough, get up. Wonwu looked at him in bewilderment. I just got wet. Sodam, hearing that, felt annoyed. Look, that's why he smells like a beggar. After that, Action led Wonwu into a cave behind the waterfall. Sodam looked around in surprise. There's a place like this behind the waterfall, but who would live here? Wonwu pondered for a moment and replied, probably someone who doesn't want to be discovered by outsiders. Sodam continued to play with Wonwu. What if it's a beautiful master living in seclusion? Thinking about this recluse being friends with someone as disgustingly dirty as Action, Wonwu dismissed Sodam's idea. Come on, I doubt it. Although he wasn't expecting much, Wonwu still had a sliver of hope. If this elder has asked his friend to take me as his disciple, he must be someone extraordinary. After walking to the very end of the cave, Action stopped and told Wonwu, we're here. Wonwu could only see a faint figure in the darkness of the cave, and he didn't hear any greeting in response, but Action still insisted, we're here. Seeing Wonwu standing there without greeting anyone, Action urged him, what are you doing? Show some respect. He enthusiastically introduced the man in front of them to Wonwu. This man will be your master from now on. Following the ritual of the blood sect, Wonwu bowed before the mysterious figure, the blood demon and the blood sect forever, mid-level soldier of the blood sect. Wonwu pays his respects to his master. When Wonwu waited for a response but didn't hear anything, Sodam called out to him with a concerned tone, hey, Wonwu, I don't think he can receive your respect right now. Wonwu opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Sodam with suspicion. What are you saying? Sodam replied hesitantly, well, the thing is, you just look. The moment Wonwu raised his head to look at the man sitting nearby, he couldn't hide his shock. Before Wonwu was a skeleton with a sword leaning against it. Sodam sadly offered her condolences to Wonwu. I think he's been dead for a long time. Sodam furrowed her brow in contemplation. Could this be a talking skeleton? Wonwu, unable to comprehend the situation, looked at Action in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Elder, what's going on? Are you kidding me? Action laughed carelessly in response. Kidding you, cuckoo. Do I look like I have free time to do that? Seeing Wonwu still standing there, completely confused, Action finally agreed to explain briefly. You don't know, do you? The changes that have happened to you in the last 2 months. Your health increased when you climbed the mountain. When you chased after prey, your legs also got stronger and more resilient. And when I beat you, your endurance increased, and your mental strength became stronger. Even the fact that you were hung from a tree was training to make your upper body strong and your balance more secure. Action proudly asserted to Wonwu, all of this was so you could possess the necessary traits for learning martial arts. Wonwu, hearing this, didn't feel grateful to Action. Instead, he replied dejectedly, Elder, I apologize for saying this, but I lost my dantian when I was young because of a chi explosion. Action continued to laugh gleefully. Cuckoo, you think I'd train you without knowing your physical condition? Seeing a glimmer of interest in Wonwu's eyes, Action suggested, well, let me ask you this. What would you do if there was a way to cultivate internal energy without a dantian? Wonwu, both surprised and curious, immediately turned his head towards Action. A way to cultivate internal energy without a dantian. All this time, he's only been trying to find a way to heal his dantian, never thinking about a possible replacement. As Wonwu gradually became captivated by Action's suggestion and showed clear interest, Action began to speak again. do you know what a dantian is? Wonwee pondered for a moment but was completely unsure of Action's question, so he stammered, a dantian is. Action saw through Wonwee's confusion about handling internal energy without a dantian, which didn't make sense. Therefore, he directly explained to him, that's something you need to know when you start learning martial arts. Any martial art needs it, and the dantian is considered the core of energy. When a martial artist practices, they use qi cultivation techniques to absorb blood and qi, and it's called internal energy. The internal energy then accumulates in the body at the dantian of the martial artist. Action looked at Wonwee thoughtfully. Theoretically, because your dantian is destroyed, you won't be able to accumulate the blood and qi you absorb anymore. Wonwee was stunned for a moment, then nodded, that's right. However, he felt a little disappointed inside. I thought it was something new. Why is he saying something that every martial artist knows? Action didn't pay attention to Wonwee's awkward expression, and he continued to smile brightly, suggesting, you only have two things left, the absorbed blood and qi, in your body. Now, do you know what blood and qi are? His intuition immediately told him something was wrong. Don't tell me he wants to control internal energy in his own way. Wonwee hesitated to ask, are you talking about primal energy? Just when Wonwee thought he'd lost all hope in Action's idea, Action surprised him by denying his knowledge. You learned some rubbish, kid. Primal energy isn't completely wrong, but... Action pointed to the center of Wonwee's chest and explained, the real name of what's in the center of your chest is different. It's called primal talent, Action said, poking it a few times for emphasis. Action continued to explain with a careless laugh, primal talent qi and blood is something you've had since you were born, and you can't accumulate it yourself. It's twice as powerful as the amount of internal energy you could accumulate with a dantian. However, Wonwee, instead of being happy, went numb at his theory. Seeing Wonwee standing there, motionless and unresponsive, Action laughed even more gleefully. Now, you're lucky. Those words over there will teach you how to control what's called primal talent. Sodam, hearing the good news, exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, you hit the jackpot. With this, you can learn martial arts. However, Wonwee's reaction wasn't joyful at all. Sodam, seeing this, asked with concern, why don't you look happy? You want to miss this precious opportunity. After a dejected sigh, Wonwee finally decided to explain the issue. Sodam, primal talent is just like its name, it's essential blood and qi that's directly related to life. He put on a weary expression and explained to Sodam, there's only one case where martial artists use primal talent, it's when they want to die with their enemy. Primal talent doesn't recover. If I use it constantly, I won't be able to live long. Sodam, hearing this, opened her eyes wide in astonishment. What? Sodam quickly understood why Wonwee's face looked even worse than before. Well, then, in that case, Wonwee immediately confirmed her guess. That's right. Wonwee sighed to himself, if I learn this and use my primal talent, I won't have much time left to live. Meanwhile, Action was still looking at him with a bright smile, as if there was no danger at all. Action's cheerful attitude quickly annoyed Wonwee. He clicked his tongue, muttering curses under his breath. This sick old man, he thinks I'll be happy and jumping around about this so-called opportunity. No way. Although he wanted to shout at Action, Wonwee managed to control himself and unexpectedly knelt down to bow to him enthusiastically. Supreme Elder, thank you for teaching me such a valuable thing. Thank you so much. Right after that, he cleverly refused by pretending to be foolish. However, my stupid mind still can't understand all of this. I lost my dantian and I have no talent for martial arts. Afraid that it wasn't convincing enough, Wonwee put on a pitiful expression. When I was in my family, I was always considered talentless. Please reconsider teaching me this. Sodam was amazed at his ability to lie without blinking. Wow, you lie without blinking. Action looked at Wonwee's gloomy expression and pondered. I worked so hard to train your body, and you're such a talentless fool. Wonwee, seeing that he was hesitant, began to be filled with hope. Is this trick working? However, Wonwee's hope was quickly extinguished by Action's mischievous laugh. Cuckoo, I'm sure you know some martial arts techniques because of your martial arts family background. You think I don't know that you're deliberately avoiding learning because it consumes your primal talent blood and qi. Wonwee, caught in his lie, jumped in surprise and hurriedly denied. I don't know what you're talking about. In his 10 years of being a spy, this was the first time he was so easily caught. Immediately, Action grabbed Wonwee by the neck and lifted him up, not waiting for him to explain. Action tightened his grip on Wonwee's neck, raising him high. You're a terrible liar. I have to help you understand that you need to learn this properly. Wonwee's entire body thrashed in the air, but he was completely helpless because of the immense power difference. Action glared at Wonwee, threatening him. You know that if you don't learn this, you'll be useless to me. So, now, I'll let you choose. Action's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even though he was smiling, Do you want to have your neck broken and die right here, or do you want to learn this and die slowly? This tone clearly forced Wonwee to learn this cultivation method to temporarily save his life. Sodam saw that Wonwee's neck was about to be squeezed, so she tried to persuade him. Wonwee, just say you'll learn. However, Wonwee remained firm and refused to compromise. No, if I do that, I'll be following his plan. Immediately, Wonwee declared to Action with a strong voice, then please kill me. Sodam, upon hearing this, was shocked and shouted at him, what, are you crazy? Action was also surprised and stopped his smug laugh. What, you don't care about your life, you think I'll lose anything by killing you? Action said with a sarcastic tone, tightening his grip on Wonwee's neck again. How can a guy who's lost his dantian and will never be able to become anything significant, a third-rate martial artist, confidently ask to die? Although Wonwee was truly afraid of death, he refused to give up. Be brave, Wonwee, if I want to be something more than a third-rate spy, I have to overcome this. Wonwee thought to himself, in a situation like this, I should just gamble with my life. Then he challenged Action with a defiant voice, you haven't killed me yet. Wonwee even chuckled in between his labored breaths, I'm scared, but if I live like this, everything will be exactly as you said. I'll be exploited for my entire life. And then I'll die, Wonwee said, remembering his tragic life in his past life. The more Wonwee thought about it, the more determined he became. He closed his eyes, acting as if he didn't care, giving up. Anyway, I already have a bloodworm in me. I'd rather die now than live like this forever. Action was almost moved by Wonwee's strength and craziness, but as soon as he heard bloodworm, he let out a sneering laugh. Bloodworm, really? Then, Action burst into a hearty laugh at Wonwee's lies and clumsy acting. He was also laughing at his cunning. Action suddenly dropped Wonwee to the ground with a thud and continued to laugh mockingly. I can't believe it, you're still trying to lie to me, you're such a fool. Wonwee coughed, confused. Lying, what? He thought about it, but he still couldn't understand what Action was talking about. He looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean? Action calmly looked at Wonwee's confused expression. You think I haven't checked your physical condition? I knew from the moment I decided to take you along. It was a moment of shock that made Wonwee speechless. Action bluntly exposed and warned him. Bloodworm, my ass, you better not play any tricks from now on. After a while, unable to find any justification, Wonwee had to admit, if you already knew, then why didn't you do anything? Action replied indifferently, I don't care about things like bloodworms or anything, there's something much more important to me. Seeing Action's gaze directed towards the words below the skeleton, Wonwee quickly understood, so that's it. If Action wanted to kill Wonwee, he would have done it from the beginning when he found out he didn't have a bloodworm. Even when he ran away, he was only caught, not killed or punished by using the bloodworm whistle. At this moment, Wonwee saw through Action's purpose. He definitely wanted something from him, and although he didn't know what it was definitely related to teaching him this. Seeing that Wonwee still seemed unwilling to learn that martial art, Action changed his mind and said, alright, I'll offer you something that you'll definitely be interested in. Action bluntly proposed, if you do as I say, I'll ignore the fact that you don't have a bloodworm. Okay, it's not a difficult task. After you learn this, you just need to fight the twins, the ones who will learn my martial arts. Action laughed gleefully as he mentioned the fight, as if there was a huge valuable bet behind it. Wonwee couldn't believe Action's request and exclaimed in surprise, what? Sodam, hearing such a simple request, angrily shouted, this old man, if he had said that from the beginning, we could have agreed sooner. Why did he have to make it so complicated? Seeing Sodam's enthusiasm, Wonwee asked her opinion. Cooperate with him, why should I do that? Sodam replied with a playful voice, it's exciting, isn't it? Wonwee still felt uncomfortable about this deal and hesitated to ask further. I understand, but why? Action, with no patience, interrupted him, ask again and I'll break your legs. Just because I'm being a little lenient doesn't mean you can ask me unnecessary questions. Action proudly declared, finally, I've gotten through to your brain. I'm sure you'll do as I say now, right? However, Wonwee still put on an indifferent face, showing no interest at all. Despite this, Action dismissed Wonwee's decision and prepared to leave him here. First, start by sensing your primal talent. When you can sense it, come back to me. Wonwee felt that fighting these two twins wouldn't necessarily lead to death, so he reluctantly replied, yes, sir. Before leaving, Action still warned him preventively, if you try any tricks, breaking your legs will be the least of your worries, remember that. As Action's back disappeared into the distance, Sodam pondered for a moment and said, it's just a feeling, but it seems like I think that old man likes you. Wonwee, hearing this, got goosebumps. Don't say such terrifying things. I have no intention of getting close to that crazy old man. Wonwee had no choice but to comply with Action's wishes. Anyway, I have to check out this martial art, Sodam curiously asked him. You're not going to use it? Wonhui rubbed his chin and pondered. I'll use it when necessary, but more importantly, I need to see if I can learn it. Wonhui reluctantly walked over to the skeleton and looked down at the words on the ground with a bored expression. If people could learn cultivation methods and martial arts just by looking at instructions, then what's the point of having a master? Meanwhile, Action was laughing happily to himself and returning to his base in the cave. Action became more excited as he thought about it. Besides being brave, that guy isn't stupid either. It's a shame. If those words were complete, they would be perfect for you. Action laughed arrogantly as the sound of his leaps echoed throughout the mountain peaks. Of course, if that's the case, I would have found someone more suitable, because even though it forces you to use primal talent, this martial art is a secret technique that every martial artist would want to learn. At this moment, Wonhui, in the cave behind the waterfall, started to understand the martial arts techniques written on the ground, and his eyes widened in amazement. This can't be. Sodam, seeing Wonhui's shocked expression, became curious. What's wrong? Wonhui excitedly shared with her. If I learn all of this to the very end, I might be able to avoid depleting my primal talent. Sodam, hearing this, became enthusiastic along with Wonhui. So that means, Wonhui happily nodded, confirming to her, yes, I can't die from depleting my primal talent anymore. Sodam, joyful, flapped her wings like a chick. Wow, you really hit the jackpot. However, Wonhui remained calm, smiled, and told her, don't get ahead of yourself, I haven't finished reading yet. Wonhui began to read the instructions for this martial art more carefully. The first words sounded self-destructive, similar to the way the Kahua Bao Dian is practiced. Let's see. First, you need to use internal energy to destroy your Dantian. Wonhui read slowly, pondering each step. Then, we have to move the primal energy. And finally, when Wonhui read the most crucial part, he realized this text didn't have an ending. Sodam, disappointed, slumped her shoulders. The final part is missing. Wonhui was even more desperate. That final part was teaching me how to maintain primal talent, wasn't it? Wonhui, heartbroken, buried his face in the ground and screamed in despair as the glimmer of hope he had just ignited faded away. This guy, he should have at least finished writing it. Why did this stupid skeleton die before completing it? While Wonhui was crying and whining about his miserable life, Sodam noticed something else. She suddenly started talking to someone. What? Wonhui, lost in his disappointment, didn't pay attention to Sodam's strange behavior and instead reflected on what Action had said earlier. Wait, based on what that old man said. Action gave me two choices. Do you want to have your neck broken and die right here, or do you want to learn this and die slowly? The moment Wonhui realized he had been tricked, he couldn't help but curse Action. That damn old man, he already knew this was incomplete. Wonhui slumped his head down, his eyes watery, and his voice shaking with anger. That damn old man, what does he want me to do with an incomplete instruction? Suddenly, Sodam spoke up. Hey, you idiot, why are you so sensitive? How would I know that? Wonhui looked up at Sodam with a puzzled expression. Sodam, what are you talking about? Sodam shrugged and looked at the skeleton. No, I'm talking to this. It's angry after you called it a skeleton. Wonhui thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up again. A glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in his heart. Sodam. He curiously asked Sodam, you can talk to a skeleton? Sodam, annoyed, patted the sword in the skeleton's hand. You idiot, I'm not talking about the skeleton, I'm talking about the sword. Seeing Wonhui's dazed expression, Sodam clicked her tongue and explained, it's this steel sword. Oh, wait, now that I think about it, why don't you talk to it yourself? Wonhui's mind couldn't keep up with what Sodam was saying. He just kept staring at her, then at the sword in the skeleton's hand.
Wonhui stared at Sodam, then at the sword in the skeleton's hand with a dubious look. Wait a minute, you're talking about this iron sword, you're talking to it like you're talking to a human. Sodam sighed and explained to Wonhui, you're really stupid, this iron sword and I don't talk like humans, you're special because you can hear the voice of the sword. Wonhui was still confused. I'm special. He had to think about it for a moment before he started to understand. The voice of the sword, I get it now, that's the meaning of sword heart in the secret records of the immortal sword. Wonhui pondered, secret martial arts manuals often have vague instructions, so that's why it's just described as sword heart, literally, listen to the voice of the sword. Then what about the glowing spots on my hand? I wonder what kind of power I'll get after the missing part is filled in. Seeing Wonhui still thinking, Sodam urged him, stop daydreaming and talk to this sword first. I guess it's also intrigued to know that you can hear us. Wonhui quickly went forward and put his hand on the handle of the black sword. All right. As soon as he grasped the intricately carved hilt, another small soul appeared, but his expression was extremely satisfied as he caressed Wenhui's hand. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've been touched by a human." Wenhui was startled by the sword spirit's moans and retreated in shock. Sodam was also startled and quickly reminded him, "Dude, don't make those weird noises." After the shock, Wenhui became cautious and only dared to touch the black hilt with one finger. The male spirit's voice echoed, "Ahem, pardon me for what happened earlier." The black sword spirit chuckled and greeted him, "You're Wenhui, aren't you, so you really can hear my voice." His previous languid demeanor vanished, and the black sword spirit became composed with a friendly smile. "First, let me introduce myself. I'm the Heavenly South Sword, the name my deceased master, Heavenly South Sword Master Ho Jongdae, gave me." As soon as Wenhui heard the skeleton's identity, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavenly South Sword Master Ho Jongdae." Sodam couldn't help but be curious about Wenhui's excited reaction. "Why are you so surprised?" Wenhui clicked his tongue and replied, "Of course, I'm surprised. I once heard that Heavenly South Sword Master was famous for turning the entire Yunnan town upside down with just one sword. If Heavenly South Sword Master hadn't suddenly disappeared from Urim, he would have become one of the top martial artists in the Central Plains by now. There are even rumors that he might have become the 9th Grand Master of the Central Plains." Wenhui thought harder and felt confused and regretful for such a talent. How could someone like him end up on an unnamed mountain in Guangdong town and die like this? While mourning Heavenly South Sword Master, Wenhui immediately thought of the culprit. Was that crazy bastard Action the one who did this? However, Heavenly South showed no reaction when he heard the name Action. Heavenly South calmly replied, "No, it was someone else. Action never won against my master even once." Wenhui was stunned again. One of the 4 highest figures of the blood cult, Action, never won against Heavenly South Sword Master even once. Thinking about it, Wenhui was even more perplexed. Then who could kill a sword master so skilled that even Action couldn't beat him? Heavenly South pondered for a moment and then told Wenhui, "I'll tell you that later. You have something more important to do right now, don't you?" Wenhui was curious but was distracted by Heavenly South's question. "You're not going to tell me now?" "Well, I am facing a problem right now." Heavenly South glanced at the faded words on the ground. "Because I heard you talking, I know what's going on. You need to learn this technique, internal energy cultivation, and fight Action's twin disciples, right?" Wenhui sighed in exasperation and replied, "You can only know if you've seen it." Heavenly South didn't hesitate to interrupt Wenhui, "I know." Wenhui widened his eyes in surprise. "You know?" Heavenly South affirmed confidently, "Yes, I know. I'll teach you that technique." While Wenhui was still surprised, Sodam jumped into the conversation with Heavenly South. "Wait, is it okay for you to agree so quickly?" Heavenly South nodded immediately. "This is a matter of my master's honor, Heavenly South Sword Master." Heavenly South looked at the dry skeleton with a sorrowful expression and said in a low voice, "If someone loses because they haven't learned my master's martial arts properly, my master's honor will be tarnished." Immediately after, Heavenly South smiled kindly. "I also hope that my master's martial arts can be passed on to future generations. That's my wish." Wenhui's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw Heavenly South's composed demeanor and profound thoughts. "Man, you're cool, thanks, Heavenly South Sword. I hope we can work together well." Heavenly South nodded. "All right, let's negotiate a bit, shall we?" As soon as he heard the word negotiate, Wenhui felt Heavenly South's cool image starting to crack. What, negotiate? Luckily for him, Heavenly South didn't make any unreasonable demands. "Become my new master. Although my master's honor is very important, since I'm a sword, it's even more important for me not to lose my purpose of existence." Just when Wenhui's admiration for Heavenly South was about to increase, he suddenly put on a shy maidenly expression and said, "I've been so lonely all this time. I want you to be my new master. Touch my scabbard every day and touch my blade." Sodam shuddered at Heavenly South's effeminate gesture and ambiguous words. She immediately charged forward and punched him in the face. "You're so annoying, you're making all the swords look strange, you bastard." Meanwhile, Wenhui had fallen into a hazy world of thought. He couldn't accept Heavenly South's embarrassing words and expressions. They were clearly in stark contrast to the sword's powerful and cool black appearance. Imagining having to face a sword spirit that moaned every time it was touched made Wenhui feel empty-headed. Should I just give up on the technique? After a while, Wenhui calmed down. and Sodam had already taught Heavenly South a lesson, so the atmosphere inside the cave returned to normal. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Wunhui finally strapped the Heavenly South sword on his back. "I'll be your new master." However, Wunhui still felt apprehensive and didn't forget to clarify the agreement with Heavenly South. "If you keep acting like a pervert or demanding weird things like making me touch you, I'll give up learning the technique." Heavenly South put on a sad and reluctant expression and replied, "Oh dear, I'm so pitiful. Alright, let's start learning the technique now." Heavenly South immediately became serious as he began teaching. "The place where people usually call luminous core is the essence below your belly. Lower luminous core and inherent energy are located in different areas." Heavenly South touched Wunhui's left chest to illustrate, "You need to use your chest to feel inherent energy. My previous master called the center of the chest middle luminous core." Wunhui understood quickly and made a judgment. "Middle luminous core, this is the first time I've heard this term. If there's a lower luminous core and a middle luminous core, then there must be an upper luminous core, right?" Heavenly South nodded in confirmation and pointed to the middle of Wunhui's forehead. "My previous master said that the area in the middle of the upper part of the forehead is the upper luminous core. It's considered the area that enlightens the mind." It was an abstract concept that Wunhui couldn't understand for the time being, so Heavenly South guided him from the basics. "The important thing now is to feel inherent energy in the middle luminous core. It's not difficult, you just need to feel the origin of vitality." Wunhui closed his eyes and tried to feel it, but he couldn't grasp inherent energy even after 2 hours had passed. He asked Heavenly South, "How do I feel vitality?" Heavenly South calmly replied, If you find it too difficult to feel it through imagination, experiencing it with your 5 senses might be faster." Wunhui still felt confused and asked again, "Feel it with my 5 senses?" Heavenly South continued to explain in detail, "Vitality is easiest to feel in extremely harsh situations, like when you face an ultimate crisis or when your life is in danger." Heavenly South's further explanations made Wunhui wake up. "You will gain strength that you don't have or feel a powerful heat rushing up from your chest in critical moments. That's the feeling of inherent energy." Wunhui remembered the feeling of heat that he experienced when he fell off the cliff and almost died, and when he was beaten and hung on the cliff. "That wasn't just to train my body, he was trying to help me learn what inherent energy felt like from the beginning." However, Wunhui's thoughts were immediately dismissed by Sodam with an extremely convincing piece of evidence. "Maybe that's not the case. He beat the twin brothers like crazy, and one of them even got bald from the oppression." Wunhui heard that and felt that Sodam's reasoning wasn't wrong. Right, that crazy old man is truly a mystery." Heavenly South heard the conversation between Wunhui and Sodam and said, "I don't know what happened to you, but it seems like you've already felt inherent energy." Wunhui pondered and replied, "Yes, I think I've felt it." Heavenly South smiled brightly and encouraged Wunhui, "If so, try to remember that feeling, from the circumstances, the emotions, and the sensations you experienced at that time. Remember the moment you wished to live to the fullest." Following Heavenly South's instructions, Wunhui's eyelids slowly closed. After closing his eyes, Wunhui's heart started beating faster, and he could feel the blood circulating inside. Along with that came a warm sensation in his chest, the moment when his desire to live was strongest. Horrifying memories played backward in Wunhui's mind like a film reel, from the time action threatened him in this cave to the days when he was mercilessly beaten and the moment when action kicked him in the head. Then, the scene rewound to the time Wunhui passed the new recruit test and almost died under No Sung Gu's blade. Wunhui continued to recall the time he was forced to swallow bloodworms. Before that, there was a time when he had to fabricate a story to escape death in front of the 4th Bloody Star and Captain O. Then there was the time when Wunhui fought against mid-level and low-level blood cult warriors, the moment he almost died, and the feeling of suspense, tension, and excitement mixed together. The climax, Wunhui remembered the moment that gave him the chance to revive, the feeling he had at that time, the heat he felt when the enemy's blade slashed across his stomach, all vividly recreated. After another 2 hours of silent contemplation, the heat finally surged in Wunhui's chest as he opened his eyes. This is inherent energy." Wunhui looked down at his chest, where his heart was beating rapidly. "This heat, it's strangely familiar." Sodam immediately reminded him, "Didn't you say something like that before?" When you swallowed bloodworms and when your eardrum was punctured, didn't your chest feel hot? Wunhui immediately exclaimed, "Oh, yeah, that's the feeling." Heavenly South was also surprised and praised Wunhui. "Amazing, my previous master struggled for months just to feel his inherent energy. It's incredible that you could do it in just 4 hours, Wunhui." Wunhui was both surprised and delighted by Heavenly South's praise. A skilled martial artist like Heavenly South Sword Master took months. Sodam chimed in to encourage him, "You must be able to feel it easier because you've been dead and come back to life." Heavenly South tilted his head in surprise. "Dead and come back to life, that's an impressive metaphor." Sodam answered honestly, "No, he really has died and come back to life." Heavenly South still thought it was an exaggeration and ignored Sodam, continuing to instruct Wunhui, "Now focus on your inherent energy. You'll feel a small inherent energy core, about the size of a fingernail, in your middle luminous core." Wunhui was able to quickly feel it according to the instructions. The size of a fingernail?" Heavenly South asked, not surprised at all. "You can't feel it. If so, unfortunately, yours is much smaller than average, but it's okay." Heavenly South smiled gently and comforted Wunhui, "If you learn internal energy cultivation, you'll be able to develop that inherent energy." After a moment of careful feeling, Wunhui excitedly interrupted Heavenly South, "That's not what I meant." Heavenly South was stunned, not understanding what Wunhui was talking about. He stretched out his hand to describe, "I'm sure it's about the size of 2 fingers." Heavenly South was almost shocked by Wunhui's statement. He muttered in disbelief and then came up with a thought to try it out. "How is that possible? Strange, you must be mistaken. Use accumulation gate. You'll be able to transmit internal energy through your meridians and control your inherent energy." After instructing Wunhui on how to use inherent energy, Heavenly South pointed towards the stone pillar in the middle of the cave and suggested, "Try punching that stone pillar in this state." Wunhui was also curious to see how much power his inherent energy held, but he felt hesitant when he touched the stone pillar. It looked quite difficult. Seeing Wunhui hesitate, Sodam beside him cheered enthusiastically, "It's okay if your hand gets crushed. After all, your bone essence innate talent will help you recover." Heavenly South added, "It's not necessarily going to happen, but if it does, it's a good opportunity." Wunhui smiled bitterly, hearing their sincere encouragement. "It's easy for you to say, it's not your hand." Despite some apprehension, Wunhui quickly encouraged himself, "What will happen if I can't meet their expectations? But after all, being able to use martial arts again is enough for me." Wunhui no longer hesitated and immediately went into a solid stance before striking the stone pillar. Wunhui moved his internal energy along the path that Heavenly South had instructed, and he could feel the warmth spreading through his shoulder, arm, and wrist. It was a strange yet incredibly exciting sensation. "Let's see how strong I am now." Wunhui took a deep breath and punched the stone pillar. At that moment, a loud booming sound reverberated throughout the cave, and the stone pillar shattered, losing 2/3 of its diameter. Sodam excitedly exclaimed as she saw the stone pillar shatter, "Amazing! Is this the internal energy of someone with bone essence innate talent?" Meanwhile, Heavenly South couldn't hide his astonishment. Heavenly South secretly sighed, "I've never seen this before. Even the bone essence innate talent of my previous master was excellent, but it wasn't this powerful." Even Wunhui, after delivering the punch, was stunned and couldn't understand why he was so strong. Heavenly South muttered after being stunned for a moment, "With this amount of inherent energy potential, you can learn secret techniques 10 years faster than usual." Heavenly South unconsciously felt doubt as he recalled Sodam's previous metaphorical statement, "It feels like he has lived through 10 years of life and death." Wunhui, did he really reincarnate? Wunhui finally had a good starting point. It was definitely something to celebrate, but it also made him feel unbelievable. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Wunhui had always thought his life was unfortunate. However, now, looking at his hand filled with energy, he couldn't help but feel happy that he was much better than ordinary people. "This is even better than I imagined." Wunhui muttered with a dubious expression, still unable to believe that this body possessed internal energy equivalent to 10 years of cultivation, saving him 10 years. "Is this really the power I have?" As dusk fell that night, the stars filled the sky, but Wunhui hadn't returned to Action's cave, forcing Action to personally go and find him. As soon as he encountered Wunhui in the forest, he cursed, "You useless idiot." Action stomped on Wunhui's foot and looked at him with suspicion. you dare try to escape from me. Wunhui was so dejected that he didn't even bother struggling, he just lazily looked up at him. You misunderstood, I've been climbing up and down mountains for the past 2 months. But how could someone with no talent in Lightfoot techniques like me return on time? Action listened to Wunhui's justifications and then looked up at the towering cliffs far from his cave. In that moment, he was almost speechless. Even though Wunhui's explanation was reasonable, Action still stomped on his face and stubbornly tried to find fault. Just move faster, right? Wunhui could only clench his teeth and endure Action's nonsense. Yes, if I had left half a day earlier, would have returned on time. After stomping on Wunhui enough, Action couldn't contain his eagerness and asked about the main topic. So, have you felt your inherent energy? Seeing Wunhui not reporting, Action grumbled in annoyance. Why are you silent? I asked you if you felt your inherent energy. Wunhui stammered and couldn't answer smoothly. About that. In reality, he was pretending that he hadn't achieved anything and was afraid of getting beaten by Action, causing him to stutter. As expected, Wunhui was bruised after saying that he had gained nothing all day. Action dragged him back to the cave and questioned him again. You not only didn't feel your inherent energy, but you didn't feel anything at all. Looking at Wunhui's pitiful face, bowed down in shame, Action laughed mockingly. Well, I guess it's not something you can feel in just one day. Sodam curiously asked Wunhui, why didn't you tell him the truth? Wunhui clicked his tongue in his heart. I can only survive by concealing at least 60% of my abilities, whether it's in Miram or anywhere else in the world. Letting others know everything about you is always a disadvantage. Wunhui cautiously glanced at Action, who was lost in thought, and said to Sodam, besides, I'm certain about a few things now. It's just like what Heavenly South Sword said. People who can't understand inherent energy can't feel it on the body of another person. Wunhui's cunning eyes secretly glanced at Action, who showed signs of deep disappointment. The next second, Action burst into a cheerful laughter, as if mocking Wunhui's clumsy performance. Almost got tricked by you, huh? In that instant, Wunhui's heart felt like it was falling out of his chest. Action laughed wickedly and sat up straight. It seems like you're trying to avoid using your original energy to prolong your life. I guess I have to help you realize that you need to talk about this clearly. Action pondered for a moment and then came up with an idea. Alright, if you lose this match, I'll hand you over to Leader O. Wunhui immediately became worried. Leader O. Action smiled slyly and replied, yes, after I brought you here, he visited and checked things out a few times. As he recalled what happened during the conversation with Captain O, Action smiled wickedly and warned Wunhui, I don't care about his pleas, but it seems like he wants to take you back. Wunhui swallowed nervously with a frown as he heard that stubborn bastard still hasn't given up on me. Action continued to threaten Wunhui, taking advantage of the situation. The twins told me he seems particularly interested in you. If I let him know you don't have bloodworms. Action smirked and walked towards Wunhui, clicking his tongue with a feigned sympathy. You'll become a low-ranking disciple for the rest of your life. Wunhui was stunned for a moment before hesitantly opening his mouth. This is different from what you promised me. Action replied nonchalantly, that was before you tried every trick in the book to avoid the agreed-upon competition. After cornering Wunhui into a defenseless position, Action asked with a mocking tone, do you have the motivation to feel your inherent energy now? At that moment, Wunhui realized that he had no idea that Wunhui had already felt his inherent energy. He thought Wunhui was simply delaying the learning process. Wunhui let out a sigh of relief. So that's what you meant. Well, I've prepared a few things for you. Wunhui, without hesitation, followed Action's question and laid down a condition with a cunning smile. You said you would kill me if I lost, so what if I win? Is there any reward if I win? Action smiled at Wunhui's bold statement and pulled out a few books. You're still as sly as ever. Fine, if you need something to motivate yourself, I'll grant one of your requests, but only if you win. He unexpectedly threw 2 books down in front of Wunhui and ordered, read them all and get familiar with them. You'll have to learn this pile of martial arts in the future. As Wunhui picked up the book with a dubious look, Action said, this is Wheel of Fate technique. Wunhui immediately understood, I've been wondering how to fight when all I know is body training. This is the solution. Action casually explained, I don't know exactly about the perfect energy technique that the skeleton used, but Wheel of Fate technique will help you balance against perfect energy technique. you'll be able to learn most martial arts without any obstacles. Before Wonhui could complain, Action cut him off. The twins were always taught like that, don't complain about unfairness or anything. Sodam was surprised by Action's generosity. Wow, he's actually trying to help you win that competition. As Wonhui looked at the second book, Action continued, this one is Starlight Swordsmanship. Wonhui had never heard of this swordsmanship before and couldn't help but wonder, Starlight Swordsmanship. Action chuckled triumphantly, this swordsmanship belongs to that skeleton, I mean, this is the swordsmanship your master used. Wonhui stared at the book in astonishment, so this means it's the swordsmanship to wield the Heavenly South sword. Sodam was also surprised, but she was a little more perceptive than Wonhui. That's strange, though, why does Action have Heavenly South sword's martial arts manual? As she said that, Wonhui suddenly remembered a problem. Did he find it on the body? Seeing Wonhui frowning in thought, Action suddenly grabbed his head and asked in a menacing tone, why are you looking so gloomy, aren't you happy? Wonhui was startled and quickly denied, how could that be? Wonhui looked up with curious but cautious eyes and tentatively asked Action, it's just that I have a question, why do you have this martial arts manual? Action was a little surprised and flustered by Wonhui's sharp question. It was a reasonable curiosity, and there was no difficulty in providing an answer, but it made Action think long and hard before replying. After thinking for a long time, Action finally clicked his tongue and gave a vague answer, someone gave it to me. When Wonhui returned to the cave behind the waterfall the next day, Heavenly South saw the swordsmanship book and became furious, lying, I guess he stole it, he tried to use Starlight Swordsmanship to defeat my previous master. Wonhui was astonished, he stole it. Sodam chuckled at Action's craziness, wow, I guess this weird old man really wants to win so badly. Heavenly South pondered for a moment and asked Wonhui, Action said he would show you what Starlight Swordsmanship is like, right? Wonhui nodded in confirmation, yes, he said he would show me once a day, for 3 days straight, starting tomorrow. Heavenly South immediately saw the problem, if he can demonstrate this swordsmanship to you, it means he's memorized the whole thing, he must have used this method to perfect his own martial arts. Heavenly South also quickly guessed that the twin brothers would appear to compete with Wonhui after they finished their seclusion training using the perfected martial arts that could counter this Starlight Swordsmanship. Sodam immediately sneered and criticized Action, that cheap bastard. However, Wonhui didn't react strongly to Action's actions. He felt disappointed rather than angry. I thought he was suddenly trying to make the fight fair for me, but I guess there's still going to be a difference. Sodam was still grumbling in frustration, he's really a bastard, is he trying to change the fact that he's inferior to Heavenly South Sword's master? Wonhui clicked his tongue and chuckled, well, it seems he was never normal. Heavenly South pondered for a long time before speaking again, I think he's doing this because my previous master, Heavenly South Sword Master, is dead. With Wonhui surprised and curious eyes, Heavenly South quickly stated his theory, my master fought against Action countless times, but they never truly determined a winner. Now, my previous master is dead, so there's no way to figure out who was superior, that's why he's trying to train you and defeat you to settle the score like before. Sodam found it unbelievable and asked, what, you're saying he couldn't beat your master in their previous matches? Heavenly South answered firmly, I meant they were evenly matched, I'm not lying. Wonhui sighed and concluded, no matter what happens, this can only be resolved if I lose, However, he still had no intention of giving up, there's still time, so I'll think about what I can do, Sodam cheerfully suggested, how about this? She confidently declared, if you lose when you use Starlight Swordsmanship to fight, just use my Unlight Short Swordsmanship to win. Wonhui burst out laughing at Sodam's sly plan, what if Action says it doesn't count if I use the short sword? Heavenly South hesitated for a moment before reassuring Wonhui, no, Wonhui, you don't need to worry. After hesitating and carefully considering, Heavenly South revealed a secret to him, the Starlight Swordsmanship he stole is the old version before my master improved it. Wonhui was speechless in surprise. Heavenly South began to explain, after my master lost the book that recorded those sword techniques, he practiced and improved his swordsmanship. In the following days, Wonhui practiced Starlight Swordsmanship according to the book, and at the same time, he received guidance from Heavenly South because each movement of the swordsmanship in the book revealed countless weaknesses. although the sword techniques of the old and new versions were similar. However, the revised version, based on real battle experiences, had removed some of the flaws of the old version. That's how each movement of the swordsmanship was improved. Under Heavenly South's dedicated teaching, Wenhui had basically mastered a part of the techniques. Although he hadn't fully unleashed the power of the swordsmanship yet, he had made initial progress. Wenhui sighed, looking at the book. I understand what you're saying. After learning the sword techniques in the improved version, I've felt that although it's similar to the swordsmanship written in the stolen book, it's actually different. Heavenly South pondered and replied, if he hadn't stolen that swordsmanship book, my master wouldn't have considered improving it. I guess it's a blessing in disguise. Even if it wasn't revised, it's still a top-tier swordsmanship. As Wenhui's spirits were lifted, Sodam suddenly put on a worried expression. I'm sorry for ruining the mood, but won't that crazy old man be stunned if we use the improved swordsmanship? Sodam expressed deep concern. He'll surely ask you why you didn't do what he said. Heavenly South nodded in agreement with Sodam's guess. It's really hard to improve a sword technique that is almost perfect. Heavenly South sighed in apparent frustration, because improving swordsmanship is something that can only happen to those with innate talent for swordsmanship like my previous master. Wenhui felt a little bit resentful. This bastard, are you trying to compare me to your master? Well, it's really a tough situation. If I lose, I'll be a low-ranking disciple for the rest of my life, and if I win, it'll be hard to answer his questions. Sodam looked at Wenhui with a pitying expression. But you'll completely lose if you don't use the improved swordsmanship. Wenhui smiled and reassured her. I know, that's why I have to use it. Sodam was even more confused. What are you planning to do? Wenhui chuckled and gave an ambiguous answer. I have my ways. After training diligently in a corner of the forest, Wenhui confidently returned to Action's cave. On the way, Heavenly South and Wenhui muttered to each other. I wonder if it's really okay. It's alright, you can't step into the same river twice, right? I won't make the same mistakes again. Sodam, left out, became more curious. Hey, are you whispering to each other? In the past, every 10 days, Action's group on the mountain would receive food and meat from the Six Blood Valley, sent up during the morning hours. However, today wasn't the scheduled delivery day, but people from the valley unexpectedly arrived. A familiar sinister laugh echoed outside the cave entrance, and two tall figures appeared. Captain Oak confidently declared, Wenhui, this time, I will definitely capture you. I don't know how he got lucky enough to become a prisoner of the barbarian devil. But now he can't just sit there and rely on the Grand Elder, Dohayan. When you meet him, show him what a high-level disciple is capable of. Captain O chuckled and turned to instruct the assistant who had just finished his high-level training. Captain O even bluntly commanded, kill him. Dohayan, brimming with confidence in his own abilities, responded, as you command. Wenhui returned from his sword practice and encountered Captain O. He naturally didn't want to see his face, but Action was still away, so he reluctantly greeted him. Captain O laughed cheerfully. Long time no see, Wenhui. Wenhui clasped his hands in greeting, following the proper etiquette. This is Wenhui, greeting Captain O. Captain O sneered mockingly, don't bother, it seems you're doing a good job playing the role of the Grand Elder's prisoner. Heavenly South curiously asked Wenhui, is he Captain O, the one you mentioned before? Wenhui sighed in his heart, yeah, he always tries to find fault with me. Wenhui glanced at Dohayan, who had remained silent, and couldn't help but feel curious. Who's the one behind him? Captain O brought him along. Wenhui didn't dwell on it much and continued to probe Captain O. The elder will be back late. May I ask what brings you all the way from the blood cult? Suddenly, Captain O placed his hand on Wenhui's shoulder and transmitted internal energy into him. Wenhui felt uncomfortable but couldn't push Captain O's hand away. This bastard, he suddenly used internal energy on me. Is he trying to probe me? Captain O continued to transmit a small amount of internal energy into Wenhui with a cunning smile. As he released Wenhui, Captain O burst into a mocking laugh. Aha, just as I suspected. I thought if the elder chose you, you must have some special quality, but your Dantian is still useless, isn't it? Wenhui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even by using internal energy on him, Captain O still couldn't detect the bloodworm and his inherent energy. Captain O suddenly pushed Dohayan forward and introduced, from now on, he will serve the elder in your place. A high-level disciple like him will be able to serve the elder much better than you. Captain O continued, his voice laced with arrogance, I don't know how you managed to convince the Blood Wolf Captain, but no one has ever seen your grandfather in Woyang City. He immediately issued a command to Wenhui, I need you to come with me to Six Blood Valley to conduct an investigation. Wenhui sighed with exasperation, he's persistent, I can't believe he's going to try this to expose me. If he were this persistent in cultivating martial arts, he would have achieved great feats in martial arts. Wenhui didn't have action backing him up, so he could only choose his words carefully. You misunderstand, Captain, my grandfather had to keep it a secret that he was a blood wolf, how could he reveal himself to anyone? Then, he carefully declined Captain O's request. The elder won't be satisfied with just one high-level disciple. However, those words made Captain O furious. What did you say? Feeling offended, Captain O glared at Wenhui with clear murderous intent. You arrogant bastard, alright, I'll use this opportunity to teach you a lesson about not being overconfident, and at the same time, I'll make a good impression on the elder. Immediately, Captain O ordered Do Hyun, give him a good lesson, don't hold back, I'll take responsibility for this. Do Hyun stepped forward as soon as he received the order. Each step he took was slow but firm. Wenhui stood before his opponent, who was significantly larger than him. He sighed, it's come down to this is a real mess. Do Hyun, before charging forward, honestly told Wenhui, I have no grudge against you, but I can't let this good opportunity slip away, so it might hurt a little, but try to endure it. Wenhui's eyes sharpened as he looked at Do Hyun, this bastard, does he really think I'm weaker than him? Immediately, Do Hyun unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Wenhui's face. However, Wenhui simply shifted his body slightly to the side to dodge his fist. Do Hyun widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe that his punch had missed. What? Captain O was even more surprised. He scowled and roared, what? Do Hyun launched another punch, but Wenhui dodged it again using the same method. He had recognized this as the basic fist technique of the blood cult warriors, 8 blood fist. Moreover, his stance was perfect, just as one would expect from a high-level disciple. Although the force of the strike was surprising, in Wenhui's eyes, Do Hyun was too slow. While it was true that Wenhui had reached the second stage of the Starlight's secret technique, even he didn't expect that a high-level disciple would be so slow and weak compared to him. Wenhui was ready to calculate his counterattack. However, at that very moment, Action unexpectedly jumped down behind Do Hyun, his voice cold, how dare you try to kill my prisoner? Do Hyun immediately recognized Action's dramatic presence. He turned his head to look behind him, his eyes filled with terror, and he involuntarily choked. Do Hyun panicked and hurriedly turned back, respectfully bowing to greet Action, please, greetings, sir. However, before he could finish his sentence, Action grabbed his head and squeezed tightly, blood gushed out and splattered everywhere. Wenhui, standing right behind Do Hyun at that moment, was completely stunned. Do Hyun was in a horrific state, his head was shoved deep into his clothes, as if his neck had shattered and retracted inside. While Wenhui was still shocked by Do Hyun's gruesome death, another pained groan echoed in his ears. Wenhui, filled with fear, glanced towards the source of the sound. Action was grabbing Captain O's head in the same way he had finished off Do Hyun. His voice was harsh and low. Who are you? Action knew his identity, of course, but he asked as if he didn't. Captain O's head was squeezed so tightly that it trembled. He answered hastily, Sir, it's me, I'm Captain O. I serve under the commander of the Blood Annihilation Squad. Action angrily tightened his grip on Captain O's skull. A captain? You're nothing but a pathetic captain. How dare you cause trouble on my territory? Captain O stammered an explanation. Sir, it's not like that. Wenhui watched Action suppress Captain O and whispered in awe, he can immobilize a high-level martial artist instantly. That's what a master is like, isn't it? Sodam, witnessing Action's power, shuddered in fear. Even if you train until you spit blood, it would be difficult to be as strong as that crazy old man. Wenhui clicked his tongue and replied, I know that without you telling me. At that very moment, Zhuabeik's voice echoed from behind Wenhui, hey, you donkey from Luoyang. Wenhui temporarily set aside the matter of Captain O and turned to talk to the twin brothers. Zhuabeik, as usual, taunted him, I heard you're learning swordsmanship these days. How are you doing? You look all right. Zhuabeik quickly noticed the person Action was holding by the head. Hold on, isn't that Captain O? However, Wenhui was too preoccupied observing the twins and ignored the conversation. Wenhui couldn't help but be astonished when he looked at the veins protruding from the backs of the twins' hands, along with the prominent calluses, which were clear evidence that they had trained relentlessly in the past few days. It had only been a short time, but their bodies had become much stronger, their muscles were bulging and defined, with deep grooves. More importantly, looking at Wu Hyun's head, now half-bald, Wenhui couldn't help but wonder, just how hard did these two guys train, and what did they have to endure? Suddenly, Jwabaek screamed in horror, seeing Do Hyun's body on the ground. "Whoa, this gave me a fright, how come there's a body here?" Then, an even louder scream came from Captain Oh. "Sir, please hear me out." Wenhui found it strange that he was still alive to beg Action for a chance to explain. Captain Oh frantically expressed his thoughts. "We still don't know the background of that bastard, please let me investigate him." However, Action had little patience for Captain Oh's nonsense, he directly punched him in the jaw, not interested. Captain Oh, in pain, rolled his eyes back as his jaw involuntarily drooped down due to Action's punch. All the teeth on one side of his face flew out, like scattered puzzle pieces, rattling in his mouth. Action didn't crush Captain Oh but released him. "I told you before that I'm not interested in your nonsense, and yet, you brought another kid here." As Captain Oh fell flat on his back, Action turned and sneered, provoking Wenhui, "That idiot even brought someone along to replace you, he must hate you." It was only now that Wenhui revealed to Action and the twins the reason why Captain Oh was so fixated on him. "When I was kidnapped, I actually killed 2 of Captain Oh's subordinates." The twins knew that Captain Oh hated Wenhui, but they were now shocked to learn the reason. Action burst into mocking laughter. "Huh, you killed his subordinates. His subordinates were truly stupid, how could they be killed by someone who doesn't even have internal energy? Well, they deserve to die, the weak must die, it's natural, predictable." He then suddenly ordered the 3 bewildered teenagers, "They're truly an eyesore, drag them down the cliff and throw them somewhere." Jwabaek frowned in confusion. "You want us to do that? We can just throw him off the cliff." Action was annoyed by Jwabaek's excessive questions, so he immediately yelled, "Do as I say." Jwabaek quickly obeyed and assigned tasks to Wu Hyun. "Yes, yes, sir." "Wu Hyun, go bury that one in the forest, I'll take care of the other one." While the twins awkwardly carried the 2 bodies, Action continued to provoke Wenhui. "You've gotten yourself into a very troublesome situation, you've been targeted by a stray dog." Action's voice grew more excited as he spoke. "The strength of those wild dogs is that once they bite onto something, they'll never let go. Ha, you won't be as lucky as this time, don't you agree? This is your only chance." Wenhui was finally swayed by Action's provocative words. "The old man's right, I need to seize this opportunity." Immediately, he ran towards Jwabaek, who was carrying Captain Oh. "Let's go down." Jwabaek chuckled mockingly. "I'm fine, but can you keep up?" Wenhui hadn't seen Jwabaek in a while, so he assumed his Lightfoot techniques hadn't improved much. He said honestly, "If you start to tire halfway, I'll help you carry him." So. However, before Wenhui could finish his sentence, Jwabaek shot past him and leaped down the cliff. Wenhui stared in astonishment at the direction Jwabaek had launched himself. That bastard, what's wrong with him? He's running on the cliff." Jwabaek ran down the mountain along the cliff, mocking him. "Ha, you're too slow, Wenhui." Seeing that, Sodam gave Wenhui some advice. "Why don't you learn some Lightfoot techniques?" Wenhui was immediately excited by Sodam's idea. "That sounds amazing, if I learn Heavenly South Sword Master's Lightfoot techniques, can I run like him?" Seeing that Heavenly South hadn't spoken, Sodam directly urged him, "Hey, Heavenly South, tell me about Heavenly South Sword Master's Lightfoot techniques." It turned out that Heavenly South was absorbed in rubbing his body against Wenhui's arm. "Ah, of course, I'll teach you his Lightfoot techniques too." Heavenly South clung to Wenhui's hand, caressing him. "But you can't run like that on such a steep cliff unless you use Action's special Lightfoot techniques. Even my previous master was impressed by Action's special Lightfoot techniques." Sodam saw Heavenly South's behavior and was furious. Luckily for Wenhui, he didn't notice Heavenly South's actions because Sodam had kicked him away. He clicked his tongue and said to them, "His Lightfoot techniques must be very strong, I can clearly see that." Immediately after, Wenhui slid down the cliff, chasing after Jwabaek. "Anyway, I need to hurry, Jwabaek, that bastard, I wonder if he understands what the elder said. Now Wenhui was moving more easily as he descended the cliff. Instead of swinging by hand and dragging his feet, he could slide down smoothly, even though he wasn't as fast as Chwabek. Meanwhile, Chwabek had carried Captain O down to the foot of the mountain and dumped him on the ground. Chwabek breathed a sigh of relief while wiping his sweat. I guess throwing him here will be okay. Now, should I finish him off? After pondering for a moment, Chwabek suddenly grabbed Captain O's ankle and lifted it high, just as Wenhui arrived and was about to ask, "What are you doing?" Chwabek chuckled and teased him, "Finally, you're here." Chwabek was confident in his judgment and told Wenhui, "That crazy old man was talking in circles, right? Conveniently, I need something to vent my anger. Good timing. I'll make sure to break his leg and permanently cripple him." However, when Chwabek turned to look at Wenhui, he was stunned by his actions. "What?" Seeing Wenhui draw his iron sword, Chwabek exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, what are you doing?" Wenhui replied nonchalantly, "I think you're mistaken." Wenhui's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his face darkened. "Do you think that old man would stop with just breaking his leg?" Chwabek, startled and terrified, cried out, So maybe, he wants us to kill him." Wenhui found it a little funny to see the panicked expression of a teenager who had never killed before. He scornfully asked Chwabek, "What's the matter? You feel sorry for him?" Although Chwabek was usually brash, he had never considered killing anyone before, so his reaction was more intense. What's the big deal?" Wenhui didn't want to waste time arguing, so he directly walked towards Captain O. "Get out of the way. If you can't do it, then let me." However, the two teenagers were so engrossed in their argument that they didn't realize the commotion had woken up Captain O. As soon as he woke up, he delivered a kick to Chwabek's face. Chwabek was immediately knocked away and collided with a tree behind Wenhui. It was then that Wenhui realized he had missed the best opportunity. Captain O, still groggy, had vaguely heard their conversation, and he was naturally furious. "What the hell were you bastards talking about?" Wenhui turned back to look at him with a worried expression. "Damn it." Seeing that Captain O woke up so quickly, Wenhui could only silently curse and blame Chwabek. "That stupid bastard, didn't he acupoint Captain O on the way down?" After adjusting his dislocated jaw, Captain O grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he stared intently at Wenhui. So you were planning to take advantage of this opportunity to attack me, weren't you? I'll make you regret missing the chance to kill me, Wenhui." Captain O hadn't forgotten that Wenhui had taken down his two subordinates with a short sword. Now, seeing him holding an iron sword, he chuckled mockingly. He, what are you going to do with that sword now?" Heavenly South had returned to a serious demeanor. He scanned Captain O and assessed, "It seems Captain O doesn't know you can use martial arts again now." Wenhui replied, "That's right, so I need to deliver the finishing blow while he's off guard." With arrogance and self-confidence, Captain O aggressively jumped towards Wenhui with a punch imbued with internal energy. "You think a little brat like you, who doesn't even have internal energy and whose dantian is destroyed, can fight back against me?" As Captain O's internal energy-infused fist approached Wenhui's face, he immediately channeled his inherent energy into his hand and caught the captain's fist. In a flash, Wenhui pushed Captain O's fist aside while leaning his body and moving to the opposite side to dodge. Everything happened so quickly and Wenhui's movements were so graceful that Captain O was stunned and gaped. "What? How are you able to?" Seizing the moment while Captain O was still in shock and asking irrelevant questions, Wenhui charged towards him. He bent low while drawing his sword to the side. As soon as he reached the right distance for a counterattack, Wenhui swung his sword, drawing a bright line that slashed diagonally across Captain O's chest. Captain O let out a startled yell, his facial muscles stretched to their limit in shock. More important than the injury was his inability to believe that Wenhui could deliver such a sharp counterattack. Captain O was stunned by Wenhui's precise strike, losing his balance and falling backwards. Meanwhile, Wenhui had stepped back several paces to create a safe distance. Wenhui silently cheered in his heart. "It worked. I can use internal energy." Heavenly South nodded in praise. "For your first time using swordsmanship, it's pretty good." Immediately after, Heavenly South reminded the pleased Wenhui, "But don't get complacent, Wenhui." Heavenly South looked seriously towards Captain O, who was struggling to get up. "Your opponent is a high-level martial artist, be careful, the real fight is just beginning." Captain O had been slashed in the chest, but the wound wasn't deep enough, it only made him more irritated and puzzled. I'm pretty sure he used a technique where there was no presence of chi, then how could his technique be so powerful? Captain O grew more confused, then how could he? It's impossible. Just then, Wunhui once again seized the opportunity as Captain O was distracted and launched an attack. He jumped into the air and swung his sword backwards. Seeing Wunhui's blade about to descend, without hesitation, Captain O regained his composure and instantly used his maneuvering dragon, flashing eyes skill to shift his body in time, rolling to the side and successfully dodging in a blink of an eye. Wunhui's blade this time unleashed a force greater than before, cutting a deep groove in the ground. Unfortunately, it missed. Captain O, having rolled out of danger, immediately sprang to his feet and stepped back, out of Wunhui's range. Beads of anxious sweat covered Captain O's face. He stared at Wunhui in disbelief. Damn it, although that move of his was dangerous, I can't believe I had to use a maneuvering dragon, flashing eyes to deal with a brat like him. Captain O couldn't believe that Wunhui, with his destroyed dantian, could still use martial arts like that. He began to raise his guard. That kid is dangerous, I need to be more careful when dealing with him. Anger and murderous intent erupted more intensely as Captain O became highly alert. Son Wunhui, you bastard, no matter what, I won't let you live. It's unknown how long after that, Zhuabake, his face swollen from the kick, slowly opened his eyes. He still wasn't aware of what was happening around him. Only after he sat up and saw Wunhui engaged in a close combat with Captain O, still alive, did Captain O vaguely realize the situation they were in. Zhuabake tilted his head in puzzlement, watching Zhuabake and Captain O engaged in a fierce fight. When did Captain O wake up, and how is Wunhui able to fight one-on-one with him like that? Right now, Captain O, taking the upper hand, leaped and launched a powerful reverse kick, aiming directly at Wunhui's chest. Captain O's kick, imbued with internal energy, sent Wunhui flying back several meters. Luckily, Wunhui managed to utilize his inherent energy to mitigate the internal force's damage and regain his balance after being thrown back. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Tian Nam worriedly asked Wunhui, "Wunhui, are you all right?" Wunhui leaned on his iron sword and sat down to rest. "I'm fine, thankfully, I was able to predict some of his moves, so I managed to lessen the damage." Wunhui stared intently at Captain O, carefully assessing the situation. This was the first time he faced a top-tier martial artist, and he still hadn't fully adjusted. Compared to the martial artists he had encountered before, this guy was on a completely different level. Tian Nam encouraged Wunhui, "Thanks to your first strike, he's already weakened a lot." Sodam, standing beside them, suggested, "Exactly, if we prolong the fight, it will be beneficial for you." Wunhui, regaining his composure, quickly stood up. "Prolong the time, huh, sounds interesting." At that moment, Zhuabake had completely regained his senses and rushed forward to aid Wunhui from behind. "Get out of the way, Wunhui." Zhuabake bent his legs and delivered a kick with both feet directly at Captain O. He arrogantly declared, "Even without me, you were doing a great job of holding him off. From now on, I'll handle this myself. Get out of the way and watch how Zhuabake takes care of this." However, Zhuabake's flying double kick, due to the long run-up, had no effect on Captain O. He simply leaned aside to avoid it and sneered, "You're in the way." Immediately, Captain O unleashed a horizontal punch towards Zhuabake's face. "Get out of the way, it's my turn." Zhuabake, still in the momentum of his double kick, couldn't dodge this attack. Captain O roared fiercely, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Once I finish with Wunhui, I'll take care of you." However, Captain O didn't expect that while being knocked back, Zhuabake used the opportunity to twist his hip and deliver a kick to his face. Zhuabake landed on his head, but didn't lose his balance. Instead, he smoothly transitioned into a counterattack, leaving Captain O stunned. "Damn you." Tian Nam praised Zhuabake, "That hit must have hurt a lot. It's incredible that he was able to counterattack after taking such a powerful direct blow." Wunhui was also surprised by Zhuabake's combat skills. Zhuabake grinned triumphantly, even though his teeth were bleeding. "You're not bad, but that's all you've got. Prepare to die, Captain O." Zhuabake, seizing the moment, lunged forward and grabbed Captain O by the collar. "I'll repay you for the humiliation you inflicted on me during the selection." Captain O, having received several punches from the mountaintop until now, struggled a bit with his insults. "Damn it, you bastards. With his face swollen from punches, Captain O unexpectedly spat a large mouthful of blood into Jwabaek's face, hindering his vision and forcing him to stop. What the hell? Immediately, seizing the opportunity while Jwabaek's vision was impaired, Captain O raised his fist in a fit of rage. He concentrated his internal energy into the punch, ready to finish Jwabaek. You stubborn bastard, if you want to die, then I'll kill you first. Both Wunhui and Sodam simultaneously cursed. Damn it, that idiot. In the brief moment Captain O threw the punch, Wunhui's mind raced to find a way to save Jwabaek's life. With the current situation, he couldn't block Captain O's incoming attack. So, there was only one option: push Jwabaek out of the way of Captain O's punch. Wunhui didn't hesitate and charged forward, sweeping his leg across Jwabaek's ankles, causing him to lose his balance and fall. This also resulted in Captain O missing his punch. Taking advantage of the moment when Captain O's attack missed and left him vulnerable, Wunhui quickly leaped, vaulting over Jwabaek, and raised his sword with the determination to deliver a fatal blow. Wunhui thrust his sword directly into Captain O's chest, pinning him against the tree behind him, hoping to take him down. Wunhui's initial calculations proved successful as the iron sword pierced through Captain O's body and even had enough force to penetrate the tree behind him. However, Captain O was still alive, leaving Wunhui slightly stunned. I thought that would be the finishing blow. Not only was he still alive, but Captain O also grabbed Wunhui's wrist, holding the iron sword. Even this is worth it. Now your sword and hand are immobilized. I can use the Kong Di Lai to break this arm of yours. At this very moment, Wunhui drew the short sword from his body. Sodam, now it's your turn, Sodam excitedly shouted. Excellent. Wunhui raised his remaining hand, holding the short sword, and plunged it straight into Captain O's head. With this short sword, I can use this technique to finish him off. Blood immediately splattered from the point of impact. Sodam, feeling proud, shouted triumphantly, yes, that's it. Wunhui also felt a sense of relief and joy as Captain O's blood splattered on his face. With this, I can be sure. However, their joy was premature. Captain O raised his remaining hand and blocked the short sword, leaving Wunhui dumbfounded. Damn it, he can block even that move in this state. Captain O gleefully laughed at Wunhui's disappointed expression. What a pity, Wunhui. Not only did he accept being injured to block the short sword, but Captain O also used his internal energy to slowly push back the tip of Wunhui's sword, leaving him shocked. His strength is still this strong. He's sustained quite a bit of damage, but it seems he's putting all his effort into resisting. His blood won't be able to sustain this for long. Despite bleeding profusely, Captain O still laughed arrogantly. Nice try. I may be heavily injured, but you can't kill me. Wunhui also knew that with the Tin Quang Bai Thuat still in its first stage, his techniques couldn't unleash their full potential. Just when Wunhui was confused and didn't know how to end the situation, Jwabaek shouted from behind him, hold on to your short sword, Wunhui, I'm coming. Captain O, realizing Jwabaek's intentions, was startled. Wait, Sodam, on the other hand, was extremely excited and encouraged Wunhui, great, keep it up. In the next second, Jwabaek ran forward and leaped high. At the same time, he kicked directly at the hilt of Wunhui's short sword. The blade, propelled by the force of the kick, pierced straight through Captain O's head. The short sword pierced through Captain O's hand and lodged itself in his forehead. Blood spurted out profusely from his mouth and face, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Once he was certain that Captain O was dead, Wunhui retracted his two swords and tossed his body aside. Wunhui and Tian Nam simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. If it wasn't for Jwabaek's kick, that Captain O might have held out much longer. Yes, if it were only me, things would have been much worse. Jwabaek, now exhilarated by his victory, grinned widely. That crazy bastard, so you dared to spit blood on my face. Wunhui looked questioningly at Jwabaek's smug face. It was probably Jwabaek's first time killing someone. Jwabaek, puffed up with pride, tilted his nose up and declared to Wunhui, see, you owe me your life now. Wunhui, disgusted by this attitude, felt like he was being shown off, but he still didn't argue with him. Yeah, alright, thanks for your help. Jwabaek became even more arrogant. I heard we'll be facing each other soon. Too bad for you. I'll be the one to win that battle. Jwabaek, beaming, boasted about the reward he would receive. if that's the case, then I'll become the disciple of that crazy old man, he. Wenhui immediately understood that Action had surely used that promise to motivate Chwabaek to win. Chwabaek even put his arm around Wenhui, acting like an elder brother. From what I've heard, you'll have to submit to me if I win that duel. What do you think? Wenhui, upon hearing this, pursed his lips. You're talking like you've already won, you seem pretty confident. Chwabaek, brimming with confidence, laughed scornfully at Wenhui. Of course, if we fight, do you really think you can touch me? After a few seconds of silence, Wenhui suddenly challenged him. So, do you want to make a bet? One match. Chwabaek, upon hearing this, immediately lost his arrogant grin. A bet. Wenhui, with a provocative expression, chuckled. Whoever loses becomes the other's subordinate. I'm pretty confident. What about you? Despite being a little uneasy about Wenhui's confident expression, Chwabaek's pride wouldn't allow him to refuse. Alright, just wait and see, I'm going now. Seeing him trying to leave, Wenhui immediately grumbled. What, you should clean up this mess with me before you go. Chwabaek ignored Wenhui's complaints and nimbly jumped up the rock face. See you later. Left behind, Wenhui could only sigh and curse. That bastard. In the future, whoever loses will have to kneel before the winner. I'm already feeling excited. Intrigued by the bet, Wenhui immediately summoned Tien Nam. Tien Nam popped up right away. You just called me, Wenhui. Wenhui questioned Tien Nam. Before, you said Action's Loi Kwang then Fap was more advanced than the Tin Kwang by Thuot, right? Tien Nam nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. Seeing the glimmer of interest in Wenhui's eyes, Tien Nam guessed, you're curious about that technique. It's not easy to learn. Wenhui replied with a sly smile. I understand. While Chwabaek was happily running to the mountaintop to brag about his victory to Action, Wenhui felt even more excited about the future. The upcoming duel seemed very promising. Chwabaek excitedly entered to see Action, a wide grin on his face. Sir, I've completed what you asked. Action immediately turned to look at him. Good. However, his expression immediately turned grim, and he grabbed Chwabaek's head. Why are you back alone? Chwabaek was startled and hurriedly explained. I came ahead because his light footwork is still quite poor. Seizing the opportunity while Wenhui was absent, Chwabaek took the chance to badmouth him. He'll probably take another 30 to 45 minutes to get here. He hasn't even learned light footwork properly, so it's no surprise he's slow. Chwabaek had no idea that Wenhui had already reached the mountaintop. Action continued to frown at Chwabaek, his gaze skeptical. Your breathing is irregular. It seems you've sustained internal injuries. Tell me, who killed Captain O? Chwabaek silently cursed Action for not being clear about his initial intentions. Damn it, so that Wenhui guy guessed correctly. Then, he proudly boasted, it was me. Action, satisfied with his answer, patted him on the head in praise. Right, it should be that way. Seems you landed the fatal blow. Action, knowing that Chwabaek couldn't have killed Captain O alone, still smiled contentedly. You just faced a top-tier Miram martial artist. It's fortunate you both worked together and finally killed him, and you only received minor injuries. Wenhui must be in much worse shape. It was at that moment that Wenhui entered the cave. The moment Wenhui appeared, Action's expression froze. He glared furiously, and the satisfaction he had felt towards Chwabaek, who he had personally trained, vanished instantly. Wenhui casually walked into the cave, his body completely unscathed. Sir, I've taken care of Captain O as you requested. Action was known to be eccentric, so his sudden mood swings were nothing unusual. He grabbed Chwabaek's head roughly. From now on, your training time will increase. Chwabaek felt like he was being forced to sit on thorns and wailed. Why? Chwabaek hurriedly found an excuse to explain why Wenhui looked fine. Sir, it's just a misunderstanding. It was mainly me who attacked. He basically only threatened Captain O with the wound from a short sword. However, regardless of Chwabaek's explanations, what was meant to be would happen. Action interrupted his justifications in a harsh tone. Shut up. Right after that, a gust of wind whooshed past Wenhui. That wind was generated by Action's throw, and Chwabaek was instantly stuck to the cave wall. Sodam pursed his lips and shook his head in sympathy. Thinking back, he did a good job defending himself. Wenhui muttered to himself, I thought if he didn't defend himself, he might have gotten beaten less. Action then turned his irritated gaze towards Wenhui. What are you looking at? You've reported, so get out. Wenhui replied, "Yes, sir, but I want to talk to you about the request I mentioned earlier." Action was still grumbling because Zhuabeik didn't meet his expectations, but he couldn't ignore the need to push Wenhui towards the duel, so he reluctantly replied, "You're talking about what you want to receive if you win, alright, let's hear it." Learning from Zhuabeik's punishment for speaking carelessly, Wenhui skillfully mentioned his desire, "It's nothing serious, sir, but I've always admired your light footwork, your ability to climb up and down cliffs with ease. If you really don't want to, it's fine, but I want to learn that skill from you." Action, upon hearing this simple request, immediately burst out laughing, "You're talking about my light footwork, alright, I promise you." Wenhui quickly bowed his head respectfully, "Thank you, sir, the blood demon lives forever, the blood cult rules the world." Sodam was a little surprised that Action accepted the request so readily. "That's unexpected, he agreed so easily," Wenhui explained, "that shows that he's confident in himself, and we won't be able to win the duel." Before Wenhui left, Action announced the date of their duel. The battle would take place in 3 months. "With Captain O gone, you've also gotten rid of some pressure, haven't you?" To ensure that Wenhui didn't slack off because of the eliminated threat, Action warned him, "It's best you train as if you'll die if you lose." Wenhui bowed respectfully, "I'll keep that in mind, sir." Then, Action continued to be irritated as he thought about useless Zhuabeik and immediately dismissed Wenhui, "Now go, I still need to train with these 2 bastards." Wenhui politely replied, "Yes, sir." In his heart, he became more and more excited, that light footwork is about to be mine. After leaving Action's cave, Wenhui returned to the waterfall where he usually trained. Tian Nam curiously asked, "How do you feel about using the Tin Quang by Fap for the first time in a real fight?" Wenhui pondered for a moment and said, "It's amazing, isn't it? Somehow, I managed to kill Captain O. But, thinking back, the first blow landed too easily. It must have been because Captain O had sustained internal injuries when Action knocked him unconscious, and he wasn't prepared for me, so it was easy to hit him." Wenhui looked questioningly at Tian Nam, waiting for his assessment of the battle. Tian Nam nodded in agreement with Wenhui, "Just as you said, it's not a special technique itself, just one of the 18 basic sword stances, so, you could say you got lucky." Tian Nam recalled the Tian Nam sword master and compared him to Wenhui. "My former master could have killed guys like him with a single move." Seeing Tian Nam constantly comparing them, Wenhui became even more curious. He was that strong. Seeing Wenhui being compared, Sodam grinned and encouraged him, "Anyway, you won, didn't you? Now you've taken care of that troublesome captain, you can focus on training now." Wenhui smiled contentedly and nodded, "That's right." Wenhui stood up, drew his iron sword, and began to practice with renewed vigor. "The battle is 3 months away. Based on how Zhuabeik fought today, I can say that he's a formidable opponent for me." Before starting his training, Wenhui looked at Tian Nam. "Today, we'll just practice sword stances, right?" Tian Nam decisively waved his hand and instructed, "Of course, if you can't master the 18 basic sword stances, your swordsmanship will be no different from sword dancing. My former master said so. We won't learn any advanced techniques until the basics are ingrained in your mind." While Wenhui began practicing the basic sword stances, Sodam leaned in and whispered to Tian Nam, "Hey, Tian Nam." Sodam smiled awkwardly and patted Tian Nam. "You know Wenhui has requested to learn the old man's light footwork, right? Don't be too upset about it. It's just that he's still new to martial arts, so he wants to learn that skill." Tian Nam looked at Sodam, confused. "Me, look like I'm sad?" Sodam opened his eyes wide in surprise. You're not sad." Sodam frantically explained, "I mean, basically, Wenhui is the successor of the Tian Nam sword master, right?" Tian Nam calmly nodded, "Yes." Sodam became even more confused, "Yet, he's trying to learn the light footwork of the Tian Nam sword master's arch-nemesis. Don't you find that frustrating?" Tian Nam pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I guess if I really thought about it that way, I might be sad, but even though Wenhui is inheriting the teachings of my former master, he's not his replacement." Tian Nam said this in an incredibly calm voice. In Tian Nam's eyes, it was natural for a martial artist to want to become stronger, to understand various martial arts. Therefore, even though Wenhui might be learning light footwork from Action, it didn't mean disrespect towards the Tian Nam sword master. While Wenhui was practicing his swordsmanship alone with the two spirit swords, the twins received much more attentive instruction from Action. Not only were they beaten to cultivate endurance and resilience, practicing dodging and counterattack techniques, but Chwabek was also constantly being yelled at, "You idiot." Action, annoyed, held a wooden rod high, ready to strike Chwabek a few more times. "How many times have I personally demonstrated the Tin Kwang swordsmanship for you? Where is your mind?" Chwabek sat there listlessly after being beaten and began to show his discontent. "Do we really need to be that proficient in this swordsmanship?" Chwabek, with a sneer, showed his disdain for Wenhui. "My opponent is just that Wenhui guy, he'll definitely be much slower than you." Before Chwabek could finish his derogatory remarks about Wenhui, he was struck in the face with Action's stick, his nose flattened, and blood sprayed out. Chwabek clutched his face and cried out in pain, but Action was still furious about his ignorant and subjective thoughts. "That pathetic idiot." Action regained his composure and had to directly explain to Chwabek to clear his head, "You haven't learned anything from today's battle." After observing Wenhui in the cave today, Action realized that he was currently training on his own with only 2 martial arts manuals, yet, he didn't suffer any internal injuries after the life-or-death battle with Captain O. Action asserted to Chwabek, Wenhui didn't sustain any external or internal injuries, he even climbed the cliff, but his breathing wasn't chaotic, his condition is the complete opposite of yours. Upon hearing this, Chwabek was stunned and exclaimed, "No, that's impossible, I saw him get hit several times." Action hadn't witnessed the battle directly and couldn't judge precisely how Wenhui had mitigated the damage, but he was confident in what he saw and pointed the stick towards Chwabek's face, warning him, "Do you think I can't tell if he sustained internal injuries?" Chwabek stammered in confusion, "That's not what I meant." Chwabek's mention of what he had seen further enraged Action. "You fought alongside him at close range, you should know better than me, but because you underestimated him, you didn't discover what he's truly good at." Action, disheartened by Chwabek's foolishness, shook his head with a sigh, "You basically just wasted the opportunity I set up for you, tsk. Now, Chwabek realized his foolishness, damn it. Moreover, a feeling of envy towards Wenhui welled up inside Chwabek. He was always being compared to Wenhui. "I'll win, I'm sure I'll win." Chwabek quickly regained his spirits, brimming with determination, and stood up, demanding action. "Sir, please demonstrate those techniques for me again." Seeing Chwabek's renewed enthusiasm, but unsure how long it would last, Action chuckled mockingly, "Kukuku, you've been beaten so many times, and you still want to watch." Chwabek became even more resolute and boldly declared, "This level of training is nothing to me. I, Chwabek, will surely show you that my skills are far superior to a fool like Wenhui." Chwabek, overflowing with confidence, kept talking incessantly, "Just wait and see, I'm sure I'll defeat Wenhui in the battle." Action felt he was wasting time with nonsense and immediately launched a sword attack, striking Chwabek. Chwabek cried out in pain, "Hold on, I'm still talking." Action stopped and reminded Chwabek, "If you're truly determined to give it your all, you should demonstrate it with actions instead of just words." Chwabek quickly stood up, I will definitely do that." Action, satisfied with Chwabek's resolve, nodded, "All right, now we've finished the training by showing you my techniques, so I'll teach you about that." Chwabek opened his eyes wide in amazement. "That, you mean, that?" Chwabek's heart swelled with joy, "So that means you've chosen me as your disciple." Chwabek quickly performed a bow before Action. "Disciple will train until his strength is exhausted, master." Action immediately flung him against the cave wall. "Who said I'm taking you as my disciple?" Meanwhile, Wu Hyun was diligently practicing headstands on the cliff, which might be the reason why his hair was thinning. Right at that moment, Gu Sang-woong suddenly arrived at Action's location. "The blood demon lives forever, the blood cult rules the world." Gu Sang-woong respectfully knelt and bowed to greet Action, the commander of the Blood Annihilation Squad. Gu Sang-woong pays his respects to the Supreme Elder. Action looked at him indifferently. "You only needed to deliver the food to the entrance of my dwelling." It wasn't for no reason that Gu Sang-woong sought Action out. He hesitated and replied, "Yes, sir, it's just that I have a question. I wonder if Captain O and a senior disciple came to see you today." Action nonchalantly replied, "I don't know who those are, go." Gu Sang-woong, determined to find out what happened, cautiously spoke again, "However, sir, Captain O said he would come to see you today. Action immediately interrupted him in a stern voice, commander of the Blood Annihilation Squad. Are you bothering me because of a petty captain? Under the pressure of one of the 4 great masters, Gu Sang-woong was completely silent. After that, he never returned to inquire about the disappearance of Captain O and Hyun's missing student again. 3 months later, the trees on the mountains revealed their bare branches. The mountain, once a mixture of red, yellow, and green from the trees, was now blanketed in white as the snow began to fall. But even though the weather was bitterly cold, Wunhui persisted in his internal energy cultivation under the frozen waterfall. At this moment, a large chunk of ice near the waterfall suddenly developed cracks, and a menacing crackling sound echoed. In a flash, the massive ice chunk, large enough to crush someone, broke away from the cliff and plummeted directly towards Wunhui's head. Wunhui continued to train, seemingly unaware of the falling ice. However, when the ice chunk was just a few meters from his head, he decisively drew his iron sword instead of dodging. The sword in Wunhui's hand moved gracefully, like a willow branch. The sound of clashing sword energy and the light emanating from the sword spread out. The sword's path split into multiple directions, shattering the ice chunk in a blink of an eye. Dozens of ice chunks, large and small, after being broken, immediately fell around Wunhui. The sword light emitted after his technique was still shining brightly against the backdrop of the sky. Despite the power of the technique, Tien Nam wasn't satisfied. Still not good, your stance keeps wavering. Sodam jumped in to defend Wunhui, but I think it's fine. Wunhui calmly sheathed his sword and intervened. Stop arguing, just try your best when training. After getting ready, Wunhui, brimming with confidence, stepped onto the frozen lake. All right, then. Let's go, shall we, to the duel site. Wunhui took a deep breath and headed towards the mountain where Action had scheduled their meeting. A battle on the snowy mountaintop under the clear sky. In the imaginations of many, the scene seemed idyllic, but in reality, the combatants couldn't feel that beauty because the air was cold and dry, making it difficult to breathe. On the way to the duel site, Wunhui curiously asked Tien Nam, "How would you say my swordsmanship has progressed?" Tien Nam responded without hesitation, "It's still not good, your swordsmanship is still far inferior to my former master." Though he wasn't completely satisfied with Wunhui, Tien Nam, seeing his calloused hands from wielding the sword, encouraged him, "You've trained very hard in the past 3 months, well done." Wunhui smiled in response, "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Tien Nam." Sodam, seeing Tien Nam being thanked, became jealous and jumped in. "What about me?" Wunhui chuckled at her envious nature. "Oh, you too, thank you." Sodam, despite receiving the thank you, wasn't satisfied. She pouted and glared at Wunhui. "You answered me so casually, you trashy Wunhui." Wunhui looked at Sodam with a horrified expression because she casually cursed using terms like trash and damn before his name. Wunhui wondered, can a short sword be so rude? But Sodam heard his thoughts and cursed him even more. Sodam's personality was still very petty, so when she was ignored, she immediately grumbled and complained, "Even though the upcoming duel will only use Tin Kwang swordsmanship, I'll remind you of this. I, Sodam, in your past duels, have personally defeated those 3 guys. I've never lost a single duel. All your opponents have fallen to my hand," Sodam declared resolutely, with a serious expression. Tien Nam, with his calm personality, completely opposite to Sodam's, threw cold water on her. "Let's assume that's the case, but this duel is different. It's about reaching the point of victory, not about harming your opponent." Sodam fell silent upon hearing this. Of course, but it's just about testing skills, after all. While Sodam tried to argue about a life-or-death battle being more advanced than a skill test, Wunhui, unable to bear the noise, ignored her. "Hey, Tien Nam's sword, I have a question. In the past 3 months, despite trying my best, Tin Kwang swordsmanship is quite complex. I've only learned 3 moves. Do you think I can win with that?" Tien Nam had anticipated Wunhui's concerns and quickly explained, "That's a good question. Though you only have 3 moves, those moves are the essence of swordsmanship, but compared to my former master, they are nothing. But for a skill test like this, it seems you're already alright. 1 strike, 1 kill. Learning a lot is not as important as mastery. Watching you execute those moves, I see your swordsmanship is still not perfect, but you're quite proficient." Tien Nam smiled encouragingly at Wunhui. you've learned your swordsmanship, now you just need to believe in yourself. Wunhui, think about victory, think you can do it. Wunhui, receiving encouragement from a spirit sword with years of battlefield experience, felt confident and smiled. That's right, no matter how difficult it is, I'll fight my best to win. When Wunhui reached the duel site, he was greeted by Action's cheerful laughter. You're early, ku. Action chuckled and teased him, good for you, I thought you were so scared you'd run away, the past 3 months, you must have prepared well, right? Wunhui confidently replied, yes, it will all be shown in today's duel. At that moment, Sodam and Tian Nam, who were fighting, suddenly stopped. Sodam exclaimed in surprise, pointing behind Action, whoa, look at those two bastards. Standing behind Action were the twins. The atmosphere felt heavy, and their appearances had changed significantly, leaving Sodam stunned. Wunhui, do you see those two brothers, the Hunam twin blades? They look a bit different from before, don't they? Zhuabeik had grown taller and more muscular, though his body size was still small compared to Action. He appeared larger when standing next to Wunhui. Tian Nam was equally surprised. Look at how sturdy his physique is. Sodam shook her head with a sigh. He must have trained very hard in the past period. Wunhui was also a little overwhelmed. Yes, he looks completely different. I wonder what kind of training those two brothers went through, but they've clearly made a lot of progress, even just in their appearance. Furthermore, the twins were now easily distinguishable because Wu Hyun had become bald. The way his smooth head reflected the sunlight was brilliant. It was shocking how his hair loss resulted in such a dazzling bald head, but it also made him more memorable. Tian Nam felt pity for Wu Hyun. Look at his bald head, he can use it as a mirror now. Sodam became even more worried. This duel is going to be tough. Wunhui pondered, I wonder what kind of training he went through to make his head so shiny. Probably, iron head technique, right? Action, proud of his training results, burst into laughter. You can see that they've changed a lot, right? Wunhui didn't answer, but he knew that appearances weren't everything. He wasn't sure what else those two brothers were hiding. Without waiting for Wunhui's reply, Action, eager to start the duel, announced, the rules of the duel are simple, fight until one of you can't continue. Action added with a sinister grin, remember, in this duel, life or death is determined by fate, there's no one to blame. Wunhui nodded in response, understood, sir, so, who will I duel against? Zhuabeik stepped forward with his usual arrogant demeanor, of course, it's me. Wunhui didn't really care who he was fighting out of the twins, as long as he wasn't facing both of them at the same time. He was lucky. Action's erratic personality was too unpredictable, so it was impossible to know how far he would go for victory. As Zhuabeik extended his arms towards Wunhui, dramatically banging his fists together, Wunhui could see the iron rings protecting his arms, which seemed quite concerning. Seeing Wunhui staring at the iron gauntlets, Zhuabeik laughed gleefully. What's so surprising? You use the sword, I use fists, looks like you have the advantage, but let me tell you this is the fist technique that our elder used to dominate the Jianghu when he was young. Wunhui grinned and stepped into a fighting stance, his initial sword moves demonstrating his strength. Alright, each to their own strengths, you seem to focus on defense, I on offense. Wunhui, using a psychological tactic, put on a disdainful expression to provoke Zhuabeik. Your sturdy physique combined with the elder's Ba-Sat Tian Quan seems like a good match, but this is a real battle, so don't be too complacent. Tian Nam nodded, looking at Wunhui, you're provoking him subtly. Sodam cheered him on excitedly, he's even daring to belittle Action's martial arts. Sure enough, Zhuabeik, seeing the martial arts of the person he considered his master being disrespected, instantly flew into a rage and cursed Wunhui, you bastard. Zhuabeik, enraged, charged forward to attack first, roaring ferociously, prepare to die. His speed was even faster than 3 months ago, like a bull charging towards Wunhui. Wunhui calmly raised his iron sword to eye level. So simple, an idiot like him is easily provoked. As a swordsman, I must fully exploit the advantage of distance. To be able to execute his sword moves at the right moment and prevent Zhuabeik from closing the distance and using the Ba-Sat Tian Quan, Wunhui also took the initiative to charge towards him. As soon as he reached his desired distance, Wunhui unleashed the first move of the Tin Quang swordsmanship, the Huna Diet the sword. The light of the blade drew zigzags in the air, reflecting the trajectory of the sword path as it split into multiple directions. At that moment, Zhuabeik crossed his arms to shield himself and blocked Wenhui's attacks with his iron gauntlets. Wenhui continued to unleash the first move of the Tin Quang swordsmanship, but all his sword strikes were blocked by the iron gauntlets. The clanging sound of metal clashing reverberated like bells. Action, sitting on the side, observed the battle with a gleeful chuckle. The first sword move, who not diet the sword, it seems he's been diligently training these past 3 months. This kid has some potential, I must say. The sword move is powerful, but he won't be able to defeat those twins with just that move. As the tip of the sword trembled from repeatedly clashing with the iron gauntlets, Wenhui's attack rhythm slowed. Zhuabeik, no longer surprised by his attacks, immediately grabbed Wenhui's wrist, denying him another opportunity to strike. Zhuabeik, triumphantly, pulled Wenhui closer, closing the distance. Got you, you donkey from Luoyang City. Zhuabeik, with fiery determination, launched a series of punches aimed directly at Wenhui's head and chest. Die. Wenhui was on the defensive, only able to raise his hands to block Zhuabeik's straight punches. Seeing this, Zhuabeik became even more arrogant and shouted, "How do you like, Ba Sat Tien Quan? You've tried your best, but you can't win against me." After blocking about 10 punches, Zhuabeik unleashed a sweeping punch, aiming to end the battle quickly. Go die. However, Wenhui suddenly lowered his center of gravity and crouched down, rendering Zhuabeik's attack useless. Immediately after, Wenhui flipped through the air to break free from Zhuabeik's hold and simultaneously delivered a heel kick to his chin. Zhuabeik, struck on the chin, had his teeth clash together, nearly biting off his tongue. Meanwhile, Wenhui had executed a beautiful backflip, escaping Zhuabeik's grasp. As he flipped back to his normal stance, Wenhui had created distance between him and Zhuabeik. Regaining his balance and standing up, Wenhui couldn't help but feel anxious. That was dangerous. The Ba Sat Tien Quan is too powerful when used at close range. Just when he thought he had temporarily escaped Zhuabeik, he charged towards him again. This time, Zhuabeik countered Wenhui with his legs. He launched a high kick towards Wenhui's head, but he managed to raise his hand in time to block, only being pushed back. Wenhui fell against a tree a few meters away from Zhuabeik, but luckily, he didn't sustain any serious injuries. Zhuabeik, having countered Wenhui's heel kick, still grumbled childishly, "That kick was amazing. I didn't think a swordsman like you could deliver such a powerful kick." Wenhui chuckled at Zhuabeik's childishness. "You're overdoing it, with your sturdy physique. That kick was nothing. Now that I think about it, your internal energy seems to have increased quite a bit. What kind of medicine are you taking?" Zhuabeik suddenly became flustered and responded hesitantly, "Medicine? What medicine? Don't be ridiculous. It's all because I've put my all into learning the elders' martial arts." Wenhui immediately noticed that Zhuabeik was lying because he didn't dare look straight into his eyes when he replied, "This bastard is a kid who doesn't know how to lie." Wenhui laughed at Zhuabeik's confused and innocent expression. "Well, for a moment, I forgot why we were fighting in the first place." Wenhui recalled his past life. In the next 10 years, these two brothers, the Hunam twin blades, would become top-tier masters of the blood cult. Their reputations would echo through the Jianghu as the black and white dual devils. Therefore, Wenhui reasoned that while he might seem foolish, easily angered, and easily provoked now, he would progress remarkably. This meant that the blood cult must have provided him with support in both martial arts techniques and mental strength. It was not unusual for them to provide medicinal support. At this moment, Wenhui realized that he had also been complacent. The current situation wasn't just about the disadvantage in martial arts manuals, but also other factors. After pondering for a while, Wenhui became more cautious and suddenly admitted, "I was wrong." Zhuabeik thought that Wenhui was admitting his mistake in mocking action's martial arts, so he became even more arrogant. "What, you're speaking too softly, have you surrendered?" However, Wenhui seriously declared, "From now on, I will fight you with all my strength." Zhuabeik, bewildered, couldn't understand why Wenhui suddenly changed his attitude and became so serious. He instinctively stepped back. However, even though Zhuabeik had stepped back from Wenhui, it was useless. In a blink of an eye, Wenhui had managed to slip past him, delivering 2 sword strikes that cut across both of his shoulders. Blood immediately gushed out from the wounds that sliced through his muscles. The most shocked person at this moment was Action, who had been silently observing the battle. Meanwhile, Chua was in a panic because he couldn't see Wunhui's moves due to their speed. How is this possible? His sword moves are too fast. In reality, not only did Chua not see clearly, but Action also couldn't catch the sword move that Wunhui just executed. This was because Wunhui no longer intended to hold back 60% of his abilities in this crucial battle. Action's expression might have appeared composed on the outside, but his real expression was stiffening because his plan was going off track. Wunhui glanced at Action's rigid face and couldn't help but feel smug. This is just the beginning, the best is yet to come, keep your eyes peeled, sir. Right after being hit by Wunhui's invisible swordsmanship, Chua remembered the 3 months of excruciating training under Action, enduring countless strikes with the brilliant light swordsmanship techniques. While Wu Hyun focused on his head-planting banana tree training, Chua suffered immensely. He was constantly berated by Action. You're so stupid, don't you understand? To fight swords with fists, you need to follow every movement of your opponent's sword strike to deflect it. After countless blows, Chua could only cry out, I know, sir, but your techniques are so fast, I can't keep up. Action, hearing Chua's explanation, struck him harder. Can't you see? Then I'll keep hitting you until you can. After 3 months of repeated beatings leading to progress, he was hit again, this time without even seeing the technique. Chua lay stunned. I've been hit by brilliant light swordsmanship countless times, how could his strike be so fast that it's invisible? The more Chua pondered, the more bewildered he became. His swordsmanship is on par with the elders, he has no teacher, but how can he be this strong? Seeing Chua still lying there despite minor injuries, Wunhui mocked, come on, Chua, why aren't you getting up, giving up already? Chua sprang to his feet, scowling, who said I'm giving up, this is nothing. He was internally furious, cursing Wunhui, you useless piece of trash, dare you mock me? Chua quickly rallied his spirit, reminding himself, I was trained personally by the elders. I perfected how to deal with brilliant light swordsmanship every day, with hellish training intensity. After recalling the arduous months in his mind, Chua was filled with fighting spirit. I won't let my guard down again, I will fight him with all my might. Then, he pointed at Wunhui, challenging him, come on, you bastard. Action saw Chua's newfound enthusiasm and heightened vigilance and laughed gleefully. He still held immense confidence in his training abilities. Meanwhile, Heavenly South watched the battle from the sidelines, recognizing Chua's resilience. Chua has successfully mastered the Savage Heaven's Fist martial art, he mused. Sodam was even more astonished. Did he also learn the invincible golden body? How can he withstand so many sword strikes with only a few scratches? Heavenly South pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brows. In this situation, I guess Wunhui can only stick to the plan. Chua, after being challenged, immediately rushed back into battle with Wunhui. They started the second round with a simple exchange, Wunhui charging forward with a blazing sword strike while Chua blocked it with his iron gauntlets. After a deafening clang of metal, they separated instantly. It seemed the opening move was simply a more thorough way to gauge each other's strength. After creating a suitable distance from Chua, Wunhui swung his sword high. This time, Chua learned his lesson and closely observed each of Wunhui's hand movements. Even a quick and subtle wrist flip was captured by his eyes. Just from that single wrist movement, Chua quickly made his judgment. Once he gathers enough force and executes the strike, it will burst forth with a zigzagging trajectory targeting his opponent's weaknesses. That's the technique of the first form of the brilliant light swordsmanship. As Chua predicted, Wunhui used the tiger's fang destroying world sword again. The swift slashing motion sliced through the air, but Chua completely blocked it with his iron gauntlets. Chua, successfully parrying the attack, was invigorated. That's right, even though I can't see the entire trajectory, I can still block his strikes if I predict his next moves. Even if I'm hit a few times, it's just scratches, they won't affect me, I can still move and act freely. Meanwhile, Wunhui was slightly surprised by Chua's progress. He can actually anticipate my next movements and lock down my brilliant light swordsmanship strikes. I went all out, but it seems he's mastered that old geezer's techniques pretty well. Sensing that Chua was no longer easy to take down and that slashing his muscular arms was almost useless, Wunhui quickly changed tactics. He lowered his center of gravity and decided to focus his attacks on Chua's lower body to restrict his movement. The moment Wunhui moved his hand, Chwabaek still keenly recognized the technique he was about to use, the Tiger's Fang Destroying World Sword again. The Tiger's Fang Destroying World Sword uses powerful swordsmanship to create significant pressure on the opponent, but there are gaps in between the movements, allowing Chwabaek to close the distance with Wunhui. So, Chwabaek decided to exploit that weakness and slowly close in on Wunhui, unleashing a barrage of Savage Heaven's Fist strikes at once when he reached the optimal range. As Wunhui switched to a reverse grip, slowing down his movements, Chwabaek thought to himself, the turning point is about to arrive, I will use the third form of the brilliant light swordsmanship. Chwabaek guessed correctly once again. Wunhui swung his sword, drawing magnificent crescent-shaped arcs intertwined like a coiled snake, the third form of the brilliant light swordsmanship, Phantom Flow Slash. Phantom Flow Slash is a strike that combines reality and illusion, aiming to disorient the opponent and prevent them from concentrating, so, instead of deflecting each strike individually, Chwabaek decided to focus on rushing towards Wunhui and using his fist techniques to counterattack. Thinking it through, Chwabaek saw an opening and lunged forward, punching Wunhui straight in the body. This forced Wunhui to abandon his illusory distractions and adopt a defensive stance. Chwabaek felt a surge of confidence. Good, it worked. Realizing that Chwabaek was relentlessly closing in regardless of the sword strikes, Wunhui jumped back a few steps, attempting to create distance again. Seeing him act exactly as expected, Chwabaek grew even more smug. Wunhui, you're too predictable. Seeing Wunhui begin using his other hand and employing a middle stance for balance, Chwabaek continued to guess that it was the second form of the brilliant light swordsmanship, Hidden Dragon Slash, a technique that creates forceful collisions with the opponent, pushing them back and creating space for oneself. However, the Hidden Dragon Slash wouldn't reach its full potential if the user couldn't anticipate the opponent's attack trajectory. Chwabaek put that theory into practice by abruptly dropping to his knees and sweeping his leg across the ground, knocking Wunhui down. The moment Wunhui's stance wavered and his balance faltered, a glimmer appeared in Chwabaek's eyes. This is my chance. He swung his fist and charged forward to attack. Wunhui, both off balance and hit directly in the face by Chwabaek, couldn't avoid being flung back. Chwabaek, not only deflecting Wunhui's attacks but also exploiting the openings to counterstrike, laughed confidently, breaking the brilliant light swordsmanship, successful. Chwabaek, riding the momentum, punched Wunhui again, sending him flying. What are you going to do now, Wunhui? I've learned all your weaknesses in the brilliant light swordsmanship, it won't work on me anymore, huh. However, Heavenly South, seeing Wunhui fall, calmly smiled. Good job, Wunhui, it's been a bit harder than planned, but the plan is progressing well. Sodam also cheered Wunhui on. Wonderful, wonderful, start your counterattack. Even though injured, Wunhui grinned joyfully. You know, I'm the type who needs to get hit before I hit back, but even when I purposely get hit like this, it still hurts like hell. Heavenly South replied casually, don't worry about that. Sodam chimed in with a chuckle, yeah, he's right, no need to worry. In reality, those kinds of injuries would heal quickly thanks to Wunhui's internal energy cultivation in his inherent energy. Once the chi circulates a full cycle, it would rapidly take effect. Despite knowing this, Wunhui still complained, you guys are so nonchalant, I'm the one getting hit. Wunhui endured the pain while sneaking a glance at action. With this, I've shown him that the brilliant light swordsmanship written in the books has been broken. Normally, using the brilliant light swordsmanship after it's been broken would make him seem like a fool, but, to action, Wunhui has always been considered cunning and intelligent. Therefore, according to the plan, Wunhui would now use the improved brilliant light swordsmanship to continue fighting Chwabaek. Afterwards, he could claim he gained insight into the path of improvement during the battle, leaving no room for action to question him. While Wunhui prepared to execute the second part of his plan, Chwabaek was still cackling arrogantly, challenging him, you idiot, come on, keep attacking me. Chwabaek was still smug. Even if you try those techniques again, it won't. However, at that very moment, Wunhui's movements caused him to freeze in shock. What the? Standing with his arms crossed defensively, Chwabaek saw Wunhui's sharp sword strikes with astonishment. The Phantom Flow Slash technique, it's sharper. Chwabaek tried to block Wunhui's attacks with his iron gauntlets, but he was clearly pushed back, despite managing to parry the strikes. Even action was stunned by Wunhui's sudden change. That movement, it's different. As Wunhui stopped, Jwabaek stared in disbelief, grinding his teeth. "You bastard, what the hell did you do?" Wunhui grinned and declared, "You broke through the Starlight swordsmanship too easily, so I changed it a bit. How do you like it?" Jwabaek gritted his teeth in anger. No way, he's modifying his moves right now. Even though he didn't want to accept it, the reality unfolding before Jwabaek's eyes left him speechless. Wunhui moved with almost no flaws, and his swordsmanship was sharper than before. In shock, Jwabaek could only cross his arms close to his body and hunch over, trying to defend. Damn it, the attack of the Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword was much faster and stronger, making it difficult to close the distance. After calming down, Jwabaek carefully observed Wunhui's movements once more. He suddenly noticed a flaw. There was still a gap that he could close when this donkey used the Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword, even after modifying it slightly. "I have to close the distance." Now, Jwabaek immediately changed his stance, swung his arms, and ducked low. After charging towards Wunhui like a bull, Jwabaek unleashed his prepared punch, landing a precise blow aimed at Wunhui's chest. However, Jwabaek didn't achieve his calculated goal. He froze immediately after landing his punch on Wunhui. It turned out that Wunhui had changed his sword move in time, raising his other hand to grab Jwabaek's fist and minimizing the damage he had to bear by using his inherent energy. In that moment, Jwabaek was stunned and froze. He used his right hand to block the attack and used the medium stance to maintain balance while keeping his distance. Was he planning to counter with the second form of Starlight swordsmanship? However, when Jwabaek realized that Wunhui was going to use the hidden sword slash, it was too late. The crescent-shaped sword strikes were unleashed, ripping through the air and pushing Jwabaek away. Based on the feeling of the impact, Wunhui was sure he had perfectly landed the hidden sword slash on target. However, Wunhui didn't understand why his hand was injured after hitting his target. His hand was shaking, feeling like he had punched barehanded into iron. Feeling perplexed, Wunhui squinted through the haze created by the clashes of the battle. The moment he saw Jwabaek, he was stunned for a moment. Jwabaek's entire body suddenly turned a brownish yellow. His clothes were torn, revealing tightly knotted muscles and countless cracks on his skin. The sight stunned Wunhui. What was happening to his body? Jwabaek ferociously removed his iron gloves and threw them to the ground. "It's not over yet." Wunhui furrowed his brow, looking at him in doubt. "He's discarding his protective gloves. What's he planning to do?" After observing for a while, Heavenly South reached a conclusion. "Wunhui, that strange thing you see is the Golden Blood Body." Wunhui tilted his head and glanced at Heavenly South. Golden Blood Body. Heavenly South didn't have time to explain in detail. He could only remind Wunhui, "Now that he's using that, this fight will be very different from what you've experienced. Stay away from him." Wunhui, hearing Heavenly South's warning, was about to retreat from Jwabaek when he suddenly heard his voice ringing in his ear. "Hey, Wunhui." Jwabaek suddenly appeared, closing in on Wunhui with his golden fist raised high. "Where are you looking?" Luckily, Wunhui had just seen Jwabaek's move 2 seconds before he landed the punch. He managed to lean back and dodge in time, only getting a minor scratch on his face. Wunhui quickly retreated from Jwabaek with high alert. He was incredibly fast. He was already very fast because he had been taught light footwork by action, but now he was even faster. Glancing at the bleeding scratch on his face, Wunhui felt relieved and worried at the same time. Thankfully, the punch was just a warning. If he used real martial arts, I wouldn't have been able to dodge. I didn't expect to face such a difficult situation. I need to end this fight now. Wunhui immediately raised his sword and prepared to counterattack. Seeing Wunhui's stubborn desire to fight, Jwabaek became even more excited. He grinned and charged towards Wunhui without hesitation. They both simultaneously unleashed their full internal power. Jwabaek's bronze-colored body shone brightly like the sun, while Wunhui's inherent energy also operated at full capacity to release powerful internal energy. However, because he had only practiced 3 moves deeply for the purpose of deceiving Action's sense of doubt, even when the fight became more intense, Wunhui could only use the same moves he had already used. Jwabaek saw the sword strike towards him but didn't bother dodging. Because the sword strikes hitting his body were simply deflected, he arrogantly laughed mockingly at Wunhui. Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword again, useless. Immediately afterwards, while closing in on Wunhui, Jwabaek landed a punch right in his stomach. Just one punch was enough to make the food in his stomach churn and want to come out. Wenhui was flung back 20 meters by the force of the impact. Wherever he was pushed back, rocks and fog flew along with him. The pain from his stomach made the nausea disappear, replaced by a stream of blood gushing from Wenhui's mouth. Wenhui groaned, his voice stifled, as he struggled to stand up. This power is unbelievable, he's even stronger than before. While Wenhui was still reeling and dazed, Zhuabek attacked again. This time, he used a more dramatic move. He curled up and hugged his legs, forming a ball, then spun in a circle in the air. The next second, Zhuabek was seen leaping down in front of Wenhui. At the same time, he released his legs and, taking advantage of the momentum of his spin, landed a kick from above. Wenhui immediately crossed his arms over his head to block Zhuabek's powerful kick. The force he unleashed was so tremendous that it shattered the ground around Wenhui. As he endured Zhuabek's kick, a spark of light flashed in Wenhui's eyes. I blocked it. It was difficult, but I managed to create an opening to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity as Zhuabek's leg was blocked high in the air, making it difficult for him to maintain balance, Wenhui pushed his leg away with one hand and quickly used the hidden sword slash with his other hand holding the sword. Zhuabek, hit by the attack at close range, was pushed back. He fell far away and slammed his back against a large rock on the opposite side. Although he was knocked back, the hidden sword slash still failed to leave any cut on Zhuabek's stomach. He quickly regained his balance, stood up, and tensed his muscles. Zhuabek didn't suffer any external injuries, but Wenhui's internal energy had caused him minor internal injuries. Tasting the tang of blood in his mouth, he grumbled in annoyance, "Damn it, I'm running out of time." Immediately afterwards, Zhuabek knelt on one knee, his fingers piercing through the rocks beneath him. "Whenever you see me getting too close, you use the hidden sword slash, don't you? Well, try dealing with this." As he finished his words, Zhuabek unleashed his internal power, flinging the rocks around him into the air. Wenhui, standing before a sky covered with falling rocks like meteorites, was bewildered. After a second of shock, Wenhui quickly swung his sword and unleashed arc-shaped slashes, breaking the rocks. "What's this? A distraction, but this move is like a desperate attack." While Wenhui was dealing with the rocks obscuring his vision and trying to guess Zhuabek's intentions, he suddenly moved very quickly, slipping past behind him. Just as Zhuabek was about to secretly attack Wenhui from behind, he noticed it in time and turned around, using his sword to block his punch. The unexpected impact made Wenhui a little dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. As he opened his eyes to look at Zhuabek, Wenhui couldn't hide his worried expression. Seeing Zhuabek's bronze-colored body becoming darker and countless torn patches appearing on his skin, Wenhui worriedly asked, "Are you all right?" However, Zhuabek responded to Wenhui's genuine concern with a flurry of punches and a voice filled with anger. "You're worried about me, don't act like you're better than me, you bastard." Heavenly South couldn't stand to watch any longer, so he flew in and reminded Wenhui, "Wenhui, this is getting dangerous, you have to find a way to deal with him." Wenhui responded with a tired voice, "I know, I can't hold on much longer." But Heavenly South shook his head and looked towards Zhuabek, who was charging ahead like a bull charging at a grave. "No, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Zhuabek." Heavenly South recounted, "While traveling alongside our former master, we had witnessed Action's golden blood body several times before. His shimmering bronze skin, infused with gold, could even shine under the sun. And his skin did not swell or peel off in patches all over his body like Zhuabek's." Heavenly South quickly concluded, "I'm certain this is a side effect of using a martial art that surpasses his control. If this continues, he might die." Heavenly South's reminder stunned Wenhui for a moment. Despite wanting to win, he never considered killing the fool. While continuing to withstand Zhuabek's punches and repeating his three sword techniques for counterattacks, Wenhui struggled to find a solution, his mind growing more confused. "I understand what you're saying, but I myself don't know what to do, even if I use the Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword, or the illusory Flow Slash. It won't stop his rampage." The confrontation remained intense. Wenhui targeted Zhuabek's technical flaws, but it was futile. He had to rack his brain. "I can win by prolonging the fight until he exhausts himself, but then he might actually die. I need to win while ensuring he survives." In this situation, there was no clear solution. Wenhui decided to force Zhuabek to back off, creating space for him to think. He launched an attack targeting his chest. he'd have to dodge it or die. But Chwabaek didn't dodge Wunhui's sword, or rather, he intentionally didn't back off but simply leaned slightly. Wunhui noticed the blade almost pierced his chest, so he instantly deflected it. Fortunately, the blade only grazed his chest. For a moment, the battle slowed down. Wunhui, almost gasping, wanted to yell at Chwabaek, "You're seriously risking your life, you maniac. If I'd stopped even a little later, I'd have pierced your chest." Clearly realizing Wunhui had deliberately deflected the sword to spare him, Chwabaek stubbornly continued the fight. He grasped the tip of Wunhui's sword with his bare hand, wrapped only in a thin cloth. Wunhui was completely shocked. This act of Chwabaek was like using flesh to crush the opponent's spine. Wunhui was baffled. "Damn it, what should I do?" Immediately, Chwabaek swung his fist towards Wunhui's face while still gripping his sword. At that moment, Wunhui's mind suddenly clicked. "Ah, I remember." He finally figured out how to handle this situation and immediately raised his left hand to block Chwabaek's fist. Wunhui blocked Chwabaek's fist with his bare hand. It felt like being hit by an iron ball, and his palm felt like it was broken. The excruciating pain quickly shot up to Wunhui's brain as Chwabaek tightened his grip, but it didn't make him falter. Both Chwabaek and Action were surprised by Wunhui's action. They both furrowed their brows, speculating on his plan. Even Sodam couldn't grasp Wunhui's intention and yelled in worry, "That fool, how can a fake sword get so close to someone who fights with fists?" However, Heavenly South calmly observed for a moment and understood Wunhui's plan. Heavenly South explained to Sodam, "He's trying to resolve this by using internal energy combat." Sodam widened her eyes in bewilderment. An internal energy combat. While clashing internal energy, Wunhui deliberately allowed Chwabaek's internal force to blend with his own inherent energy, aiming to force him out of his golden blood body as quickly as possible. Sodam looked towards Wunhui with apprehension. "My God, is it okay for him to use his inherent energy like that?" Heavenly South, on the other hand, showed no concern for Wunhui and calmly said, "If he hadn't learned the Radiant Light Sword technique and the techniques of our former master, it would be the same as suicide." The two continued their internal energy combat with no less intensity than before. Wunhui's body gradually got pushed to the side because Chwabaek's energy was almost on par with a first-class warrior. Sodam quickly noticed this and urged, "Hey, Heavenly South, Wunhui's being pushed back." Heavenly South remained calm, reassuring her, "Look at their expressions, Sodam." Though at first glance it seems Chwabaek is taking the lead, based on their expressions and breathing, Heavenly South can be certain Chwabaek will exhaust himself first. Seeing Chwabaek stubbornly maintaining his golden blood body for an extended period, Heavenly South mused, "Impressive, it seems he's determined to kill Wunhui." At the same time, feelings of excitement and admiration for Wunhui surged within Heavenly South. Not only was Wunhui skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed a noble spirit. Finally, Heavenly South smiled, pleased with his new master. If things continue like this, it will be a perfect victory for Wunhui. That would be the moment when Wunhui smiles, knowing victory is his. Meanwhile, Chwabaek stubbornly strained himself, grunting at Wunhui, "Internal energy clash, you dare play this game with me." Then, Chwabaek's voice grew weak and intermittent due to his heavy, labored breathing. All right, have it your way, come and get it." Chwabaek didn't even realize he was fading. Seeing his golden blood body dissipating, Wunhui couldn't help but rejoice. "Come on, just a little more." However, just before the fight ended, their bodies were suddenly pushed apart and they fell. This was quite dangerous as they were engaged in internal energy combat, but it also prevented internal injuries if they had fought until the end. The one who separated them was Action. Chwabaek happened to be exhausted and under the force of Action's push, he completely broke free from his golden blood body and fell face first, the moment he was separated from Wunhui. Meanwhile, Wunhui's condition was much better than Chwabaek's. After being pushed by Action, he quickly regained his balance with a leap and landed on his feet instead of his face like Chwabaek. Disrupted at the last minute, Wunhui angrily grumbled as he looked up at Action, "Why did you suddenly intervene in the fight, you demonic barbarian elder?" Action chuckled mischievously, "Heh, I saved your life from exhausting your inherent energy, and that's all you can say." Immediately, he nonchalantly declared the result. Since there was no clear winner, the match will be declared a draw. Wunhui was stunned by this incredibly unfair judgment. A draw? He questioned himself. giving it his all, acting all this out, only to be met with an unacceptable draw. Action completely ignored Wenhui's displeasure and questioned him, "Why didn't you use the sword technique I gave you?" Wenhui's eyes sharpened immediately. "Finally, we're getting to this." Having prepared beforehand, Wenhui calmly said, "I'm not stupid." Action furrowed his brow, looking at him in confusion. "What?" Wenhui justified himself according to his plan. "I know you've completely mastered that sword technique. That means you know how I'd use it and what its weaknesses are, so, if I'd used it exactly the same in this fight, those twins could have countered me." Action, seeing through his trick, snorted coldly, "Ah, so that's why you changed your swordsmanship." Wenhui nodded firmly, "That's right." Of course, Action wasn't easily dismissive of his doubts. He continued to question Wenhui, "Did someone else teach you anything about that sword technique?" Wenhui used his skill of lying without blinking. "Who would dare step into your territory?" Actually, in terms of meaning, Wenhui's lie was still quite truthful, because Heavenly South was already in this area, and he was flying low, not walking like an ordinary person. After pondering for a moment, Action clicked his tongue and dismissed his suspicion. Your thinking ability is limited. After all, I've seen all the flaws in your modified sword technique." Wenhui bowed his head, accepting Action's criticism, as he had intentionally displayed flawed swordsmanship to avoid being scrutinized. He had originally intended to stay silent, but seeing Action flustered for a moment after being caught, Wenhui suddenly retorted confidently, "Of course, if it were performed by the elder, it would be a flawless execution, but do you know this?" Wenhui hinted, "The elder taught me this sword technique and made me fight like an authorized person, so, could it be that the original creator of this sword technique didn't notice its flaws? Even I thought about revising it. So, could it be that the person who created such a brilliant sword technique couldn't further perfect it?" Hearing this, Action's expression changed instantly, with the sound of grinding teeth mixed with a muttered, "Heavenly South." Action's expression returned to normal, but he still decided to vent his anger on Wenhui. Realizing he could never defeat Heavenly South the swordsman, he reiterated his statement, "Anyway, this is a draw, so it doesn't matter what you say." Wenhui countered, "If you hadn't interfered, I could have won." He glanced towards Chwabek, who lay sprawled on the ground, looking at his condition. "It's obvious," but Action shrugged indifferently. "Who knows what would have happened? In any case, that match was a draw." Wenhui was so exasperated that he directly criticized Action. "You're being unfair, elder. Do you really think this is fair?" Then, Wenhui began to pour out his grievances about the injustice he faced in this battle. "From the start, you should reconsider. I only have half the cultivation technique. And that guy, Chwabek, inherited his power directly from you. Furthermore, you told him all about my weaknesses in swordsmanship. On top of that, he even used pills to increase his inner strength. And let's not forget the rare gloves that enhanced his power and resistance. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Yet, I still managed to win a battle that was designed for me to lose." After listing out all his disadvantages, Wenhui stared intently at Action with eyes burning with anger. "If you didn't want to acknowledge my victory, that's like asking me to walk into death from the very beginning. Am I just a pawn in your game?" Action remained silent, while Wenhui continued to pour out the words that had been bottled up inside him for so long. "Do you think he could match me if we had a fair fight, if you hadn't given him those pills to boost his inner strength or those gloves?" Suddenly, Action tilted his head back and burst out laughing, cutting Wenhui off. For a moment, he thought the old man had become so enraged by the criticism that he was losing his mind. After a fit of hearty laughter, Action stomped his foot, sending force down into the ground where Chwabek lay like a corpse. The vibrations traveled through the earth and into Chwabek's body, lifting him into the air and awakening him. As Chwabek flew up to Action's level, the old man instantly grabbed his face and interrogated him. "You idiot, who told you to use that? I said you wouldn't be able to fully control that technique." Before Chwabek could even comprehend what was happening, Action continued, "Forget that stupid thing, but did I give you any elixir?" Chwabek swallowed nervously and cautiously asked Action back, "Those pills you gave me every night, weren't they elixirs?" Action couldn't hold back his laughter and erupted in another loud burst of ha ha ha. "You call those things elixirs, you idiot? If I had that many elixirs, why would I give them to you? You are truly an imbecile." While Chwabek stood there in stunned bewilderment, Action turned to Wenhui and explained, "Do you know why I passed on my martial arts to them? it's because they have the perfect bodies to learn the golden blood body technique. After first meeting the twins at the training camp, Action discovered that their blood circulated faster than normal people, giving them the ability to unleash their internal energy more quickly. Chwabek, still confused, jumped in with a question, "So, what about those pills?" Action continued to explain, "If your blood flows too fast while using the golden blood body technique, you won't be able to control your inner energy, your blood vessels will swell, and you could suffer a rupture, you would just go berserk and die. If I hadn't intervened, you would be dead already. That's why I used those pills to help you control the speed of blood circulation in your bodies." Seeing Chwabek beaten up enough, Action didn't bother punishing him for interrupting anymore. He dropped him back onto the ground with a thud and turned back to Wunhui. "And what about the weapon? How dare you complain when you don't even know anything about the sword you are holding?" Wunhui knew nothing about the sword because Heavenly South had never mentioned anything about it. Now, hearing Action's explanation, he finally understood. Although the sword looked a bit old, it still contained cold iron. It was an ancient sword, superior to any other swords. Heavenly South, flattered by the praise, cleared his throat awkwardly. Finally, he said something sensible. After a moment of thought, Action chuckled and acknowledged Wunhui's deductions. "Well, you are still at a disadvantage. As you said, this match was planned for him to win, no matter what. You were all just pieces on a predetermined chessboard, but you dared to deceive me and almost turned the game around." Having revealed his hand, Action calmly declared, "So this match is invalid, and the agreement is null and void." Wunhui could only lower his head in resignation. "In the end, I'm still just a pawn in your game." Just as Wunhui felt discouraged for his efforts not being rewarded as expected, Action suddenly added, "But I will take that pawn as my disciple." Wunhui's eyes widened in surprise. Action explained his decision. "It would be a waste to discard someone with your potential. There are some special cases in the Murim, they are considered martial arts geniuses. Those people always learn 10 times faster than others, they are extremely rare in this world. Well, basically, you are one of those people. Anyway, I've decided to take you as my disciple." Wunhui clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Elder, you flatter me." He felt embarrassed thinking that the strength he gained through Sodam and Heavenly South's guidance could be considered natural talent in Action's eyes. Seeing Wunhui's self-deprecation, Heavenly South and Sodam immediately encouraged him. "No, Wunhui, that's your talent. Yes, don't put yourself down like that. Who else in this world can hear our voices?" Reflecting on the sword's reasoning, Wunhui finally let go of his embarrassment. "Thank you, but it's too early to relax. I have one final question for him." Wunhui took a deep breath and gathered his courage to ask Action, "Elder, even if I become your disciple, I still can't learn that technique, right?" He didn't forget to pretend not to know the name of the golden blood body technique to avoid suspicion. When Action said it was the golden blood body, Wunhui nodded and continued, "You said that the golden blood body can only be learned by those with fast blood circulation like those twins, didn't you?" Action, amused by Wunhui's sharp mind, chuckled, "You should be grateful to me. I won't teach you any power techniques or the golden blood body. I will help you perfect your swordsmanship. Do you know that the swordsmanship you learned is from Heavenly South Swordsman, the former ruler of Yunnan province, my arch-nemesis?" Wunhui immediately went into acting mode, feigning astonishment. "Really? Is that true? That skeleton was Heavenly South Swordsman, so, this sword was once wielded by him?" Heavenly South felt puzzled by Wunhui's surprise. Heavenly South turned to Sodam with a question, "Didn't I tell him about my previous owner?" Sodam grinned and explained to Heavenly South, "He's just putting on an act." Since this was the first time Action told Wunhui those stories, he had to act this way to avoid suspicion. Sodam took the opportunity to remind Heavenly South, "You should get used to this, it's called playing dumb." Action continued talking to Wunhui. "After Heavenly South Swordsman died, I am the one who knows the most about the Stellar Light Swordsmanship. I will help you perfect the Stellar Light Swordsmanship." In reality, Wunhui wasn't too interested in that, having already received instruction from Heavenly South. However, Action went on to mention something far more intriguing to him. "I'm also considering restoring your Dantian." Action chuckled gleefully and asked Wunhui, "So, do you want to be my disciple?" Wunhui, hearing about his Dantian restoration, found Action's offer irresistible. However, he politely looked to Heavenly South to gauge his opinion. Fortunately, Heavenly South readily nodded. I will respect your decision. Wunhui, Sodam, naturally, also supported him with a bright smile. Yes, this is a great opportunity. You should take it. Wunhui, no longer having any doubts, clasped his hands and bowed to Action in a disciple's salute. Disciple Wunhui pays respects to his master. Zhuabeik, seeing Action accepting a disciple, put on a pitiful expression. Man di Gui Tian Elder, what about us? Action chuckled in response. Even though you two are a bit clumsy, I can't kick out those who have already learned my martial arts. I don't like it, but I will also accept you two as disciples. Zhuabeik's eyes immediately lit up, and a wide grin spread across his face, erasing all his pain. Really, is that true? Zhuabeik quickly turned to his brother and nodded. Disciple Zhuabeik pays respects to his master. Wu Hyun, hurry up and do the same. Wu Hyun, flustered, mimicked his brother's exact words. Disciple Zhuabeik pays respects to his master. Wu Hyun, hurry up and do the same. Zhuabeik grumpily complained to his foolish brother. No, you have to say your own name. Why are you repeating everything I say, you bald-headed idiot? While the twins were engaged in their comedic act, Wunhui's smug voice suddenly interrupted. Congratulations, junior brother. Wunhui smirked at Zhuabeik. I can't believe I got two junior brothers so quickly. It feels like a dream. Zhuabeik was completely dumbfounded, realizing that he was still inferior to Wunhui. Zhuabeik immediately started complaining and pleading with Action. Master, we were the ones who learned your martial arts first. Isn't it wrong to call him senior brother? However, Action ignored Zhuabeik's complaints and burst into a joyful laugh, shouting to the heavens, ha ha ha, Zhangde, can you see this? Your successor has become my disciple. Wunhui raised his head in bewilderment, looking at Action's triumphant gesture with outstretched arms. He was completely stunned by the old man's declaration. Ha 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 ha, I guess I won after all. Wunhui sighed inwardly. He really did win in his mind, didn't he? As soon as Heavenly South heard Action's announcement, he became enraged. Wunhui, I take back what I said. If you become his disciple, I won't help you anymore. After Wunhui and the twins returned to Action's cave to rest, he went alone to the waterfall where Wunhui had trained before. Action entered the cave and spoke to Heavenly South swordsman as if he were still alive. Are you all right, Zhangde? Action chuckled triumphantly and sat down opposite the skeleton. With this, I have finally surpassed you. Then, Action's face suddenly darkened and became sullen. There's only one thing I still can't understand, Zhangde, tell me, who killed you? Of course, the skeleton of the Heavenly South Sword Master just sat there silently, unable to reveal anything. Now, the only one who could know the culprit is Wunhui. He has the ability to communicate with the only witness, the Heavenly South Sword.
Meanwhile, Wunhui also returned to the cave, curious about the death of Heavenly South Sword Master Zhangde, and had heard the Heavenly South Sword recount the story. That day, my master suddenly received a very strange challenge letter, which mentioned the time and place of the duel. My master has received countless challenges before, but this letter made him extremely uneasy. I still don't know who he was fighting at that time. I only know that he was a man with one golden eye. At that time, he was just a teenager around 20 years old, but he was able to defeat my master in less than 40 moves. The sight of my master being defeated has been deeply etched in my memory until now. My master, the 8th Grandmaster of Miram, the Heavenly South Sword Master who ruled all of Yunnan, ended up like this. But that's all I know about him, the one who pushed my master to his death. After hearing the story, Sodam couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He defeated the 8th Grandmaster of Miram, the Heavenly South Sword Master, in just 40 moves. Meanwhile, Wunhui pondered silently. Something feels very strange about this. Sodam immediately misunderstood Wunhui's thoughts and scolded him. Watch your mouth, Wunhui. The Heavenly South Sword Master didn't lose because he was weak, but because his opponent was too strong. Wunhui chuckled and glanced at Sodam. When have I ever thought he was weak? While Sodam was making a fuss without thinking things through, Wunhui quietly looked up at Heavenly South and couldn't help but wonder about his story. Moreover, Heavenly South's expression was not normal at all. It seemed like he was hiding something, more than just simple nostalgia and pity when thinking about his former master. After seeing Heavenly South's expression, Sodam wanted to press him and point out the inconsistencies in the story, but then he shook his head and dismissed it. Right after that, Wunhui stretched and picked up the two swords. Whatever, it's late, I'm going to bed. As he lowered his hand, he casually placed the two swords to the side. You guys sleep well too. Sodam then chuckled mockingly at his foolishness. What kind of sword goes to sleep? After the two swords were separated, Wonwi could think freely without worrying about his thoughts being read. He immediately fell into his own train of thought. I had planned to soothe him by asking a little about the Heavenly South Sword Master, but it turned out like this. Judging by Heavenly South's reaction, it seemed like he was still hiding something. Based on what he said, it still doesn't explain why the body of the Heavenly South Sword Master, who ruled Yunnan, was found in Guangdong. That's not even mentioning the strength of the 8th Grandmaster, a person like him being severely injured in just 40 moves. If his opponent was truly that strong, he could have easily killed him without even needing 40 moves. More importantly, the Heavenly South Sword said that the challenger had driven his master to his death. That means the one who actually killed him was someone else. So it's highly possible that the Heavenly South Sword Master was still alive after that duel. Then he came to this place to focus on recovering his health, and then another person must have appeared. The one who appeared last is the one who actually killed the Heavenly South Sword Master. As the clues were pieced together more clearly, Wonwi had even more questions. I wonder if it was that man with the platinum eyes, or if it was someone else who watched the duel. I don't know who that person is, but I already know his purpose. Wonwi tossed and turned as his speculations became more and more numerous and profound. The Heavenly South Sword Master once told the Heavenly South Sword, I want to find a successor, but I haven't had the chance to meet him. Therefore, if that person had taken the life of the Heavenly South Sword Master and stolen his martial arts, then he would be the only one who possessed the brilliant light swordsmanship. Not only that, his method was truly cruel. He smashed his jaw so that he couldn't speak, broke his arm so he couldn't write anything more, and finally broke his leg so that he couldn't run anywhere. The only reason why he acted so cruelly is because he wanted to monopolize the Heavenly South Sword Master's martial arts. It's possible that the Heavenly South Sword Master didn't finish writing that internal energy cultivation technique, but that the other guy erased the most important part of it. He did this so that he could be the only person left alive who possessed that internal energy cultivation technique. Thinking about this, a shiver of disgust ran down Wonwi's spine. It wasn't because he was afraid of the cruel murderer, but because he was disgusted by the vile, unworthy soul of that person. He was so angry that he trembled, but he had to clench his teeth to keep from shouting and releasing his rage. The more Wonwi thought about it, the more indignant and heartbroken he became. Even though I wasn't his disciple, I am the inheritor of his martial arts. I've never met him, and yet I couldn't help but be enraged on his behalf. Not to mention the Heavenly South Sword, he couldn't do anything to help his master because, in the end, he's just a sword, witnessing all those savage actions and being unable to do anything. I wonder how much hatred and sorrow he must feel. Wonwi remembered that from the moment he first met Heavenly South, he always avoided mentioning the death of his former master. At that time, I just thought he was a man of few words or that their relationship wasn't close enough to share such a thing. But now, thinking back, it was probably just too terrible. After calming down, Wonwi told himself, until Heavenly South is truly ready to talk to me about it, I should be careful not to mention it again. This is probably the best thing I can do for him. While Wonwi was thinking, the two swords on the side were also talking. Without worrying about Wonwi hearing them, Sodam curiously asked Heavenly South, what happened? You must have gone through something terrible, right? Who was the villain? However, even to Sodam, Heavenly South wasn't ready to open up. I'll tell you later. Thanks for understanding, Sodam. Sodam generously patted Heavenly South's shoulder. What are you being so polite for? We're both swords. Who else would you talk to about this if not a sword like me? Seeing Heavenly South still frowning, Sodam grinned with a look of determination. Don't worry, if that wooden-headed Wonwi asks about the Heavenly South Sword Master's death again, I'll distract him right away. Heavenly South shook his head and replied, he already noticed my reaction so he probably won't ask anymore. Sodam opened his eyes wide in astonishment. How did you know that? Heavenly South smiled with a cool look. It's not necessary to understand each other through words. That's the connection between a sword and its master. Seeing Heavenly South smiling proudly and making such a declaration made Sodam's anger flare up. You're ridiculous. Why are you being so arrogant? She scowled and pressed Heavenly South down. You came after me, yet you dare speak as if you understand him so well. I've killed more people than you. It seems I need to teach you a lesson so that you can learn your place. As Wonwi gradually drifted off to sleep after his heavy thoughts, he suddenly heard a rattling sound at the entrance of the cave. He woke up immediately, startled. What's all that noise? Wonwi had just sat up to see what was happening when he saw Action standing there with a ferociously angry expression. He stammered, Elder, no, Master. Before Wonwi could understand what was going on, he received a blow to the head from Action. Like a bolt from the blue, Action roared, You weaklings! After lecturing Wonhui, Action stormed over to the twins and literally woke them up, not forgetting to growl, "Do you think being my disciples means you get to sleep all day?" Wonhui rolled on the ground, clutching his head. I'm sorry." In his heart, he lamented, "You didn't tell me to wait." When Wonhui and the twins were fully awake, Action brought out a giant jar of wine and a bag of snacks. Action opened the jar of wine with a hearty laugh. "This is the first time I've taken disciples. You can't just sit around doing nothing." The three disciples' eyes lit up and they started drooling at the sight of the wine. Then, Action used the cup to directly scoop the wine from the jar and raised the cup with an excited expression. "If we don't finish this, we won't be able to sleep. Who drinks first?" Since the day they were kidnapped by the blood sect, it's been a long time since Wonhui and his twin brothers saw alcohol, let alone drank it. The fragrant scent from the wine jar made them look like thirsty puppies. The three greedy guys rushed in, fighting for the wine. "Master, let me drink first." "No, me first." Action laughed heartily. "One by one, you little brats." The next day, Wonhui was the first to wake up from his drunken stupor. He quickly stepped out of the cave entrance to breathe in the fresh morning air, but he continued yawning because he was still sleepy. The cool snowflakes touching his skin quickly made him completely sober. "Oh, the snow is falling even thicker than yesterday." Wonhui planned to sharpen his heavenly south sword as a way to comfort his wounded heart. At this moment, Juabek saw Wonhui waking up early and preparing to go somewhere, so he followed him stealthily. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Wonhui turned around when he heard the voice behind him. He greeted Juabek with a mocking smile. "Oh, Juabek, you're awake. How are you? Is your wound all right?" Wonhui didn't ask about the wound Juabek got from fighting him, but instead asked about the swollen bruise on his cheek. Juabek grumbled irritably, "Do I look okay to you? That damn old fool, he can't drink at all. He got drunk, then he went crazy without using his inner strength to sober up." Wonhui couldn't help but laugh when he thought about last night, when Action talked about his younger years, shed tears, and told the story of meeting the woman he always longed for. Juabek thought it was a joke and laughed, but it was a trap that made him receive a kick from Action. Wonhui clicked his tongue and shook his head, showing pity for Juabek. "Who told you to be so stupid?" You laughed at his pain. Juabek scowled and grumbled, "I thought he was joking." At that moment, Wonhui started to pick on Juabek again. "I'm your senior brother, you know. How dare you talk to me like that?" Juabek immediately retorted, "Who said you're my senior brother? You owe me a life debt." Juabek brought up the past, making Wonhui's brain, still slightly intoxicated, unable to recall immediately, but quickly, he realized that Juabek was referring to the day they killed Captain O. When? You mean back then. At the same time, remembering that fierce battle, Wonhui also recalled their private challenge. "No need for many words. The winner is king, the loser is a traitor. What do you think?" Wonhui chuckled and said to Juabek, "Remember the bet we made that day. So what now? Do you want to call me senior brother or call me your excellency as we bet? If you're not satisfied, we can fight again." Juabek knew that if Action hadn't interfered, he would have been in another world, so he couldn't fight back. He stared at Wonhui for a long time with a reluctant expression, then trembled and mumbled, "Se, senior brother." Wonhui proudly cocked his ear with an arrogant expression. "What? Something wrong with my ear? I can't hear you clearly." Juabek knelt down with an angry shout. "Yes, senior brother, damn it, my inner strength is clearly superior." Sodam, watching the fun from the side, couldn't stop laughing. "Does he know you held back so he wouldn't get hurt?" Wonhui also laughed cheerfully and replied, "He knows, he's just too arrogant to admit it." At this moment, the noise of the two of them woke up Action, but he didn't get angry when he stepped out of the cave. "You're awake, are you, you lucky bastard?" Wonhui immediately turned to greet him. "Master." Immediately after, Action suddenly grabbed Wonhui by the neck and lifted him up. "Let's go." Wonhui was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on, and his intuition told him something was wrong. What do you mean, master?" As expected, Wonhui's intuition was sharp. Action lifted him up again, flying into the cold winter sky. It had been a long time since he experienced that dizzy feeling like a roller coaster ride. As before, even though Wonhui had become stronger, he still couldn't bear the shock caused by Action's light skills. He shouted helplessly, "Master, I also know light skills. How long do we have to fly like this?" Action nonchalantly replied, "Humph, with your speed, you'll only reach the blood-stained gorge by the tangerine season." Wonhui became even more curious and yelled in despair, "What are we going there for?" Very soon, in front of Wonhui, a row of black roof tiles with red pillars appeared. This was the main building of the blood-stained gorge, where the leader Gu Sangwong and his subordinates were. Inside the main hall, Gu Sangwong was sitting and talking to a white-haired old man. "The pulse diagnosis is faster than I expected. this is the only possible prescription. The old man nodded and replied, yes, this is the best way in this situation. The next second, a large section of the wooden and tiled ceiling collapsed, interrupting their conversation as if a meteor had landed in the main hall. The two people inside were startled. Action landed from the hole in the ceiling and politely asked the two people in the room, may I ask if there is a divine physician here? As soon as he saw the white-bearded old man, Action didn't wait for an answer. He grabbed Wonhui by the neck and brought him forward. Please help me treat him. After a night of heavy drinking followed by a high-speed trip, Wonhui was trembling with the feeling of nausea rising to his throat. Yes, please save me. As Action was about to ask for help, but it seemed like he was forcing the divine physician to treat Wonhui, a woman suddenly opened the door and walked in, shouting to stop Action. Please stop. At first glance, the woman looked like a death god. Her face was pale, her lips were purple, and her sharp eyes were shaded with smoke. Even her attire was mainly black, accented with a few bright blood-red details. Although she looked frightening, to be fair, she was beautiful. This woman radiating a hellish aura was Lu, the bloody star, the blood-killing demoness Hanbika. She turned her cold eyes towards Action. Fourth Venerable, it's been a while. However, Action didn't pay any attention to Hanbika. She frowned and turned her eyes towards Wonhui, who had just been brought in by Action. But who is that child beside you? I've never seen him before. Just by looking at the attire, Wonhui guessed that it was one of the high-ranking members of the blood sect, people who were rarely seen. Wonhui was ready to bow and pay his respects. Blood demon, forever, blood sect rules the world. I, student soldier Wonhui. As he was about to kneel, Action used his foot to kick him in the face to stop him. Stop that right now. Action looked unhappy as he shook his head and looked at Wonhui. You're my disciple, and you dare kneel before my subordinate. Wonhui was even more shocked after his declaration. Of course, Hanbika was also surprised. Action completely ignored Hanbika and continued what he was doing. All right, I need to talk to the divine physician. Is the 10,000 Deaths divine physician there? Even though the white-haired old man was standing right in front of him, Action shouted towards the closed door behind the old man. The door of the room quickly opened, and a middle-aged man calmly stepped out. The best physician in the Central Plains casually greeted Action. Fourth Venerable, it's been a while. Your aura is as strong as ever. Have a cup of tea. For the first time, Action responded politely. All right, you've been working hard. Drink plenty of tea. Sodam couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, look at that. He's so elegant. Wonhui clicked his tongue in his heart and secretly scoffed. Oh my god, that crazy old man sold his elegance a long time ago. He's just pretending. Wonhui slowly stood up with questioning eyes, looking at the 10,000 Deaths divine physician, then at the white-haired old man. So that's the divine physician. It's a world apart from the one I imagine. I thought it was the old man. Action couldn't maintain his politeness for long. He directly took out a token from his belt and handed it to the 10,000 Deaths divine physician. I'll be brief. Treat my disciple. He has a problem with his dantian. If you treat him, I will give you my token. This can be used when necessary. Although Action had been more polite than usual, the 10,000 Deaths divine physician still refused bluntly without any hesitation. I decline. Action's thick eyebrows immediately furrowed together. What? Immediately after, the 10,000 Deaths divine physician presented a pile of tokens engraved with the names of experts. They were so many that they clinked together when they were intertwined. During my time in the Central Plains, I have received too many tokens as payment for treatment. Wonhui couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. How many are there? The token of the headmaster of the Wudang sect, the token of the elder of the Fiery King sect, even the token of the #1 assassin of the Central Plains. Compared to the tokens of the 8 great experts of the Central Plains and the 4 great villains, Action's token is worthless. Then, the 10,000 Deaths divine physician casually glanced at Wonhui for only a second before coldly pronouncing, furthermore, if there's a problem with the dantian, it's not a life-threatening disease. I have more important patients, so I don't have time to treat your disciple. The next second, the 10,000 Deaths divine physician even coldly chased Action and his disciple out. If you've understood, then leave. Wonhui curiously glanced at the silhouette behind the screen in the room. Is that the important patient the divine physician mentioned? Who is it? Suddenly, Action grabbed Wonhui's head and lifted him into the air, threatening with a sly smile. Ha, isn't it a matter of life and death? If this kid doesn't get treated, he won't be able to use his inner strength, then he can only die. Action chuckled and threatened the 10,000 Deaths divine physician. You will treat him, or you will let him die. Aren't doctors supposed to not let others die? Wonhui couldn't help but be stunned and glanced at Action. Ha, why use this method? He's really crazy. Action became even more excited as he spoke. That's right, you can even cure a shattered head. Right, let me break his head first. Wonwui's hair stood on end after hearing that. This crazy old man, what is he saying? The 10,000 Deaths divine physician remained calm and collected, closing the door of the room. It's a pity. I heard that's your first disciple. If you intend to kill him, remember to take him outside. I'm very busy. Action, rejected so bluntly, couldn't tolerate it anymore. He angrily threw Wonwui to the side, accidentally causing Gu Sangwon to fall headfirst behind him. Action's face darkened, and he moved closer to the closed door of the room. You dare be disrespectful to me? Fine. If that child behind the screen is no more, then the divine physician won't have anything to be busy with. Just as Action was about to barge into the room and use the most extreme methods to force the 10,000 Deaths divine physician to comply, Hanbika suddenly rushed forward and stood in front of him. Fourth Venerable, please stop and step back. Action was taken aback and yelled loudly, you dare stand in front of me? Your sudden appearance has already made me curious about who you are. Immediately after, for some unknown reason, Action's face suddenly changed, becoming shocked and frightened. What? Wonwui sat aside and observed, becoming very curious when he couldn't hear any sound coming from their mouths. What is this? Why is it so suddenly quiet? The atmosphere has changed. Wonwui carefully observed and noticed a tiny but incredibly fast movement in the 6 bloody star's neck. It was just a blur, but he could be certain that they were talking through voice transmission, even though he couldn't hear anything. After talking to Hanbika for a while, Action ordered Wonwui and the others in the room to wait outside. Wonwui, full of curiosity, was being kicked out and blurted out, what? Action immediately yelled angrily, except the bloody star, everyone out. Wonwui, not daring to hesitate, quickly ran out of the room. Still curious, he stealthily glanced back, wondering, who's in there? Why is the old man's face so serious? When the room was empty except for Hanbika, Action pressed her, his voice tight. Everything you just said, it's all true, right? To ensure Hanbika wouldn't play tricks, Action glared at her with fierce killing intent and warned, if you dare lie to me to escape danger, even if you are the 6th bloody star, I won't spare you. Hanbika looked directly into Action's eyes with unwavering determination. Fourth Lord, don't worry, everything I said is guaranteed to be true, not a single lie. Her serious tone helped build Action's trust. Meanwhile, Wonwui, who was kicked out, could only wander around the front of the main hall. After walking back and forth for a while, he sat down heavily on the steps, rubbing his stomach and sighing. Did I eat and drink too much yesterday? My stomach feels awful now. Wonwui suppressed the churning in his stomach and waited for Action, a lot of questions swirling in his mind. Who could be in there? Someone so important that even Action wouldn't dare touch casually. When will they finish talking? Sodam immediately reminded Wonwui, at this point in time, don't you remember anyone or any event you can speculate about? Wonwui pondered, I'm not sure. The Blood Liege is dead now. No one should be above the 4th Lord. Wonwui, bored and with a stomach ache, jumped off the step and started walking around. Meanwhile, Heavenly South, a bit confused, asked Sodam, that question you just asked, it sounds a bit strange. Sodam. Heavenly South tilted his head, looking doubtful. I thought this was Wonwui's first encounter with this situation. But sometimes you talk as if Wonwui knew the future. Is it really reliable? Immediately, Wonwui and Sodam huddled together, confirming to Heavenly South in unison, I died in the future and came back here. Heavenly South was so shocked that he gaped in astonishment. Previously, he only thought Sodam was exaggerating or using metaphors, since her personality couldn't stay serious for long. For the first time, Heavenly South looked dumbfounded, almost tearing his hair out. How is that possible? So you're saying he died and came back to life, and it's not a metaphor? Sodam smugly replied, that's right, it's all true. I told you I wouldn't lie. Seeing Sodam's smugness, Wonwui interjected, you didn't believe me either the first time you heard about this. Sodam. Exposed. Sodam angrily glared at Wonwui, you're too loud, I'm talking, why are you interrupting? Wonwui didn't want to fight with the capricious girl, so he could only mumble, okay, I'm really sorry. Sodam noticed Wonwui walking towards a place without guards and curiously asked, where are you going? Wonwui replied, the food storage, I'll go get some water. It's because of that big bottle of wine yesterday that my stomach feels bad. Heavenly South, seeing this, sighed sympathetically, humans are such a hassle. Wonwui quickly opened the door to the storage room. If my memories are correct, this should be the food storage. However, to his surprise, there was someone inside, hunched over in the dim light. Wonwui was a little astonished to see someone in the storage room. Moreover, this person wasn't even lighting the place up, acting as if they were sneaking around doing something shady. A young girl with a round, chubby face was chewing on a chicken leg in a steamed bun, She was so engrossed in eating that she didn't even notice Wonwi enter. Who is that? She doesn't realize I'm here. Even though he didn't know who she was, Wonwi found her gluttonous appearance quite amusing. Just then, the girl looked up and discovered someone was staring at her. Faced with this awkward situation, Wonwi could only manage an embarrassed smile. Ah, haha. Immediately, he backed out of the storage room and slammed the door shut. Before leaving, he managed to throw out a sentence to ease the awkwardness. I apologize. The gluttonous girl, seeing Wonwi run out, suddenly became worried and couldn't eat anymore. The gluttonous girl hurriedly dropped the chicken leg and ran after Wonwi. Wait, you're the fourth lord's disciple, right? Wonwi realized she must have overheard the conversation in the main hall and stopped. The gluttonous girl shyly covered her small mouth that was still chewing. Well, what you saw just now, forget about it. I'm trying to lose weight. So, Wonwi chuckled and glanced at the girl. How can I forget? I intentionally teased the girl. Ah, then that piece of jerky just now was. The gluttonous girl nervously explained. That, I only ate a little bit. I was afraid I would faint while losing weight. I haven't eaten anything all day. Wonwi tried to hold back his laughter at the girl's panicked expression. She looked like she was about to eat half the storage room. After realizing she was being a little rude talking with her mouth full of food, the gluttonous girl quickly cleared her throat and softly said, anyway, please keep it a secret. So, in return for that, immediately, she pulled out 2 copper coins and handed them to Wonwi. Take this. Wonwi looked blankly at the coins in her hand and pondered whether to accept them. What a strange girl. Wonwi thought to himself, just saying it would be enough. Why bring out money? Meanwhile, the gluttonous girl, getting more nervous, tried to force the money on him. Here. Take it. At that moment, Action walked out and yelled, hey, disciple. Seeing Wonwi hearing his call but still standing there in a daze, Action immediately raised his voice and urged him, hurry up and come here. Wonwi, immediately using his light skills, ran towards Action as fast as he could to avoid being punished. The gluttonous girl, seeing him rushing away without taking the money, became even more panicked. Ah, wait. When Wonwi just ran back to Action, he pushed his head into the ground and grumbled, you should have obediently waited for me at the main gate. The gluttonous girl had also caught up to Wonwi and stumbled and fell right next to Hanbika's feet. Action angrily questioned Wonwi, what are you doing here? Wonwi, with an embarrassed smile, stood up and explained to him, I was a bit thirsty, so I came here to find some water. Wonwi no longer paid attention to the gluttonous girl, but suddenly her voice echoed in his mind, young master. Wonwi was astonished, is this voice transmission? When Wonwi looked up to find the person transmitting to him, he immediately saw the gluttonous girl staring at him with eyes full of killing intent. She continued to transmit her warning to him, if you dare tell anyone about me, you'll die. Wonwi couldn't help but gulp in fright and quickly finished explaining to Action, I'm looking for it, but I haven't found it yet. As soon as he heard this, Action felt Wonwi was being foolish. What? The food storage is behind you. Are you really stupid? Hanbika only now noticed the gluttonous girl had also just run from the food storage and immediately glared at her. The gluttonous girl, embarrassed, automatically confessed, I didn't eat much. In front of others, Hanbika didn't want to embarrass the gluttonous girl. She quickly dropped the issue of her snacking and turned her attention to Action and his disciple. Haha, the master-disciple relationship between the two of you is quite good, isn't it? Hanbika walked closer to Wonwi and looked him up and down with sharp eyes. The fourth lord taking in a disciple is truly a blessing for our sect. Wonwi, for the first time, looked directly into Hanbika's eyes and suddenly felt dizzy. What is this? There was something in the 6 bloody stars' gaze that made him feel chilled and dizzy. Wonwi felt a unique aura around Hanbika, different from other people. It brought a powerful oppressive feeling just through her eyes. The chilling sensation made Wonwi not want to look anymore, but he was drawn into her eyes as if by a magnet. Just as he felt dizzy and about to collapse, his inherent energy in his chest suddenly surged out. Wonwi didn't know why his inherent energy was activating on its own, but it made him less dizzy. At that moment, Action blocked Wonwi's view with his large hand, and at the same time, he heard a voice in his head, don't look directly into her eyes, you're still young, you'll be captivated. After regaining his composure, Wonwi realized the dizziness he felt earlier was due to the 6 bloody stars skill, but he still couldn't understand why his inherent energy was activated for no reason. Action pushed Wonwi back behind him and warned Hanbika, don't play those pointless tricks anymore, bloody star. Hanbika's expression remained unchanged, demonstrating her boldness in daring to test Wonwi in front of Action. However, she didn't want to cause trouble, so she laughed and immediately denied it. How could there be such a thing? How dare I do anything in front of the fourth lord? Well, then, we'll take our leave. Hanbika gracefully walked away with the gluttonous girl. Before disappearing from Action's sight, Hanbika still chuckled. Well, we'll meet again later. Fourth Lord, Action, of course, didn't care about her, so he just snorted coldly. Action turned away immediately after Hanbika left. He grumbled angrily, everything is becoming more complicated now. If you want to treat your Dantian, we have to find the heavenly fairy snowgrass to trade. As soon as he heard the name of that herb, Wonwui's eyes lit up with joy. Heavenly fairy snowgrass, that's right. In my previous life, I also heard about the 10,000 deaths divine physician searching for this herb. Action, not knowing anything about that plant, became even more troubled. That divine physician said that whoever can find that herb will get his token. The person with the token can always ask him to heal them, but in the middle of winter like this, where can we find the herb? Wonwui, hearing this, was even more delighted. Luckily, I know where that herb is. In the midst of his confusion about how to find the herb, Action blurted out, damn it, if that young miss wasn't involved in this. Then, Wonwui, who had been curious for a while, seized the opportunity to ask him, who is she? Wonwui thought Action wouldn't reveal it, but surprisingly, his voice was transmitted into Wonwui's mind. Keep it a secret. If you let anyone know, I'll kill you. It was a blurry image, but Wonwui could still see that it was a woman. He silently signaled that he understood and waited for Action's story. You remember the person behind the curtain in the divine physician's room. She's the daughter of the recently deceased leech. Wonwui was stunned speechless. The blood demon's lineage still exists. This is top secret information that I didn't know in my previous life. Of course, like any other organization in the world, information is shared based on different levels. Third-rate spies like Wonwui would never have the opportunity to access such confidential information. The blood demon is a major figure in the history of Mirim. He gathered all the dark forces and various evil individuals from Jianghu under his command, forming a unified organization called the Blood Sect. Their existence poses a threat to the righteous sects. Therefore, in the past, the righteous sects established the Mirim Alliance to counter the Blood Sect. Subsequently, the Invincible City, the most powerful force in Mirim at that time, joined the battle, turning it into a grand war between righteousness and evil. This brutal war lasted for a long time, yet it was triggered by one person. Everyone believed that the incident happened solely because of the blood demon. Therefore, after the end of that fierce battle between righteousness and evil, countless top-tier masters joined forces to kill the blood demon. The Mirim Alliance and Invincible City then pursued and eliminated all those carrying the blood demon's bloodline to prevent future repercussions and stop the blood sect's revival. This is all Wonwui knows so far. Countless righteous Mirim warriors tried to prevent the blood demon's seeds from sprouting again, but unexpectedly, he just encountered someone with the blood demon's bloodline. That evening, returning to the mountain, Wonwui recounted everything he knew to Sodam and Heavenly South. Sodam nodded and speculated, that's why even that crazy old man had to obediently accept the proposal of the 10,000 deaths divine physician. Wonwui sighed, yes, there's no other way. In my previous life, I didn't know the purpose of searching for that herb, but even the young warriors were mobilized to find it. Suddenly, Wonwui had an even better idea. He could use the herb to exchange for the opportunity to heal his Dantian. If so, it would be a fantastic chance for him to become the benefactor of the future liege of the Blood Sect. Thinking about it, Wonwui felt a bit uneasy. But, is that enough? If I don't become stronger on my own, even if I get a better opportunity than this time, I'll be manipulated by others who are stronger. Just like in my previous life. Sodam, who didn't understand Wonwui's rambling, asked directly, so, are you going to search for the herb or not? Wonwui immediately sat up excitedly, of course I have to find it. How can I miss this opportunity? Sodam enthusiastically encouraged him. That's right, good relationships are always crucial in the human world. Heavenly South, who had been silent until now, also agreed. I agree with Sodam's words. Seeing Wonwui being all talk but no action, Sodam impatiently urged him, why are you so relaxed? What if someone else finds it before you? Don't you feel annoyed at losing the opportunity? Come on, move it. Wonwui calmly replied, anyway, we can't find it now. Wonwui recalled information from his previous life and said, right now, the bud of that herb is still buried, so it can't be found. The 10,000 deaths divine physician doesn't know this, so he wasted 3 days looking for it. Wonwui chuckled smugly to his 2 spirit swords. After the sun sets, and after everyone else retreats, I'll head straight to the location of the Haitian Fushue herb. That night, Wonwui secretly moved as planned, unaware that a figure was silently following him. Wonwui finally waited for the time to descend the mountain, despite the dark, dense fog obstructing his vision and the entire area being covered in white snow, making it difficult to see the path, let alone search for the herb. Wonwui still rushed forward confidently. The feeling of gliding effortlessly over the snow under the moonlight made Wonwui excited. Even the cold gusts that swept past him while running didn't deter him. Such a good mood, he thought. In my previous life, I always envied those who could use light body techniques. Now, I can do it too. However, this relaxed and cheerful feeling didn't last long. Heavenly South suddenly appeared beside Wonwee and whispered, "Wonwee." Wonwee immediately nodded in response, "I know." Wonwee thought that by now, everyone involved in the search had given up, but there was still someone following him. He could see the scenery around him quickly whizzing by. Thinking it would be difficult for the opponent to catch him, he ignored it for a while. Unexpectedly, that person was able to chase right behind him. Wonwee glanced back but only saw the hazy fog blocking most of his vision. He had to ask Heavenly South, "Do you know who that person is?" However, Heavenly South didn't answer directly but replied with an enigmatic exclamation, "Amazing." Seeing Wonwee's confused expression, Heavenly South explained, "It's the chubby young lady you met this morning, and it seems like she's accelerating and about to catch up to us." Wonwee was astonished. "What? How is that possible? No matter how hard she trains in light body techniques, with her physique, it's hard for her to follow me for so long." Though still doubtful, Wonwee didn't have time to think much about it. He immediately decided to do something to buy time. Perhaps he could distract the gluttonous girl later. So, he drew his steel sword and spun around in the air amidst the bamboo forest, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the snow covering the trees to fall. As Wonwee expected, the gluttonous girl had just reached the bamboo forest when large chunks of snow fell on her head, affecting her vision momentarily. Based on Wonwee's calculations, while the opponent's vision was obstructed to the point of stopping, he could escape from her pursuit. To prevent the gluttonous girl from persisting, Wonwee cautiously jumped onto a tree and repeatedly used light body techniques to leap gracefully, making it impossible for her to find his direction. After a while, Wonwee looked back and didn't see the gluttonous girl anymore. He broke into a gleeful smile, successfully shaken off. "Now, I have to speed up." Even if she found his direction, he had enough time and distance now for her to be unable to catch up. However, Wonwee rejoiced too early. Heavenly South suddenly shouted a warning to him, "Wonwee, be careful above." Sodam, clueless, looked up to the sky. Above, what? The gluttonous girl had appeared in the night sky under the dim moonlight. She brandished her sharp claws, like a fox spirit, enveloped in powerful energy. Her cold gaze gleamed in the darkness, causing anyone looking up to be startled and terrified. When Wonwee heard Heavenly South's reminder, he immediately tilted his head back to look at the sky and saw the gluttonous girl, large and clear, floating there like a ghost. The gluttonous girl glared fiercely at Wonwee, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. She coldly uttered, "Stop." In the instant he saw the gluttonous girl blocking his path, Wonwee froze, forgetting about continuing to run. Instead, he stared at the girl as she gathered energy in her small hand. Without another word, the gluttonous girl leaped down, striking Wonwee with her bare hands. Luckily, he managed to raise his steel sword in time, blocking the blow across his chest and preventing damage from the swift attack. As he was pushed back to the ground by the gluttonous girl's attack, Wonwee immediately shouted in a tone of grievance, "Young miss, wait, why are you suddenly attacking me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wonwee spun around in the air and landed on the ground in a balanced stance. Although he wasn't injured, after enduring that sudden attack, he vaguely assessed that the girl was stronger than him. At that moment, the gluttonous girl also landed on the ground with a graceful and carefree demeanor, as light as a feather. She curiously looked at Wonwee. "Strange, I heard that the disciple of the 4 grandmasters has Dantian problems, but your light body techniques are so good." She said only that, then charged again to attack Wonwee with her fiery red fingers. Her actions made Wonwee more and more confused. What the heck is going on? Luckily, Wonwee quickly fell back to the ground and once again evaded her claws. As soon as the gluttonous girl moved out of Wonwee's range, he stood up with a vigilant gaze. What kind of light body technique is this? It's like a hawk that can swoop in from all directions. Furthermore, when Wonwee carefully observed the martial art that caused her fingertips to turn red, he vaguely guessed that it was the blood demoness martial art. The gluttonous girl's attacks continued to rain down on Wonwee relentlessly. He tried to block the attacks while understanding that the longer this situation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Wonwee quickly came up with a solution. "If I can't subdue her and win, the only way is to resolve this through conversation." In the next second, Wonwee gathered his internal energy into his sword and swung it decisively, slashing across the air. Wonwee's blade drew a crescent-shaped arc, shimmering brightly under the moonlight. However, the move didn't hit the gluttonous girl. It only caused the snow on the ground to be flung up, creating a thick fog. The gluttonous girl quickly stopped her attack and asked Wonwee directly, "An attack of that caliber, were you intentionally missing?" Wonwee didn't answer her but asked back, "Why are you following me, young miss? You startled me." The gluttonous girl hesitated before explaining, Well, I saw you sneaking off somewhere in the middle of the night, so I followed. I thought you wouldn't stop even if I called you. So, Won-wi furrowed his brows, showing disbelief. So, you attacked me because of that. Where I go is none of your concern, young miss. The gluttonous girl immediately countered. Don't you know where the herb is? Won-wi, caught off guard, fell silent and widened his eyes. What? How does she know? Though a little startled, Won-wi quickly regained his composure and feigned innocence. What are you talking about, young miss? If I knew, would I have to search for it in the middle of the night? Seeing that Won-wi wasn't being honest with her, the gluttonous girl tried to persuade him. You don't need to be so guarded. And, by the way, I'm Heian, a disciple of the 6 Bloody Stars. Actually, I'm a friend of the noble person who needs the herb. However, Won-wi left immediately, without hesitation. He sighed and said to her, Heian, young miss, I'm not sure, but I can guess why you're here. However, it seems like you're wasting your time today. Heian immediately followed Won-wi. Hey, are you going to run away again? Don't do that, master, take me with you. Seeing Won-wi's resolute stance, Heian decided to entice him. I'll use all my strength to help you achieve merit and obtain the Divine Physician's token. Won-wi finally hesitated a bit and stopped to think. Achieve merit and get the token. Sodam tilted her head and asked him, isn't that a good condition? Why are you hesitant? Won-wi clicked his tongue and replied, just wait a minute. Won-wi carefully thought back to Heian, from their first meeting in the main hall of the 6 Blood Grotto. Considering that she offered a large exchange value right from the start, it seemed like she didn't know how to bargain at all. Even the incident of her giving me money during the day, basically, it can be concluded that she's quite hasty. If I intentionally make things difficult for her, it seems like I'll be able to get more benefits. Seeing Won-wi pondering for a while without saying anything, Heian indeed became anxious. Oh, I said it because I was worried you were going to run away, but don't even think about escaping, you know I'm faster than you. Won-wi smirked and suggested, young miss, how about this? To strengthen your belief, you bet something else. Heian tilted her head and looked at Won-wi. Belief, you want me to bet something else? What is it? Right after that, he made a request. Teach me the light kung fu you used to chase me earlier. Consider this a down payment. Heian was surprised and said, what? Heian was so angry that she trembled. Do you know how disrespectful it is to ask a martial artist to teach someone else martial arts without taking them as a disciple? Won-wi calmly replied, I know. If you don't like it, I'll go back. Then, he pretended to turn around and leave. He knew she would teach him because that's the kind of person she was. Won-wi guessed right again. Heian reluctantly stopped him from leaving. Fine, I'll teach you. However, I have a condition. You can only use that light kung fu when your life is in danger. Sodam felt pity for Heian, seeing how reluctantly she agreed despite not wanting the light kung fu to be revealed. Life is such a struggle, she thought. Heavenly South, on the other hand, thought differently. I guess her friendship with that noble man is important to her. Won-wi clicked his tongue in his heart. Maybe it's not just friendship. He immediately agreed with Heian with a smile. A good deal, let's go then. After being taught the light kung fu by Heian, Won-wi moved much faster, leaving Heian astonished. Is this real? Light kung fu using inherent energy? You could die if you keep doing that. Heian kindly reminded Won-wi on their way to search for herbs. Don't do that anymore if you don't want to die prematurely due to exhaustion of your vital energy. Won-wi looked dejected and sighed. What else can I do? My dantian doesn't work, so I have to do this. Suddenly, Won-wi got curious and asked Heian, how did you know for sure that I knew the location of the herb? Heian seriously explained, first, your whereabouts. Today alone, we mobilized everyone and searched for 6 hours in the 6 Blood Valley. During that time, we saw the 4 venerables a few times but never saw you. And second, this is what makes me certain. I felt this while chasing you. You moved like someone who already knew the destination. You didn't search around, but just went straight ahead. Won-wi was slightly surprised by Heian's intelligence. He understood that there was no point in making excuses now. Then, it was Heian's turn to ask Won-wi, your name is Won-wi, right? Won-wi nodded and replied, yes, you seem older than me, so you can call me whatever you like. Won-wi forgot the basic rule when talking to women. Don't talk about age. Heian, upon hearing that, felt annoyed and glared at him. How dare you say that about me? I'm the disciple of the 4 venerables. I'm not that old. Just then, Won-wi stopped before a cliff. The herb grows down there. Suddenly, Heian changed the subject and hesitantly asked, Won-wi, did you talk to anyone this morning? Won-wi chuckled and teased her. I'm wondering if I should tell you or not because I haven't received the money yet. Heian was startled and exclaimed, you're so mean. Won-wi chuckled and soothed her. Anyway, I received something more valuable, so I'll forget about it. Heian immediately got excited. Oh, is that so? Won-wi clicked his tongue and replied, I promised. But don't tell me you chased me just to ask that. Heian immediately changed her expression and angrily snapped, just to ask that, this is very important. As they chatted and rushed through the night under the cliff, they finally found the purple flowers emerging from the snow. Wonwi gently picked the flower and handed it to Heian. It's this one. Heian seemed so surprised that she froze for a moment. While giving the herb to Heian, Wonwi secretly glanced at her expression. This is the snow orchid. Heian smiled brightly and sighed with relief. It was here after all. Good, let's get back now. Wonwi's eyes suddenly sharpened as he observed Heian's expression. She was so happy, just as he expected. As Wonwi handed the herb to Heian, Heavenly South's voice suddenly rang out urgently. Wonwi, jump forward. Before Wonwi could understand what was happening, two masked figures suddenly jumped down from above and snatched the herb from his hand. Wonwi was shocked and looked up at the two masked figures. He couldn't sense their presence at all. Even Heian, who was a much better martial artist than Wonwi, was surprised that she hadn't noticed them before. It proved that these people were formidable enemies. When the masked man had seized the herb, he immediately revealed an arrogant and smug expression. It was the right decision to follow you guys. I got to the pearly frost snap, subdue them. Immediately, his accomplice charged towards Heian and delivered a kick, pushing her back. Heian yelled while leaping back to avoid the attack. Who are you? Wonwi was taken aback by the sudden attack of the two thieves. Damn it, when did they follow me? However, he didn't have time to ponder, so he quickly pushed aside his doubts, drew his sword, and prepared to counterattack. However, before he could do anything, the masked man grabbed his hand to stop him. He even called out Wonwi's identity, disciple of the four grandmasters. How rude. Immediately after, the masked man extended two fingers, gathering his force, and identified the location of Wonwi's acupoints. In a blink of an eye, he struck 5 acupoints on Wonwi's chest and back, rendering him completely unable to move or resist. Hearing Wonwi scream as his acupoints were struck, Heian, who had just been pushed back by the remaining thief, quickly looked up to assess the situation. Hey, young master. At this moment, Wonwi was lying flat on the cold ground, motionless, causing Heian to panic and try to call out to him, young master Wonwi. However, Wonwi remained completely still, not even a sound in response. He lay face down on the ground, silent like a corpse. As Heian looked up towards the cliff, the two thieves had already run halfway, causing her to worry. When did they run up there? At this speed, I won't be able to catch them. Heian instantly found herself in a dilemma, hesitantly looking at Wonwi. She was forced to choose between bringing him back to check his injuries first or chasing after the thieves. Heian took less than 3 seconds to make her decision. She quickly chased after the thieves, leaving Wonwi lying on the cold ground. Before she ran away, she only managed to shout, I'll be right back. Stop, you guys. Wonwi, left alone in the darkness of the abyss, could only silently grumble. Heian young miss is a stronger expert than me, so she wasn't injured by them. That's good, but at least she should have released my acupoints before leaving. While Wonwi was lying helplessly, waiting for Heian to return, he suddenly felt a twitching sensation in some of his acupoints. What's happening? Are the acupoints automatically releasing themselves? Heavenly South immediately explained to Wonwi, inherent energy can automatically release acupoints. Are you alright? Wonwi breathed a sigh of relief while stretching his limbs. Yeah, I'm fine. It seems like inherent energy has many uses that I'm still unaware of. Sodam, at this point, fiercely leaped out and roared at Heian with a look of indignation. You shameless person, you dare to abandon someone who helped you. People are more important than plants. Is the pearly frost snap that important? Seeing that Wonwi had managed to sit up but was still leisurely staying in the abyss, Sodam urged him, hurry and chase after them. We have to claim the credit. Wonwi clicked his tongue in his heart. Let's see. I don't know, is it really necessary to do that? Actually, maybe this is better. Seeing the two soul swords looking bewildered, Wonwi smirked and explained, from the very beginning, I knew that wasn't a fully matured the pearly frost snap. Under the stunned gazes of the two soul swords, Wonwi continued to explain, the small seeds inside the pearly frost snap will undergo changes during their growth. After maturing, there will be 7 green seeds between the petals, and the entire flower will emit a blue glow. Heavenly South and Sodam simultaneously exclaimed, oh, I understand, the pearly frost snap they stole from you only had 5 purple seeds. Wonwi leisurely stood up and walked deeper into the abyss. There are countless the pearly frost snap around here that haven't fully matured, but they don't have the value we desire. Wonwi walked behind a frozen waterfall and breathed a sigh of relief. In my previous life, the pearly frost snap was found on the cliff behind this waterfall. If those thieves had acted a little later, they might have taken this from me. Wonwi groped his way into the dark cave behind the waterfall. The moonlight couldn't reach this place, so he couldn't see anything. Right at that moment, Sodam exclaimed with surprise, "It seems like I see something over there." Wonwi followed Sodam's indication and grinned when he saw a faint light reflected from the ground. "Found it, thanks, Sodam." 7 seeds, emitting a faint blue glow. Wonwi happily exclaimed, "Only 2 flowers, but this is the mature Hashan Fu Tuet Tao that I need." Wonwi carefully touched the only 2 mature flowers here. "This type of flower only blooms in the middle of winter. Even before touching it, my hand feels like it's about to freeze." Wonwi diligently focused on digging around the flower, being very careful not to damage the roots. Wonwi lifted the 2 flowers and groaned, "Ugh, ugh, it's so cold. If it were summer and I could touch this, it would be amazing, wouldn't it?" While Wonwi was focusing on cherishing the flower, Sodam suddenly heard a noise coming from the pitch-black darkness. Sodam glanced towards a broken sword lying not far away and said to Wonwi, "Wonwi, that broken sword is saying something." Wonwi was focusing on the herb, so he responded to Sodam nonchalantly, "Wait a second, I'm almost done. I need to dig out the root of this thing." Sodam curiously flew towards the broken sword. "Anyway, you can't talk to a sword, let me talk to it." A shaky and broken voice emanated from the broken sword. "Quickly, run." Sodam listened intently, but she couldn't understand what the sword was saying. What are you saying?" The sword continued to force out its words, "Outside, get out of the way." Sodam tried to get closer to the sword. It must be because it's broken that it can't speak clearly. Finally, when she bent down close to the broken sword, a clear warning sound emerged, "Run." Sodam panicked and quickly flew back to Wonwi. "Wonwi, run, don't make any sounds, just run." When Wonwi looked up, he saw a horrifying sight, for eyes emitting a strange purple light were staring intently at him. Sodam became frantic and urged Wonwi, "Damn it, it's too late, it's coming too fast, quickly take out Heavenly South." In the darkness, Wonwi couldn't see the monster's shape clearly, only its glowing purple eyes, which seemed to be moving at incredible speed towards him. He immediately leaped up to avoid it, relying on instinct, and luckily dodged its pounce. Wonwi exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is this thing? It's too dark, I can't see anything." Heavenly South looked at the monster and shook his head. "I don't know either, it's the first time I've seen it." Sodam added, "It looks creepy." As Wonwi landed on the ground, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. That's when he realized he was injured. "Damn it, I'm hurt, I can't see anything, so I can't fight it." Wonwi endured the pain and quickly devised a plan. "I've already dug up the herbs, all I need to do now is leave this place." Wonwi immediately headed towards the cave entrance. Illuminated by the moonlight, he ran as fast as he could, trying to avoid encountering the monster again. However, in contrast to Wonwi, the monster's observation skills within the cave were extremely sharp. It quickly detected him rushing silently towards the cave entrance. The monster immediately gave chase. Its massive, heavy body coiled and slithered across the ground at incredible speed, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. Seeing that the distance between it and Wonwi was still great, the impatient monster leaped high into the air, like a snake lunging at its prey, the booming sound of rocks and earth shaking the cave every time it moved. Heavenly South glanced towards the monster and warned Wonwi, "Wonwi, be careful, it's coming, it seems like it doesn't intend to let you leave." Wonwi hastily tilted his head back, searching for the monster in the darkness. Although he couldn't see it clearly, under the moonlight reflecting from the cave entrance, he could vaguely guess its shape. As the monster stretched out its hand to grab Wonwi, Heavenly South immediately yelled, reminding him, "Quickly dodge, to the right, then use your swordsmanship to push it back." Wonwi instantly leaned to the side, dodging the monster's claws while taking the opportunity to glance back to determine its location. "I don't know if it'll work on this monster, but let's try attacking it back." As the monster pressed closer to Wonwi, rising high to prepare for a dive, he immediately turned around and unleashed his hidden turtle-slash technique, pushing it back. A series of sounds rang out at the same time, as if metal was scraping against stone. Thanks to those sounds, Wonwi realized its skin was hard as stone. However, he still encouraged himself, there must be a weakness somewhere on its body. Meanwhile, the monster, hit by the attack, immediately slithered down close to the ground to avoid it. Looking at the monster's 4 glowing purple eyes, Wonwi still couldn't figure out what it was, but he was sure that it wasn't unbeatable. After being hit by the first attack, the monster started to become more cautious when approaching Wonwi. It pressed its body against the ground and slithered around him with a wary and probing gaze. Wonwi continued to back away towards the cave entrance, luring the monster into the light so he could see it more clearly. However, the monster moved very slowly, making Sodam feel like it was afraid. It seemed much more cautious now. Heavenly South immediately reminded Wonwi to attack. "Take this chance, Don't let it slip away. Wonwi nodded, his eyes sharp, and replied, I know. Immediately after, Wonwi lunged at the monster, his sword raised high. At that exact moment, the monster extended its claws towards him, trying to grab him. The monster's sharp, rock-hard claws, extended from its hands, were only inches away from Wonwi, but he still charged forward with a determined look full of killing intent. When he was close enough to attack, Wonwi, without hesitation, went all out. He infused a large amount of his inherent energy into his sword and swung it fiercely, cutting through the air. The Tiger Tooth Annihilation Sword was unleashed, and its zigzagging slashes immediately cut across the monster's body in the blink of an eye. Wonwi's attack, which had nearly consumed all his energy, was not in vain. Despite the monster's tough skin, it couldn't withstand Wonwi's slash, and its head rolled on the ground like a boulder for a few rounds. Hearing the sound of the monster's body collapsing to the ground, Wonwi cheered with joy. All right, I hit it. Heavenly Self also breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent, it's down. As Wonwi was basking in his victory, an odd discomfort suddenly overwhelmed him, making him unable to smile anymore. Nobody noticed Wonwi's strange expression. Sodam was still grinning widely, celebrating. Thank goodness, it was easier than I thought. Turns out it wasn't that strong after all. At that moment, Wonwi felt dizzy, his face turning pale, and he stumbled forward. In a flash, Wonwi collapsed on the ground, sending Heavenly Self flying to the side. His body instantly lost almost all its strength. Seeing this, Sodam anxiously asked him, What's wrong, Wonwi? Are you okay? Wonwi covered his mouth and coughed violently, feeling a burning sensation inside him. He groaned, Hot, it's too hot. Sodam panicked, asking incoherently, Hick, what's wrong? What should we do? After a series of violent coughs, Wonwi saw that his hands were covered in black blood. He quickly realized that the poison from his earlier wound was spreading. Wonwi felt the burning sensation from the poison wound flare up, scorching his body. It began to spread from his ankle, reaching all the way up to his throat. His inherent energy tried to eliminate the poison, but the pain and heat showed no sign of easing. Wonwi gasped for breath, his body gradually emitting smoke. Just how terrible was this poison to cause such intense burning? His internal organs felt like they were being cooked, and his throat felt like it was being scorched. The intense heat overwhelmed Wonwi's ability to think clearly. As soon as he thought of something to relieve the heat, he immediately remembered the Hashan Fu Shui Tao, which emitted coldness. Right now, there was only one way to cool the burning. Immediately, Wonwi took out of the pearly frost snap that he had kept inside his shirt. As soon as he touched it, the heat emanating from his hand slowly dissipated, and a pleasant sensation spread, urging him to swallow it. Without hesitation, Wonwi put the herb in his mouth and chewed it vigorously. It would definitely help him now, because it was a spirit herb containing cold energy. Wonwi hurriedly swallowed the herb. He looked like he was possessed, his face vacant as he stared at the sky and sat blankly. A white mist floated out of his mouth as the cold energy from the herb flowed down to his throat. Wonwi could clearly feel the coldness instantly penetrating his throat. The cold energy was incredibly potent and flowed deeper and deeper into his body. The scorching poison from his foot and the icy coldness from his throat quickly collided in the middle of his body. However, Wonwi remained motionless. Sodam urgently urged him, Wonwi, snap out of it, quickly circulate your energy. Wonwi still didn't react, forcing Sodam to shout at him, Hey, you came back to life just to die like this, snap out of it. The moment he heard that he would die a pointless death, Wonwi immediately woke up. He quickly sat in a cross-legged position, placing his hands in a cultivation stance. Sodam was right. He had to seize this chance. His body felt like it was about to explode from the inside as the cold energy clashed with the heat of the poison, but Wonwi persevered and used his inherent energy to force the poison out. If he couldn't endure this pain and gave up, he wouldn't be any different from his past self. Wonwi channeled his pain into motivation. He looked ahead with a determined gaze. My mind is stable again, thank you, Sodam. I will live, no matter how difficult it gets. Suddenly, Wonwi noticed that a second dot in the Big Dipper constellation on the back of his hand had unexpectedly lit up. The two dots emitted a faint blue light, but they were still clearly visible under the moonlight. They became even more prominent as the spreading poison turned Wonwi's hand black. At this moment, whispers came from all directions, making Wonwi feel hazy, because you can hear the swords. The Star of Heavenly Stream has been unlocked. For a moment, Wonwi felt dizzy as he stared into nothingness. I've heard this sound before, along with that blue energy flow. I've lost focus. In the moment Wonwi lost his concentration, pain erupted in many spots on his body. The hot and cold energies were struggling, vying for dominance, and it felt like his body was a brutal battlefield. Wonwi looked in agony at his two hands, one blue and one red, one hot and one cold. The two energies were attacking each other, injuring him, and it was like there was a war going on inside him. Both energies were trying to take over his body. As Wonwee panicked, not knowing what to do, Heavenly South's voice rang out in his head. Don't stop circulating your energy, Wonwee. Keep circulating your inherent energy. Wonwee was so panicked that he didn't even notice that he could hear Heavenly South's voice, even though the sword had separated from him. Wonwee quickly refocused, listening to Heavenly South's instructions. Don't get carried away by the two chaotic energies. Don't try to suppress them. Guide them with the flow of your inherent energy. Thanks to Heavenly South's guidance, Wonwee managed to restrain his chaotic emotions and focus on feeling the path of the hot poison and the cold energy. Both were running wild in his body. After clearly defining what needed to be done, Wonwee quickly closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts, guiding them with the flow of his inherent energy. Alright, let's see. Heavenly South slowly guided Wonwee's mind. Imagine your inherent energy as a calm lake. Even if thunderbolts strike all around, the lake remains undisturbed. No matter how intense the two energy flows, no matter how much they churn and attack each other, if they find their way to the lake, they will become tiny ripples and settle down. After Heavenly South finished guiding his mind, he silently allowed Wonwee's thoughts to continue flowing with the imagined stream. Wonwee breathed evenly, slowly, and carefully guiding the two clashing energies. When he heard the soft plop of a water drop hitting the calm lake, creating ripples that spread slowly, his mind simultaneously became serene. Wonwee slowly opened his eyes, and he felt much lighter. His inherent energy was stronger, weakening the poison and the coldness. They seemed to have blended together, and the clash had stopped. Wonwee breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to the two sword spirits. The two chaotic energies have settled down. My internal organs feel comfortable again. Sodam still wasn't completely reassured and asked Wonwee again, are you alright now? Has the poison subsided? Wonwee nodded. Yeah, thanks to you and Heavenly South, I was able to control it. Sodam raised his eyebrows and looked at Wonwee with deep concern. Heavenly South helped. Are you sure you're fully awake? Wonwee looked at Sodam with confusion. What are you talking about? Sodam, bewildered, pointed to the sword lying about 10 meters away from Wonwee. Well, Heavenly South is way over there. That's at least 10 meters away. Sodam only noticed this now, so he was surprised. No way, Wonwee. Did you actually hear my voice? Wonwee nodded in confirmation. Yes, I heard it loud and clear. He thought for a moment and then realized, ever since I heard the sound from the blue flame in the void, I've been able to hear Heavenly South's voice. Sodam furrowed his brows, contemplating. Blue flame, that's what you were talking about before, right? Could it be the power of the Sword Saint's secret record? Wonwee stared thoughtfully at the two bright spots on the back of his hand. It's clear that this ability will become stronger whenever the color of these dots changes from white to blue. Sodam exclaimed in amazement. That's fascinating. I wonder how far you can hear us. Heavenly South also said enthusiastically, I'm not sure about that, but this is definitely an incredible ability. Wonwee also smiled happily. If I have the chance to escape this blood swamp valley, I'll definitely search for more records about the Sword Saint. After putting away the sword, Wonwee walked towards the monster with a curious gaze. What kind of monster is this? Did I encounter it in my past life when I found the pearly frost snap? Heavenly South observed for a while and then said, looking at the shape of this creature, it's probably a spirit beast. Wonwee thought, if it's a spirit beast, then it must have an inner core. Immediately, his curiosity pushed him to approach the monster and search for its inner core, but as soon as he stepped forward, the ground cracked, and his body shot upwards. With just a light stomp, Wonwee's body lost control and flew out of the cave entrance, crashing into the cliff and bouncing around several times before falling to the ground. Sodam asked Wonwee anxiously, are you alright? Why did you jump towards the cliff? Wonwee rubbed his chin, which had hit the cliff, and sighed. I didn't do that on purpose. I just used a little force, and my body suddenly flew away. Heavenly South thought for a moment before breaking into a mysterious smile. Wonwee, try using the innate heart method I taught you and check your internal energy. Wonwee immediately stood up and followed Heavenly South's instructions. Alright, I'll try moving my inherent energy. Right after Wonwee cleared his breath and entered the state of cultivating chi again, he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Something extraordinary happened, leaving Wonwee speechless in awe. It's grown, my inherent energy, it's twice as much as before, based on current estimations. It's as if my inherent energy has been cultivated for 30 years. Heavenly South immediately explained to Wonwee, I was right, as I said before, inherent energy is directly connected to vital energy, and it can be called the breath of life. It is most evident when facing life-threatening danger. It's very hard to cultivate inherent energy, but the more dangerous the situation, the easier it is to stimulate it. the intense conflict between the fiery poison of the monster and the cold energy of the pearly frost snap caused extreme pain, stimulating the rapid growth of Wonhui's inherent energy. He continued to stare in amazement, realizing that inherent energy is completely different from internal energy cultivated in the Dantian. Wonhui smiled with satisfaction. After all, this time was like a lucky break, helping me realize how to obtain powerful internal energy that surpasses top-tier masters. At that moment, a bold idea flashed in Sodam's mind. Wait, so the more near-death pain you endure, the stronger you become. Sodam excitedly blurted out, Wonhui, I have a great idea. We still have another the pearly frost snap, right? Wonhui's intuition told him that Sodam was about to make some crazy suggestions. Sure enough, she happily proposed. You already know how to control the poison and cold energy, right? Why don't we try it again? Sodam excitedly grinned. If it works, your inherent energy will double this time. You'll be a master with 60 years worth of inherent energy. What do you say? What do you say? In response, Sodam was met with an unsettling silence and disapproving glances from both Wonhui and Heavenly South. Immediately, Wonhui silently pulled out his short sword, placed it on a rock, and turned to leave. Sodam quickly shouted, Ha! I'm just kidding, can't I even joke? Hey, where are you going, Wonhui? I know you can hear me thanks to your new abilities. Are you ignoring me? Are you a heartless monster who abandons his mother's legacy? Alright, I'm sorry, I was wrong, it's so cold here. Hurry up and pick me up. While Wonhui was experiencing the incident in the cave behind the waterfall, Heian and the bandits were still chasing each other in the blinding white snow. When the two bandits no longer saw Heian following behind, they smugly said to each other, It seems she's been left behind. We can't see her anymore, maybe she's too fat, and ran out of energy along the way. One of the masked bandits unbuttoned his chest and lovingly looked at the pearly frost snap. We're lucky, that guy's name was Wonhui, right? We're lucky we followed him. Thanks to him, we have this blessing. After laughing triumphantly, the other bandit looked puzzled. I still have one question, senior brother, that kid's Dantian was destroyed. How can he still use light footwork? The senior bandit clicked his tongue and said, Forget about it. We only need to focus on the pearly frost snap and get out of the Blood Valley safely with it. At this moment, the junior bandit's eyes widened in horror. In the next second, a figure zipped past the junior bandit, leaving a trail of bright red blood across his head. The junior bandit's head flew off his neck, shocking his senior brother. Before the senior bandit could react in shock, the figure turned and stared at him with cold eyes. Give me back the pearly frost snap, it's mine. The surviving bandit, not caring about his own life, mocked Heian. Even with your bulky figure, you have pretty good martial arts and light footwork. You are the Bloodslayer's subordinate, right? Immediately, he kicked towards Heian with an arrogant tone. However, if we fight head-on, it will be a different story. Heian's swift movements allowed her to dodge his kick by simply ducking. At that moment, streaks of bright red light flashed across the bandit's body, cutting him into pieces. The deadly move was executed so fast that the bandit lost his limbs but his head remained intact. He stared in disbelief and screamed, You are, the Bloodstar. In the next second, the bandit's dismembered body parts scattered across the white snow. Meanwhile, Bika landed gracefully and elegantly, like a noble lady. Ha! Do you know who you've attacked? At this moment, Heian was carefully holding the pearly frost snap, which she had managed to retrieve from the bandit's chest before Bika finished him off in one move. Bika slowly approached Heian. Perhaps they only did this for the reward, but what about you? Why did you leave without a word? Heian embraced the herb with reverence. Please, forgive me. Bika, seeing Heian's pitiful expression, didn't blame her anymore. I'm glad you're safe, but what's that in your hands? Heian smiled happily. Yes, this is the pearly frost snap. They stole it from me. Bika was surprised and gasped. You actually found it. Bika breathed a sigh of relief and told Heian, We've got the herb back, let's go home. However, Heian handed the herb back to Bika. No, master, you go back first. Immediately, she turned and ran towards the cliff. I need to go back there before I can go home. Bika was stunned and asked, What? Meanwhile, Wonhui leaped out of the chasm and effortlessly floated in the night sky, illuminated by the enchanting moonlight. Wonhui excitedly said to Heavenly South, This place is so high, and I can easily jump up in just a few steps. Heavenly South nodded with satisfaction. That's your inherent energy, the power of life. It's not just internal energy, it also improves all your abilities. As Wonhui casually prepared to leave, he suddenly saw Heian in the distance. Ha! Is that young Miss Heian running towards us using light footwork? Sodam narrowed her eyes at the heavy snowfall with an annoyed expression. That gluttonous little thing. Heavenly South also tried to look through the snowstorm but had to shake his head in defeat. We can't see her in our vision, but it seems your hearing and eyesight have increased. haven't they? Wonwi curiously watched Heian running towards him, panting. Did that young lady come back after chasing those guys? She's pretty good, even running uses more energy than usual for a normal person, but her internal energy seems quite abundant. Seeing Wonwi's enhanced vision, Heavenly Self thoughtfully said, that's a good sign. If your inherent energy becomes stronger, you'll be able to sense people even if they try to hide their tracks. Of course, that only works for those weaker than you. Wonwi replied with a sly smile. The more I experience these changes in my body, the more I crave becoming strong. As Heian ran up to Wonwi, he greeted her warmly. Young Miss Heian, I'm glad you're alright. Heian gasped and asked Wonwi, Sir, are you alright? I'm sorry. I should have released your acupoints before chasing after them. Wonwi calmly replied, It's okay. It was an unexpected situation. Luckily, my acupoints have been released on their own. It seems they didn't intend to completely seal my acupoints. Heian breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, good. But as she accidentally glanced down at the injury on Wonwi's foot, she became panic-stricken. What happened to your leg, sir? Heian anxiously asked Wonwi. Did they do that? Are you seriously injured? Wonwi quickly reassured her. I'm fine. It's just a small wound. More importantly, did you get the Pearly Frost snapback? Heian awkwardly smiled and didn't dare look at Wonwi when he mentioned the herb. Oh, thanks to my master, I got it back. But sir, I want to apologize first. Heian looked at Wonwi's indifferent expression with confusion. Just in case, I asked my master to take the herb to the divine doctor first, just in case something unexpected happens. Wonwi was practically stunned by Heian's actions. Heian flustered in an attempt to explain when she saw Wonwi's doubtful look. Don't misunderstand me. I'll give you the token anyway. Wonwi became even more suspicious. My master would listen to her disciple and give me the token. How can I believe that? Heian sighed in confusion. Please don't worry, she will definitely hand over the token. It's just that she'll give it to Action. The more Heian explained, the more complicated the situation became. I think my master will probably ask the Fourth Lord to do something as a condition for the exchange before handing over the token. Wonwi still stared at Heian with a suspicious look. Could they really hand over the token so easily? If so, the story might be a little different. That night, Bika arrived at the main gate with the Pearly Frost snap and had a private conversation with Action. Bika smiled smugly and presented Action with a condition. As I said, if you agree to my request, I will give you the token of the Wanzi Divine Doctor. However, Action refused outright. I've said I won't interfere. How dare you use the token to bargain with me? Bika's expression turned serious, and his cold eyes stared intently at Action. You know, when faced with life and death, there's only one choice. Join us, otherwise, are you planning to side with our enemies? Meanwhile, outside the Blood Valley, a mysterious woman appeared, dressed in the distinctive red and black attire of high-ranking leaders within the Blood Cult. Her eyes flashed with blood-red light, and her delicate face perfectly complemented her sly and slightly bewitching smile. Seeing Action's resolute refusal, Bika could only sigh and mutter, Fourth Lord, don't you know that you'll have to make a choice at some point? Action snorted coldly in annoyance. Take that thought and shove it down to hell. You think I would do as you ask just to save a disciple with a ruined Dantian? Bika calmly exposed him. You're surely telling lies, aren't you? Hitting the nail on the head, Action grew even angrier, gnashing his teeth as he declared, I just need to give up on that kid. Bika sighed with an indifferent expression. Then I can't help you. If you really intend to do that, then I guess I don't need to give you the token at all. In her heart, she was pondering whether Action was just bluffing or serious. Just as their negotiations reached an impasse, Wonwi and Heian returned. Master, I'm back. Action, still fuming, vented his anger on Wonwi. Humph, you're too slow. Your Dantian is likely beyond repair for the rest of your life. Right then, the 10,000 Immortals physician walked out of the room, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Too bad, the 6 bloody star, we need more the Pearly Frost snap. Bika furrowed her brows in astonishment. What do you mean? The 10,000 Immortals physician shook his head dejectedly, explaining, that's not the mature the Pearly Frost snap, so it's not usable for treatment. Seeing that everyone seemed confused, the 10,000 Immortals physician elaborated, the mature the Pearly Frost snap should have 7 seeds emitting a green light inside. But the herb you gave me only has 5 purple seeds. It's immature. Bika was so shocked by this revelation that she froze, her expression remaining cold, but the slight tremor in her eyes betrayed her bewilderment. In contrast, Action burst out laughing, mocking Bika. Ha ha ha, what a pity. What are we going to do now? We'll have to find another the Pearly Frost snap. At that moment, Wonwi seized the opportunity and chimed in, Master, sorry to interrupt, but I think that's unnecessary because I have the mature the Pearly Frost snap. Wonwi then stepped in front of the 10,000 Immortals physician and gently retrieved the herb from his chest. The 10,000 immortals physician's eyes lit up with joy upon receiving the mature of the pearly frost snap. What a coincidence, 2 people found the herb at the same time. Moreover, this herb has 7 green seeds inside, it's the mature one. Everyone was astonished, except for Action, whose laughter echoed even louder after seeing Bika's gloomy face. Ha 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 ha, truly my disciple. Heian, after a moment of shock, glared at Wonhui with piercing eyes, using her inner voice to question him. Hey, young master, what's going on? Why didn't you tell me about this? Did you lie to me? Wonhui desperately wanted to tell Heian, you were the one who broke our promise to work together to find the pearly frost snap, but he didn't know how to use inner voice and could only hold back his thoughts with a sigh. I need to learn inner voice later. Immediately afterwards, Wonhui turned to Action. Master, can I ask you something? Will the 6 bloody star really give you the token? Action responded with dissatisfaction. Give me the token. Ha, ridiculous, what are you saying? She threatened me that if I didn't accept her proposal, I wouldn't even dream of getting the token. Bika flustered in her defense. Fourth Grandmaster, when did I ever threaten you? Action cunningly countered. So, did you ever say you would give it to me? Bika was completely speechless, unable to defend herself. That, a chill ran down her spine. Bika suddenly grew anxious and sneakily glanced at Heian behind her. The little girl seemed to be looking at her master with a reproachful and angry gaze. After Bika fell silent, Wonhui turned to Heian with sharp eyes. I was right, wasn't I, young miss? Seeing that Heian couldn't argue back, Wonhui smiled triumphantly. So, the issue is settled then. Heian reluctantly bit her lip and lowered her head, accepting the truth. Wonhui clicked his tongue internally. She looks upset, but what can be done, it's a bet after all. Going back a bit earlier, before Heian and Wonhui returned to the main hall of the blood cult in the Valley of Flesh and Blood, Wonhui had expressed his doubts about Bika and Heian had furiously rebuked him. What, you dare not trust my master? Heian angrily questioned Wonhui. I taught you light skills, yet you don't trust me. Did you get cheated a lot in your previous life? Wonhui was slightly taken aback, but quickly calmed down and presented his counter-argument. My previous life, I believe you, young miss, but I'm certain the 6 bloody star won't give up the token. Wonhui gently persuaded Heian. Think about it, if my master doesn't do as he told me, what else can I do besides obey him, right? However, Heian still firmly asserted, my master will keep his word. Wonhui felt that he couldn't convince this stubborn girl any further, so he just asked her a concise question. Are you sure, young miss? Heian responded without hesitation in a bold voice. Of course, who would dare? While speaking confidently, Heian suddenly faltered in confusion. Ah, ha ha, what disciple would doubt their master? Hearing this confident affirmation, Wonhui didn't hesitate to propose. Then let's make a bet. Heian, intrigued, glanced at Wonhui. A bet? Wonhui nodded. Simple. Wonhui explained concisely. Young miss, you can continue to believe in your master, the 6 bloody star, while I trust my own judgment. In any case, your master also took the pearly frost snap. So, neither of us can claim to have found it, right? Hearing this, Heian became embarrassed. Right, that's true. I sincerely apologize for that. Wonhui began tempting Heian to place her bet. I've lost the chance to get the token, so shouldn't you put something equivalent on the line? Heian felt that Wonhui's logic was sound, but she was also anxious and hesitant. Young master, you sound like a gambler now. So, what do you want me to bet? Wonhui didn't need to think much to make his offer, as if he had planned it beforehand. Let me ask you this first, young miss, you said you're close to that noble person, right? Heian proudly puffed up her chest and affirmed, yes, we are very close, but Wonhui only needed to hear that and immediately cut her off. Alright, if I lose, I'll convince my master to give up this opportunity, and of course, I'll also give up on getting the token from the 6 bloody star. Heian, unaware that Wonhui was holding the trump card, grew concerned for him. Young master, you're going to give up the token, you've put in so much effort, what should I do if you win? Wonhui immediately presented his demand, the token of someone so highly esteemed that they're not only extremely important in the Valley of Flesh and Blood, but also served by the 6 bloody star. I want the token of that noble person. Wonhui grinned amiably, leaving Heian completely unsuspecting that everything had been calculated by his cunning mind. Just when Wonhui thought things would end there, Bika suddenly took the initiative and severed 2 of her fingers in front of them. While Wonhui was shocked and clueless about the reason, Bika respectfully knelt down, clasped her hands in a salute, and addressed Action. 4th Grandmaster, your humble servant, the 6 bloody star. Bika apologizes for begging for a favor with such an impolite attitude. Bika expressed her remorse with utmost sincerity. Your humble servant knows that even severing an arm wouldn't be enough to atone for my offense, but I hope you'll be generous and forgive me. please consider that I was only trying to complete the task entrusted to me by that noble person. Action, seeing this, didn't hold any grudge against Bika. Ha, you're still as clever as ever, bloodthirsty demon woman. Because of your loyalty, I'll accept your apology. Bika respectfully bowed her head again before Action. Thank you for accepting my apology. The 10,000 Immortals physician, who had been silent until now, suddenly clicked his tongue in disapproval. Such an ugly habit to enjoy putting on a show in front of a physician. Despite the sarcasm, Bika could only hang her head in shame, not daring to retort. Action quickly moved on from Bika's matter and turned to the 10,000 Immortals physician, grinning. Haha, more importantly, you must remember your promise, physician. The 10,000 Immortals physician nodded. Of course, I will keep my word, but shouldn't I give the token to your disciple instead of you? Action clicked his tongue with a casual tone. It doesn't matter, after all, we're asking you for the same thing. The 10,000 Immortals physician glanced towards Heian and said, I'll keep my word, but I have a prior appointment, so I'll meet that person first. Elder Hei, please go back and bring your disciple here at noon tomorrow. By then, I'll have some free time, and I'll examine his condition. The next day at noon, Wonhui, as promised, journeyed alone from Action's cave down to the blood cult's main hall in the Valley of Flesh and Blood. Wonhui effortlessly leaped across the sheer cliff face, his movements as graceful as a squirrel flitting through branches. As he sped through the biting winter winds, Wonhui found satisfaction in how Action's light footwork was most effective in mountainous terrain. Suddenly, Sodam appeared and whispered into Wonhui's ear, Wonhui, something's bothering me. Didn't you find it odd how everyone seemed to be extra cautious in their behavior yesterday when they saw Heian's reaction? Sodam continued with a growing sense of doubt. The immortal doctor suddenly changed his way of speaking. Even the Bloody Star Maiden changed her attitude after glancing at Heian. Moreover, Sodam noticed Heian's detached demeanor when her master cut off his own finger in front of her. It was as if she was a mere bystander, and the Bloody Star Maiden seemed to be just a subordinate to Heian. Wonhui, unfazed by Sodam's inquiries, calmly replied, that girl might be at a higher level. Indeed, if my guess is right, she's more than just the Bloody Star Maiden's disciple. Sodam, curious, pressed Wonhui. If she's not a disciple, then what? Could she be a daughter? Wonhui, with conviction, replied, no, she's the princess of the blood cult Leech. Both Sodam and Heavenly South were shocked and gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? The gluttonous little girl is the princess of the blood cult Leech. Sodam exclaimed excitedly, what a brilliant way to hide her identity. No one would ever suspect that such a harmless, gluttonous child would bear the powerful and terrifying bloodline of the blood cult Leech. Heavenly South nodded in agreement. You're right, but it would be very difficult to gain weight just to conceal her identity. At this thought, Wonhui remembered the first time he caught Heian sneaking food in the storage room. Thinking back, it seemed like she was trying to lose weight. Could her illness be the reason she's gaining weight? Wonhui clicked his tongue in his mind. Well, if she is indeed the princess of the blood cult Leech, then she's almost guaranteed to become the next Leech. Although her body doesn't look particularly large, it's still a fatal illness for both women and Miram practitioners. Heavenly South pondered for a moment before asking, then who was the girl behind the curtain that day? Wonhui responded without hesitation, it was probably a body double. Based on his experience as a spy, Wonhui was no stranger to such things as finding body doubles. More importantly, there were countless people who served the deceased princess of the blood cult Leech, so it wouldn't be difficult to do so. As Wonhui stepped onto the threshold of the main hall, Heavenly South continued to question, Wonhui, there's still something suspicious that bothers me. Wonhui replied with a click of his tongue, still, what is it? Heavenly South posed a sharp question. This is the area where the blood cult reigns supreme. Even if there is danger, why would they need to use a body double to conceal her identity within their own territory? Heavenly South's question made Wonhui pause as he reached the main hall entrance. Wait, I think I've overlooked something. Why did I assume there was only one person with the bloodline of the blood cult Leech? What if the Leech had a few grandchildren, and what if they all wanted to take over as the next blood cult Leech? As Wonhui was about to enter, he was surprised to see a group of people dressed in red robes and straw hats covering their entire bodies from head to toe. Standing in 2 rows by the gate, he wondered to himself, who are these people? Do people like this even exist in the 6 Blood Valley? Wonhui cautiously crossed the threshold of the main hall. At that moment, a series of chilling groans pierced his ears. I want to see blood. Kill them, don't hesitate, draw your weapons. It's time to fight. The cacophony, like needles pricking his eardrums, startled Wonhui, causing him to cry out in pain. Sodam, concerned, asked him, Wonhui, what's wrong? Wonhui shook his head, trying to make the buzzing in his ears disappear. I'm hearing too many sword cries. Perhaps it's a side effect of the ability I received yesterday. Unable to move forward due to the noise affecting his mind, Heavenly South reminded him, Wonwi, don't pay attention to those noises, you don't listen to and pay attention to everything everyone else says around you, do you? Wonwi, still uncomfortable, covered his ears. These sounds are too loud, furthermore, they're ringing directly in my head, how am I supposed to ignore them? Sodam immediately suggested, try using your inherent energy. Wonwi did as Sodam said, and the sound did become quieter as his inherent energy surged to his head. But just before Wonwi used his energy, he could still hear the whimpering of the sword on the black-clad woman's waist, saying it wanted to die. The black-clad woman, seeing Wonwi approaching, questioned him, who are you, how did you get in here? Wonwi sighed inwardly, I guess it's too late to avoid them now, since I was distracted by those sword cries. Wonwi reluctantly clasped his hands together and greeted the black-clad woman, I'm a student. However, the black-clad woman, without waiting for Wonwi to finish his sentence, interrupted him with a swift attack and a derogatory remark, too slow for a student. After Wonwi was taken aback, it was the black-clad woman's turn to be surprised. Oh! A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wonwi, who had used his bare hands to block her attack. Her chuckles followed, still alive. Wonwi couldn't help but be stunned after blocking the black-clad woman's attack. Wait, why is she calling me slow when she didn't even give me a chance to respond? And besides, this woman's attack is incredibly powerful. Wonwi, a little dazed, looked at the black-clad woman. I've actually become much more confident after gaining 30 years of inherent energy, but her single move made me feel like my insides were being turned upside down. The black-clad woman continued with an arrogant tone, a student blocking my attack, how interesting. With a mischievous smile, she drew her sword from its sheath, seemingly eager to continue testing Wonwi's abilities. Just when the situation became tense and Wonwi had even prepared himself for a difficult fight, Heian appeared with a loud shout, stop. Heian continued to yell, warning the red-haired woman, he's not a student, he's the disciple of Elder Hei. The red-haired woman immediately expressed surprise, disciple of Elder Hei, the fourth venerable has taken on a disciple. The red-haired woman changed her tune completely, her attitude suddenly becoming gentle towards Wonwi. You should have said so from the beginning, I nearly killed you unnecessarily. Did I scare you? Although annoyed, Wonwi just muttered under his breath, this woman is crazy, she was determined to kill me with one attack from the start. The red-haired woman gave Wonwi a false smile, her eyes sharp, your master must have trained you well, you're the first among my peers to block my attack. She then inquired about action in a condescending tone, is your master doing well? Wonwi cautiously assessed her before speaking again, this woman is very arrogant about her own abilities. Wonwi also realized that she was talking about action as if she was his superior. For years, no one had seen the fourth venerable regularly, just like the second bloody star. A thought quickly formed in Wonwi's mind, she's so casual about mentioning the bloody stars and the elders, as if they're nothing to her, and she looks a bit like Heian, too, could she also be? Just then, Heian leaped down in front of the red-haired woman and glared at her, didn't you say you were leaving? Please hurry and go, I can't escort you any further. The red-haired woman retorted with a cold, sharp glance, seriously, anyone looking at you would think you're the owner of the Six Blood Valley. I'll leave when I want to, stop urging me to go. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as the red-haired woman slightly drew her sword from its sheath and warned in a loud voice, I'm starting to get annoyed. Immediately, the killing intent erupted between the two girls. Heian also channeled her internal energy into her 5 red fingertips, radiating a threatening presence. The scene made Wonwi gasp, if I knew this would happen, I should have come a little later. At that moment, the immortal doctor's voice broke the heavy, tense silence that was pressing on Wonwi. You've arrived. The immortal doctor stepped out of the room and looked towards Wonwi. Come in. His timely appearance, right at the climax, helped Wonwi escape the tense situation, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired woman was interrupted in her enjoyment, but she wasn't angry with the immortal doctor, she just clicked her tongue and waved her hand as she left. Ugh, what a buzzkill, I'm going. As she passed by Wonwi, the red-haired woman gave him a fake smile, tell the fourth venerable I said hello, and next time, let's have a match, she finished, her words punctuated by a flirtatious wink that felt like a taunt to Wonwi. Sodam, seeing her provocation, immediately became excited. What are you going to do? She's challenging you to a fight next time. Heavenly South, on the other hand, felt worried. My previous master said to be careful with women like this. Wonwi clicked his tongue and replied, stop talking at the same time, you're distracting me, that girl is a real goosebump-inducing woman. As the red-haired woman left with her troops, Wonwi could still faintly hear the groans coming from her sword, which made him wonder, what on earth has her sword done to make it suffer so much? Seeing that Heian seemed unhappy, Wonwi approached to comfort her. "Are you okay, young Miss Heian?" But he was also curious and asked, "That person was Heian?" Without waiting for him to finish, interrupted Wonwi with a cold voice. "Hey, the immortal doctor is looking for you," she said nonchalantly, her eyes fixed on the immortal doctor as he entered the room. Seeing Heian's expression, Wonwi knew she had definitely heard what he said, but she deliberately cut him off at the crucial point. Clearly, she was suggesting that Wonwi should stop talking. Wonwi stared at Heian for a while and said to himself, "I have some guesses, but this is none of my business. I'm not going to interfere in everything just because I'm Elder Hei's disciple." Then, Wonwi entered the room at the call of the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor. He carefully examined his body and couldn't help but be surprised and startled. "Strange, really strange, your body has accumulated more cold energy than ordinary people." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor sighed and asked Wonwi directly, "What did you do that you had to use the immortal frost, the pearly frost snap?" Wonwi was surprised. How did he know about that? Seeing Wonwi being cautious and seemingly not intending to answer the question, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor said, "I am a doctor, I won't tell anyone about my patients, please be at ease and tell me in detail." Although the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor had assured him, Wonwi was still hesitant. Heavenly South then chimed in to persuade him, "Don't worry Wonwi, you can trust him because many top masters have entrusted their prescription cards to him." Sodam also agreed with Heavenly South, "Yes, maybe he can help you heal." Wonwi was no longer worried and told the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor, "About that, while I was searching for the mature immortal frost, the pearly frost snap in a cave behind the waterfall, it suddenly appeared there. A monster with 4 purple eyes and a face that looked like a human." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor exclaimed in surprise and a little interest, "I can't believe you encountered a monster with a human face and 4 purple eyes. That's a rare experience." Wonwi continued to describe, "That strange serpent was more like a demon than a monster. It lurked in the shadows and waited to catch people to eat them alive." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor pondered for a moment then replied, "It seems like it hates the light, so if you carry a torch, you probably won't encounter it. You're lucky. Anyway, you brought the herbs back in that situation." Then the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor looked curiously at Wonwi's body once again. "But there is something I don't understand. The immortal frost, the pearly frost snap has no effect on detoxification. Yet, I see not only cold energy covering your blood vessels, but also hot yang energy without the poisons miasma." While the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor was pondering Wonwi's health condition, he was thinking about how foolish he was for not bringing a torch. However, very soon after, Wonwi caught up with the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor and pondered, "The miasma must have been cleansed because of inherent energy, thankfully, so inherent energy is what has the ability to detoxify. The same thing happened when I swallowed the bloodworms." After pondering for a moment, Wonwi had another worry. "Senior, if the body contains both yang and cold energy like this, is it alright? Won't it cause any problems for my body because of its existence?" The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor immediately shook his head. "Of course there is a problem." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor then explained to Wonwi in detail, "That is, if there's only one of those 2 types of energy left in your body, and the cold and yang energies are balancing each other, then it is slowly melting inside your meridians. It's no different from eating spiritual herbs and accumulating energy." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor's words made Wonwi open his eyes in surprise. No different from eating spiritual herbs. Wonwi excitedly asked the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor, "So does that mean I'll be able to accumulate internal energy faster when I get my Dantian healed?" The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor shook his head and replied, "It depends on your effort in accumulating internal energy. But if you can absorb both types of energy in your meridians in balance, then you can accumulate internal energy faster than others." The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor smiled softly as if congratulating Wonwi. After Wonwi had no more questions, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor gave him his prescription card. "This is the prescription card I promised you, take it." However, Wonwi hesitated to take it and was wondering about the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor's actions. Wonwi felt suspicious because the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor didn't need to give him the prescription card if he was going to heal his Dantian. Giving the prescription card means his Dantian cannot be treated. Wonwi immediately asked the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor directly with a worried tone, "Senior, can't you treat my Dantian?" The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor calmly replied, "What is there for me to treat when your Dantian is still perfectly fine?" Seeing Wonwi's mouth hanging open in a daze, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor said with a click of his tongue, "It seems you don't know." Then, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed Wonwui's belly. Well, I guess that's why you tried to ask me to heal your Dantian. Alright, this is where the Dantian is. He began to explain to Wonwui in detail. You may not know clearly, but if you grab this place, you'll feel like you're touching small bugs. These are actually the fragments of the Dantian when it was damaged, but you still have very small fragments of essence like sparks being revived in the dying fire. It's really rare to see a Dantian heal automatically like this. Wonwui tilted his head in doubt with a face still hard to believe. So my Dantian is healing on its own. The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor nodded in agreement. So far, that's all I can guess. Even the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor was amazed. This is an extremely rare occurrence, almost a 1 in 1,000 chance. No, a 1 in 10,000 chance, because when the Dantian was destroyed in the beginning, most people would give up and no longer try to heal it, so it's difficult to encounter this kind of situation. After explaining everything to Wonwui, the 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor gave him the prescription card. Because I didn't treat you, so this prescription card will be yours. Take it. Wonwui happily took the prescription card. Thank you, Senior. The 10,000 Deaths Divine Doctor clicked his tongue and replied, What did I do for you to thank me? Right after that, Wonwui rushed outside with so much excitement that he didn't feel the coldness around him anymore. Sodam also grinned happily. Hit the lottery. What kind of luck is this? This is no different from receiving 2 prescription cards from the Divine Doctor. Wonwui chuckled in agreement. Yes, because even if I receive 2, one has been used to heal the Dantian. I have to use this one carefully. After jumping around with joy, Sodam began to wonder, but hey, how did your Dantian heal? Wonwui pondered. Actually, I have a guess. Wonwui immediately said his guess. Do you remember the wound on my leg healed after I killed the human-faced, devil-eyed monster and used internal energy? My body's ability to recover has significantly increased, so it could heal in such a short time. Sodam exclaimed excitedly. I guess that makes sense. If so, you should be grateful to that human-faced, devil-eyed monster. Wonwui chuckled and replied, Yes, I should be grateful to it. Seeing that Heavenly South didn't appear to share the joy with everyone, Sodam patted the iron sword. Hey, Heavenly South, why are you silent? Heavenly South pondered and replied, The fact that the Dantian is healed is a good thing, but there is one thing that worries me. Heavenly South pondered. My master destroyed his Dantian himself before he could cultivate the innate Heart Sutra and the brilliant light sword technique to the highest level. Wonwui immediately understood Heavenly South's question. Ah, yes, thinking back, the first mantra of the innate Heart Sutra is to self-destroy the Dantian. Heavenly South immediately said, That's it. I'm wondering if it's possible for the middle Dantian and the lower Dantian to coexist. Wonwui exclaimed excitedly, Your words make sense. After pondering, Heavenly South still carefully advised Wonwui, It's better to pay attention to it, Wonwui. If you try to hold everything in your hands at the same time, then maybe even what you already hold will slip away. Then, Wonwui returned to Action's cave and reported his health condition to him along with the fact that he had met the weird red-haired woman. After listening to the story, Action clicked his tongue and sighed. Troublesome, really troublesome. You surely have the most bizarre destiny in this world. Action pondered and added, Thinking about you encountering not just one, but both of them. Although Action didn't explain clearly, Wonwui still vaguely guessed that what he thought about Heian and the red-haired woman was right. Sodam immediately agreed with Wonwui. He must be talking about that chubby girl and the red-haired woman, right? Heavenly South clicked his tongue in agreement. It seems like they are both princesses of the blood religion Leech. Although he had a guess, Wonwui still wanted to ask Action again to be sure. What do you mean I encountered both of them? Action ignored Wonwui and mumbled to himself. I guess that woman was right. I have to make a decision. Wonwui secretly complained in his heart. He's mumbling to himself again. Maybe he's troubled about which side to take between those two women. After a moment of silence, Action finally decided to tell Wonwui about it. There was a time when the Leech was so strong that he was called the pinnacle of the evil sect, and not just within the blood religion. He was like a violent storm that nothing could stop. With him, I thought that the idea of unifying the Jianghu was no longer a dream. But no matter how strong he was inevitably defeated when others joined forces. After going through that, I felt everything was meaningless. Others wanted people like us to revive or crush others to try to restore our religion. We also tried to increase our strength in every way, but everything was meaningless. That's why I gave up everything and wandered around doing useless things for a while. After being dejected for a while, Action suddenly smiled contentedly. I thought I would just use the rest of my life to finish what I couldn't do. Wonwui immediately understood what he was talking about, the revenge battle that Heavenly South mentioned. I thought he was a crazy old eccentric, but it turns out he also has his own reasons in his situation. Then, Action's smile gradually became cold. You know, I intended to just live like that, but now I'm witnessing the seeds he left behind struggling to grow from a seed into the most beautiful flower. Action suddenly turned to look at Wonhui with a serious gaze, asking, "If it were you, what would you do in that situation?" The unexpected question made Wonhui feel a bit flustered. Judging from Action's decisive gaze, Wonhui guessed that he had already made his decision. However, he still asked Wonhui the question, suggesting that he was merely testing him. Immediately, Wonhui gave a double-edged answer. "If you intend to be indifferent to watching the flowers bloom, then as master said, it's better to leave them be, but if not, you should prepare fertilizer to help them bloom, wouldn't you agree?" Wonhui carefully glanced at Action, trying to decipher his thoughts. It was better to simply express his honest opinion. Based on his past life's memories, Action wouldn't choose either side, so his answer wouldn't affect Action's decision. However, Action's reaction went beyond Wonhui's expectations. He suddenly declared, "We will need a greater force." Wonhui's eyes widened in astonishment. Action chuckled with amusement. "Yes, just like you said, it doesn't matter which flower I choose, I will need fertilizer to use someday. From now on, you will have a lot to do, ha." Action's face was filled with vigor and excitement. "There's still about 6 months left. Within that time, you need to become a captain." Wonhui was still amazed by Action's declaration. He truly wanted to consolidate his own power. Despite being a simple statement, it carried great significance. This old eccentric always acted alone, unlike other elders in the 4 venerables and 7 stars. Now, he openly desired to establish his own independent force. In that instant, the anxiety about the future overwhelmed Wonhui. If this happened, then the history of Action he knew would change. A future entirely different from his past life was taking shape. Although Wonhui didn't know the exact details of Action's past life, certain information was verified. After the blood sect reactivated, some high-ranking individuals gave instructions, but only Action continued to operate independently, following his own decisions. 6 years from now, Action would have a decisive battle with Jin Q, the Burning King, one of the 8 strongest martial artists in the Central Plains, and he received a fatal blow, losing his right arm. Sodam drifted around Wonhui, pondering, that could change, too. While practicing, Wonhui spoke to her. "It's very likely. After all, Action wasn't cultivating his forces back then." Wonhui knew that even now, many things had changed compared to his past life. Initially, he was just a low-ranking cadet, trampled upon. But now, he had become Action's first disciple. He also had formed some minor connections with the descendants of the blood sect's liege. Facing these changes, Wonhui felt joy mixed with worry. Each change in my actions is altering the future I once knew. Perhaps I need to consider future variables. Just when Wonhui felt lost, Heavenly South appeared to ease his mind. "Doesn't this mean that the current situation is also an opportunity for you?" Wonhui nodded. "You're right. If Action creates a new force, becoming his disciple could be a stepping stone to greater heights." Wonhui's eyes flashed with determination. "To achieve that, I need to become a captain, and I'm sure I can grasp this opportunity after completing my energy circulation practice." After practicing, Wonhui fully grasped his physical condition. Internal energy and internal martial arts techniques couldn't be used simultaneously, but they could coexist. However, his family's mysterious shadow heart technique was too weak compared to what he currently possessed. Unless he absorbed both negative and positive energies accumulated in his bloodline, his growth would inevitably be hindered. Sodam didn't know how to resolve this, so she turned to Heavenly South. "Do you know any other excellent heart techniques?" Heavenly South shook his head. "My previous master had abandoned his lower dantian, so I don't know any heart techniques related to that. The essence of bloodlines is the path where blood and energy flow. Perhaps things would be different if we could accelerate the circulation within the blood vessels." Listening to Heavenly South's reasoning helped Wonhui awaken from his confusion. "Accelerate blood circulation in the blood vessels, you say?" He immediately smiled with joy and thanked the 2 spirit swords. "Again and again, you bring up ideas I never thought of. Fortunately, I know a heart technique that perfectly fits this." Afterward, Wonhui approached Juabek and requested that he teach him the heart technique. This sudden request surprised him. "You want me to teach you the golden blood body heart technique?" "Absolutely not. Master told me never to teach it to anyone." Wonhui sighed, watching the twins practicing by piling banana trees on each other. "I expected you to say that. I only asked because I don't know when Master will be back." Juabek, while carrying Song Woohyun on his shoulders, replied, "Master has been busy lately, so he's been away a lot." Wonhui sighed with a pitiful look. "What a pity. I thought we could connect as ordinary disciples, as equals. After I learned the energy circulation technique from you." Juabek was so shaken by the word equals that he lost his balance. Just as Wonhui pretended to turn around and leave, Juabek grabbed his leg and held him back. "Wait, your dantian has finally recovered. I can't let you just ignore the request to learn that heart technique. Juabe grinned and tried to persuade Wonwi not to leave. Since we're both disciples, Master will understand. Don't you think so? Fellow disciples are equal. Wonwi saw the 180-degree turn in Juabe's attitude and felt smug. After all, he's just a kid. Wonwi gave Juabe a cunning smile. That's right. We're also from the same hometown. Why bother with the formalities of senior and junior disciples, right, fellow disciple? Wonwi chuckled to himself. He's not even 20 yet. He doesn't know what truly matters in life. No need to exchange other conditions. Just losing a little bit of formality in exchange for learning the heart technique is definitely a good deal for me. 3 days later, after practicing with the heart technique Juabe taught him, Wonwi truly saw the results. His rate of internal energy accumulation had indeed increased several times over. Every time he circulated his energy, positive energy, negative energy, and blood circulation flowed in and out of his dantian smoothly. However, after each practice session using the heart technique, Wonwi felt his blood circulating throughout his body as if he were hanging upside down on a cliff face, causing him some discomfort. Did Action and the twins also use this when fighting? Now I understand why they said that without a special physique, one wouldn't be able to endure this feeling. Despite the discomfort, Wonwi could only grit his teeth and endure it. I guess I have no choice but to use this in combination with the mysterious shadow heart technique. Just as Wonwi returned to normal, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone else nearby. A woman appeared behind Wonwi with a courteous demeanor. Greetings, young master, may I have a moment of your time? Seeing that Wonwi didn't intend to dismiss her, the woman continued, I was sent here by the 6 bloody star. Wonwi instantly understood the meaning behind her words and couldn't help but be surprised. The 6 bloody star is looking for me. Afterward, Wonwi followed Bika's subordinate to a villa situated in front of the 6 bloody star's mansion, near the main hall of the Blood Valley. Bika handed Wonwi a jade pendant engraved with Heian's name. I can't believe you requested young Mrs. Jade pendant for a wager. I don't know where you got that kind of courage. Feeling strange that it wasn't Heian who delivered the jade pendant, Wonwi looked around. Young Miss Heian, Bika informed him, you can't see young Miss now. Wonwi stopped questioning and received the jade pendant, but as he looked at Bika's intact 5-fingered hand, he was slightly astonished. I thought the index finger and middle finger of the 6 bloody star's left hand had been severed by her own hand. Sodam clicked her tongue and reminded Wonwi, probably the work of the 10,000 Deaths divine physician. Wonwi was even more surprised. Although people say that the 10,000 Deaths divine physician can cure all diseases except for reviving the dead, I didn't expect he could even reattach a severed finger. Sodam curiously wondered, amazing, can a severed head be reattached? Wonwi couldn't help but laugh at that silly question. How can someone live without a head? Sodam. Suddenly, out of the blue, Bika rushed forward, grabbing Wonwi's wrist with a sharp glint in her eyes. The moment Wonwi noticed her movement, a burst of energy flowed into his wrist. Bika approached so gently that Wonwi couldn't react. He could only wait to see what she intended. Soon, he began to feel Bika's internal energy flowing through his wrist. Wonwi anxiously said, the 6th blood star, but Bika immediately interrupted him. You're better off keeping your mouth shut. After a few seconds, Bika continued coldly, it seems you haven't lost as much vital energy as we feared. Wonwi opened his eyes wide in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Bika didn't explain her actions but pointed to a bundle of herbs already prepared on the table. When you leave, take these with you. Those herbs will help you recover your vital energy. Wonwi finally understood. Oh, young Miss Heian must have arranged this. She's truly generous. When she released Wonwi's hand, Bika added, I hope you won't use that jade pendant for unnecessary situations. Wonwi bid farewell to Bika and left with an uplifted spirit. After all, I've discovered useful information. Even someone as powerful as the 6 bloody star couldn't detect my inherent energy. As Wonwi was about to leave, Bika unexpectedly spoke up. Do you want to bet with me? Wonwi looked up at her in surprise with a questioning gaze. Bika went straight to the point without hesitation. If you're wondering if I'm planning to take back what young Miss gave you, then you don't need to worry. It's just that, as the master of that child, I want to seek an opportunity to avenge him. However, Wonwi felt even more suspicious if she didn't intend to take the card, so he refused outright. I don't dare bet with you, the 6 bloody star. Please retract your request. Bika immediately tempted Wonwi with a reward. If you win, then I will teach you something. Although it may not be as good as what your master taught you. Bika glanced at Wonwi with a cold, probing look. Wonwi was stunned by Bika's proposal. Doesn't she underestimate me? Does she think I'll agree just because of that? Wonwi continued to refuse again. I apologize, but I cannot be greedy for your skills. However, Wonwi was once again interrupted by Bika before he could finish his sentence. If I win, Then you just need to tell your master to consider my proposal again. Bika's sly, enchanting gaze continued to linger on Wonhui. Bika smirked when she saw Wonhui start to hesitate. Simple, right? I'm sure this deal is very beneficial to you, Wonhui muttered to himself. So, this is her goal. It seems she'll do anything to convince action. Sodam saw Wonhui hesitating and spoke up. There's really nothing bad about this for you. Wonhui nodded in agreement. Talking to action is not that difficult. After thinking it through, he also smirked. This is actually quite good, but it still depends on what we're betting on. Wonhui felt intrigued and asked Bika, so, how are we going to bet? Bika smirked triumphantly. I already have an idea in my mind. Immediately after, Bika called out to one of her subordinates, come out here. A graceful young woman stepped forward and greeted him as if she had known Wonhui for a long time. It's been a long time, young master. I think this is the first time we've met since we entered the sect. The girl, around Wonhui's age, smiled gently at him. I've become a disciple of the Six Bloody Star now. Wonhui stood there quietly, staring at the unfamiliar girl for a long time. He searched through all his memories from his past life and this life, but he couldn't recall ever seeing that face before. Finally, he was forced to ask, do you know me? The girl was startled and exclaimed, what, you're so mean. Thinking that Wonhui was intentionally pretending not to know her, the girl resentfully recounted the short moments they were together when they were first captured by the blood sect. She had sat behind Wonhui many times, but ironically, he couldn't remember. The girl, filled with resentment, cried out, we traveled together during all that time, how could I not know you? Even though Wonhui couldn't remember, he still forced a smile and replied, oh,